The world order has changed. Now mutants, zombies, rule everything. In a world where everyone fights to live, Mirai is the only one who wants to die, cursed with a body that refuses death. When the Death Squad finds him, they offer a deal, help rebuild humanity, and they'll grant him the one thing he's been denied, an ending. To die, he must make others live. A cruel bargain, and the only purpose left for an immortal who envisages the dead. Will he stick to his goal or change his path? Let's find out. The story begins in a desert amidst smoke. The protagonist of On Mirai looked at a huge building. He calmly flipped a page on his notebook. A monster guard asked, "What's that over there?" The second guard asked, "What's that comrade talking about?" He turned his attention to MC and asked, "Is that by any chance a human?" The guard clarified, "It looks like it is." The comrade smiled and asked, "What kind of luck is that?" They simultaneously coughed, trying to get the protagonist's attention. The comrade asked with a crazy smile, "What is that man doing here?" The monster leaned over ominously, looked at MC, and clarified, "Isn't it so dangerous here?" The comrade wondered if the man was by any chance a friend of the one they encountered today. The monster clarified, "Has the man come to save him? So bold that he must be very tasty?" The comrades looked at each other, and laughing, exclaimed that they would eat their fill today. Two whole people. Mr. Craven must like it? The protagonist emotionlessly tilted his head to the side. He instantly tensed his fingers. The guards' heads instantly flew off. Sometime later, on the top floor, former Scarlet Heart Deputy Craven exclaimed that today was a celebration. After all, they hadn't been able to eat humans for so long, and to celebrate the end of this long famine, they finally had food. Craven, smiling as he held a member of the inevitable death squad, Choi Juho, with his hand on his head, added that it also came to them on its own. The zombie laughed, and Juho, looking away in fear, screamed. Craven ordered his assistants to scream from the bottom of their hearts, and they instantly screamed. Mirai entered the room, and Craven was greatly surprised. Kyuho, perplexed, raised his head and looked at the protagonist. Craven asked in surprise, "Who is this man? Are the guards off duty today?" The assistant disagreed and replied that they should be standing at the entrance. The guards' heads quickly fell to the floor in front of Craven's feet. He became very angry, and Juho noticed the heads. The protagonist coughed and apologized. He showed a drawing in his notebook and asked if Craven was here now. Craven twitched with anger. MC clarified, "Is he not here?" He had heard that Craven was supposed to be here. Gyuho was stupefied and wondered what this guy was talking about. Craven sternly asked, "Is the protagonist a friend of this man?" Mirai disagreed and clarified that he had never seen him before. Craven angrily asked, "Then who is this man? And why did MC kill his soldiers?" The protagonist calmly replied that they irritated him. Craven crossed his arms and ordered Jeff to deal with it. The assistant asked, "What's the menu?" The boss responded angrily, "Like at the hotel," and asked the assistant to cut the food larger. Jeff quickly approached the protagonist and raised his sword. He calmly replied that the order was accepted. Gyuho was terrified and screamed. Jeff instantly cut MC into pieces. Craven smiled happily upon seeing this. Jeff turned his head to the side and said that he had figured it out. Mirai quickly reassembled his body piece by piece. He noted that he couldn't be killed that way. Jeff turned his head to the side in surprise. The protagonist jumped up and asked not to irritate him. He kicked Jeff with great force. The assistant quickly flew out the window and fell into the lake. Craven's mouth opened wide in surprise. Juho wondered, what was this? He was cut up, but all the pieces came back together? Craven clenched his teeth in rage. He instantly ordered his comrades to catch this freak. It seems the protagonist somehow managed to trick them, but it won't work on them a second time. He dared to come to the zombies, but that wasn't enough for him. He also hit his subordinates. They will avenge Jeff. The zombies ran furiously and quickly, intent on attacking. Mirai calmly raised his hand. He lowered his hand, and many bones plunged into the floor. The zombie raised his hand in fear and screamed, "Is that really a bone?" The protagonist pulled the bone out of the floor and struck the zombie in the face. His comrade raised his fist in rage and looked at MC. Mirai instantly appeared behind him and jumped up. He chopped the enemy in two with the bone. The zombies looked in fear at MC standing near the corpses. The protagonist stuck his hand into his body, and Juho looked at him expectantly. MC quickly pulled an organ out of his body. He delivered a powerful attack to the zombies. The zombies' body parts flew to the sides, leaving a pool of blood on the floor. Mirai looked thoughtfully at the organ in his hand. He calmly threw it aside, and the zombies were very surprised. The protagonist quickly turned and threw bones at the opponents. He quickly pulled his intestine out of his body. MC threw it with force towards the zombies. The wound in the protagonist's body quickly healed. The opponents looked at him with great fear. MC turned his head to the side and noticed that they were irritating him. He raised his hand and formed a brain from his fingers. The zombies fell into a stupor and shook after watching this. The opponent's head instantly exploded, and the comrade covered his face with his hands in fear. Mirai picked up the bone and tossed the brain, preparing to attack. He struck with great force and the brain flew through the zombie's head. The protagonist quickly killed all of Craven's assistants. After a while, he stands in pools of blood. Craven opened his mouth wide in great surprise. He screamed tensely, "What is this?" MC instantly appeared in front of him. Craven looked down and thought, when did the opponent appear in front of him? Mirai apologized and asked, Is the opponent by any chance Craven? The boss pursed his lips in fear and thought for a moment. He asked, "What is it? Why is the protagonist looking for Craven?" Mirai replied that someone told him that zombies could kill him. Craven got really angry and raised his mace over the protagonist's head, yelling, "He's a damned freak. Is he kidding him? If he wants to die so badly, he'll kill him right now." Mirai raised his head and veins quickly enveloped Craven's body. The protagonist clarified that he had asked not to irritate him. The veins compressed Craven's body and he instantly exploded. The mace, along with the remaining arm, fell to the floor. Juho looked at the protagonist in surprise and wondered, what the hell is going on? There were so many zombies here, and all at once. He quickly raised his head and noticed MC looking at him. Juho was terrified and screamed. He wondered if the protagonist wanted to kill him too? He wouldn't, would he? Mirai quickly removed the tape from Juho's mouth. The member of the inevitable death squad asked the protagonist to wait. MC apologized, and Juho fell silent. Mirai showed him the notebook with the drawing and asked where Craven was now. Juho replied that the guy MC had just killed was Craven. The protagonist turned his head to the side and replied, "I see." He thought that it hadn't worked this time either. He stood up and turned towards the exit. Yuho asked him to wait a minute. MC ominously turned his head to the side and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuho was very scared and, lowering his head, replied, "Nothing." He thanked the protagonist for his help. Mirai calmly headed for the exit. After a while, the protagonist left the building. He looked at the notebook and crossed out Craven's drawing. MC thought that a few years ago the world was destroyed by a zombie virus. Sometimes, of course, there were still surviving people, but most were still zombies. They evolved and became a mixture of zombies and humans, monsters called zomgans. They were called the Zomgan disaster, and they brought destruction to the entire civilized world. And Mirai survived as a human. But since that day, he still can't die. The protagonist, with a devastated look, asked his mother for forgiveness. He squatted in front of the grave and said that today he couldn't die again. After some time, Gyuho, with his hands tied, sitting on the floor, said that since the protagonist had saved him, he could have untied his hands. Suddenly, he was called out, and Juho turned his head to the side in surprise. He happily called out to the commander and yelled that Dongho was here too. A member of the inevitable death squad, Lee Dongho, approached his comrade and asked, "Is Juho okay? What happened? Why didn't Juho answer the radio?" Juho apologized and replied that he thought Craven wasn't here, so he went to investigate, and so he was simply captured. The commander of the inevitable death squad, Lee Kyung, looked at the zombie corpses and turned to Juho. "Something happened here, right?" Juho was surprised and said that some guy had appeared. Kyung was amazed and asked, "A friend says that some guy single-handedly dealt with a crowd of zombies?" Gyuho agreed and noted that it was hard to believe, but that's exactly it. It was unclear why he suddenly appeared and cleared everything out in an instant. Kyung asked, "Where is he now?" Juho lowered his head and replied that he didn't know. The protagonist wanted to leave right away, so he was going to question him, but he became so scared that Juho couldn't. Dongho clarified, "Was the guy also a zombie?" Juho replied that MC was definitely human. Kyung turned her head to the side and rested her hand on the floor. She was surprised and asked, "Was the guy wearing sneakers?" Juho agreed and replied that it looked like it. Kyung tensed, realizing something. After a while, the protagonist was sitting by his mother's grave. Kyung, sitting in the bushes, asked, "Is that him?" Gyuho agreed and replied that it was true. Dongho looked at MC in amazement and noted that he looked like an ordinary schoolboy. "So he killed all the zombies?" Gyuho agreed, and Dongho wondered, "But what's he been doing there all this time?" Kyung asked, "He's sure, right?" Gyuho was surprised, and Mirai turned her head to the side. Kyung quickly swung her weapon, intending to attack the protagonist. He instantly jumped back and did not get hit. MC looked at her in bewilderment, and Kyung exclaimed that this was very cool, and she struck with the intent to kill. The comrades, sitting in the bushes, were very surprised and called out to the commander. Kyung noticed the wound on the protagonist's neck and exclaimed that she was still faster alone. MC's head instantly separated from his body. Kyung shot him in the head numerous times and asked, "What will he do with this?" Mirai said nothing and stuck his hand inside his neck. He quickly pulled out his own head. Kyung smiled enthusiastically and shouted that it was all true. He really wasn't dying. The protagonist asked her not to irritate him and just leave. Kyung was surprised and hit MC on the chin with her gun. She quickly turned around and clarified that after his words, she just wanted to irritate him even more. Kyung kicked the protagonist hard in the stomach. He quickly flew to the side. She calmly fired her gun. MC looked at the flying bullets and raised his hand. He directed numerous veins from his hand and stopped the bullets. Kyung wondered, what was this? She had never seen such an ability before. Mirai remarked that it was good. After all, he hit with the intent to kill. Kyung smirked and thanked him for the praise. Veins instantly appeared behind her back, and the protagonist clarified that he was serious. Kyung smiled, covered her eyes with her cap, and thought that he was one step ahead. MC dropped his hand and said he didn't know why she was doing this. She should just leave. He really doesn't like killing people. Kyung ran towards him at breakneck speed. She held a knife to the protagonist's neck. Kyung asked how long it usually took him to recover. After all, the wound on his neck hadn't completely healed yet. MC, surprised, touched his neck with his hand and asked what it was. He felt the unhealed wound and wondered if he still hadn't recovered. But this had never happened before, had it? Mirai looked at the commander in amazement and asked how this had happened. Kyung remarked that it seemed like it was time to introduce herself. She took off her cap and stated her name and position. Kyung asked if the protagonist would like to join their squad. He was such a valuable option, an immortal guy. Dongho was stunned and asked, "Immortal who?" Gyuho sadly remarked that this was very shameful. Kyung exclaimed that she wasn't asking him to join for nothing. He would also receive a worthy reward. Kyung had heard from Gyuho that the protagonist seemed to want to die. She raised the knife and said that it was a wish and she would fulfill it. Mirai asked what she had said. Kyung replied that they had a special student and he would find a way. The protagonist sternly asked, "But how?" The commander clarified, "Maybe MC should ask him about it? After all, her knife was created by this scientist." Mirai thoughtfully lowered his head and looked down. Kyung noted that, judging by everything, this was the protagonist's first experience. Didn't he find that convincing? MC wondered if she could really kill him. Kyung smiled and asked his name. Mirai introduced himself, and the commander, turning the knife blade down, asked him not to worry. The protagonist would be slaying zombies with them, and they will take back the land that was taken from them. Kyung confidently crossed her arms and shouted that the day human society is restored, she will definitely kill Mirai. The commander hopes for his help until that day. She looked at him with a smile and called him a fighter. The protagonist thought that the fire that was about to go out had flared up again. He asked, "Can she promise him?" Kyung confidently agreed. MC thought that now there really was a chance that he could die. Mirai looked at the commander hopefully and agreed. After some time, Kyung asked, "Is Garam coming to them?" A member of the imminent death squad, Jin, Garam yelled into the radio that she was coming. Kyung smiled and said that their friend was already on her way. Juho asked if Garam had a driver's license. Dongho, frightened, replied that she probably didn't. Kyung noticed the car and exclaimed, "There's the assistant." At the same time, Garam, holding the steering wheel in her hands, screamed in fear. The car stopped abruptly and a scream echoed through the forest. Garam quickly exited the car and, apologizing, asked, "Is she that late?" The commander placed her hand on her shoulder and thanked her for her efforts. She ordered the fighter Mirai to go. Garam was very surprised and asked, "Who is this?" Kyung replied that it was their new fighter, who had just joined. He will now be their junior, right after Garam. Gyuho headed to the car and asked the protagonist to go. Garam joyfully raised her fists and yelled, "She finally has a junior comrade too?" She extended her hand to him and exclaimed that she had hopes for the protagonist. Garam introduced herself and the MC walked past without answering. Garam looked at the protagonist and wondered, is he shy? After some time, Kyung said that they would take the protagonist with them on an operation in Jinhae. After all, Jinhae was also currently captured by the Crimson Squad. MC was surprised, and the commander asked if he knew the Crimson Squad. It seemed that Mirai had lived in isolation from the rest of the world for quite a long time. The Crimson Squad is one of the zombie factions. They control several cities. Their first goal is to destroy the Crimson Squad, and to do this, they need to know where the leadership is located. Dongho happily exclaimed that this is why they were studying Craven. Juho added that Craven was also in the Crimson Squad. The protagonist calmly agreed, and his comrades thought that it seemed that MC did not care about them. Kyung said that one of the Crimson Squad officers named Paladin is in Jinhae. Since he is an officer, he is probably personally acquainted with the leadership. So the protagonist's task is to, together with Garam, investigate the traces of their leadership. And of course, caution is needed. Craven led only one group, but Paladin leads an entire city. Of course, it's better for them to go together, but they have one more place to explore. The comrades exclaimed that they can already see it. It's Jinhae. After some time, they arrived in Jinhae, a district of Changwon. Garam and MC got out of the car. Kyung said that from now on, it would be better to go on foot. It's a very frightening place. Garam will tell them the details. The assistant smiled confidently and, raising her fist, asked them to trust her. Kyung exclaimed that with Garam, you won't get lost. The commander, sitting in the car, wished her comrades courage and asked them to be careful. Garam sternly raised her fist and thought, finally, the first mission. She's very nervous, but she must show her best side. Garam is the eldest after all. She quickly ran across the grass. After some time, Garam looked at the sign. She resolutely lowered her head and thought that they got here without any problems. Now they were at the entrance to the city. Garam sat down on the ground behind the car and thought that from now on, she would have to be on her toes. Jinhae is a zombie city. There are only zombies here, and not just any zombies, but zombies that have taken the form of animals. A special feature of this place. You never know when or where they will appear. You always have to be careful. At the same time, Kyung is watching his comrades through binoculars. Gyuho asked if everything was okay. Maybe they should go with them after all? Kyung confidently disagreed. Since Mirai is there won't be much danger. More importantly, she wants to check something. Why did this guy follow them so happily? Of course, anyone would want to get his hands on a guy like that, but it's unclear what's on his mind. Can they trust this guy? That's why the commander wants to observe him for a while. Garam noticed something. She called out to the protagonist and asked why he was standing there. She ordered him to come here and hide. MC asked why. Garam screamed in surprise. What do you mean, why? Zombies could suddenly jump out. Zombie animals appeared behind the car. The zombie asked, is this true? The comrade replied that he told him so. Garam leaned against the car in great fear and thought it was zombies. They appeared right after her words. Is there a tiger there? The zombie tiger asked. Is Craven really dead? The comrade started to speak and fell silent, noticing something. The protagonist calmly looked at them. The zombie animals asked, "What is this?" Kyung smiled tensely and exclaimed that she didn't tell the protagonist not to get caught. She forgot. It was so obvious. The tiger asked, "Who is this? What is a human doing here?" Garam wondered if MC had gone crazy. Of course, she hadn't explained anything to him, but it's natural to hide. Mirai apologized and asked if the zombies should just be killed. Garam was very surprised, and the protagonist instantly disappeared from sight. MC rose into the air and created a giant brain from his fingers. He threw it with tremendous force towards his opponents. The brain fell powerfully to the ground, creating cracks in the ground. Garam quickly rose to her feet and screamed, asking, "What is this?" She thought he had superpowers too. The commander wouldn't have brought in a mere human. This is a whole other level. The zombie asked in surprise, "Who is this guy?" His comrade yelled, "Is he really a human?" The protagonist flexed his fingers, preparing to attack. He swung his arm with enormous force and sliced the opponents in half. Garam covered her ears in fear and screamed. Mirai raised his hand and hit the zombie with his huge brain. He quickly turned around. Numerous explosions thundered across the battlefield. Yuho looked at what was happening in amazement and shouted, "What's going on there now?" Kyung lowered her binoculars and exclaimed, "That's so cool." She had no idea he was so strong. At the same time, the animal zombies looked at what was happening from inside the building. An elephant standing near a car asked, "What's that noise?" They headed toward the sounds and asked, "What's going on?" The comrades, quickly running to the side, ordered the zombies to run away. The opponents turned their attention to the protagonist and asked, "What is that?" MC broke the ground with his hand with great force. The animal zombies screamed as they ran away. "What's going on?" Garam tensely turned her head to the side and screamed, "It's a curse, so she'll have to fight too." The zombie cat pointed at her and asked, "Did she start this? How dare a human?" Garam quickly opened the book. She decisively created a circle of magical mana around herself and exclaimed, "It's hard for her to deal with several at once." Garam activated her ability, gaining boxing knowledge. She swiftly struck the opponents with a beam of mana. The protagonist jumped towards the opponents. He calmly kicked the opponent's head and it flew to the side. MC instantly landed on the ground. He swung his leg and a stream of air threw the zombies aside. Mirai prepared to attack and several powerful explosions thundered. He landed on the ground and Garam looked at him with irritation and apologized. She asked, "Does he really want to destroy the entire city and invite zombies from all over the world here?" Mirai, holding a bone in his hand, approached the enemy. The zombie, sitting on the ground, began to cry in fear. The protagonist asked in confusion, "What was wrong with the enemy? Why can't the zombies speak normally?" Garam, breathing heavily, clarified. The protagonist had just killed them and suddenly became interested. "These are low-ranking zombies. Low-ranking zombies usually don't speak well." MC remembered how his mother had tearfully apologized to him. He calmly ordered the enemy to leave. The zombie, screaming, ran quickly down the road. Garam asked, "Why did MC decide to let him go?" The enemies ran towards them and ordered them to catch people. Garam looked at them tensely and asked, "Is this happening again?" She irritably activated her ability and asked them not to come running again. Sometime later, in the city under the evening sky, Garam let out a tired sigh, standing among the corpses of her enemies, and asked, "Is this the end?" The MC asked, "Which one of them is the paladin?" Garam irritably wiped the blood from her face with her fist and noted that he had destroyed everyone and was now asking. The paladin was probably already dead too. She tensed and wondered why Paladin was nowhere to be seen. Shouldn't he have appeared in this situation? He couldn't be lying dead somewhere here, could he? Garam coughed and exclaimed that it would be better to hide first. The protagonist asked, "Why hide?" Garam asked, "What do you mean? Why? What will the MC do if more zombies appear?" Mirai replied that they could be killed too. After all, there could be a paladin among them. Garam said that they came here to explore, not to fight anyone. The protagonist noted that they could explore after everyone was killed. Garam screamed furiously, saying that she understood, of course, that he was strong, but she couldn't fight all day. MC could certainly fight calmly without any worries since he was strong, but she couldn't. Garam could really die. Mirai asked emotionlessly, "So what now? What difference did it make to him whether she lived or died? Wasn't it enough to just complete the mission?" Garam sternly asked, "What did that mean? Was he serious? He wouldn't care even if she died?" The protagonist agreed and replied that it made no difference. Kin tensed up upon hearing this. Garam screamed angrily, "How could he say that?" She pointed her finger at his chest and exclaimed that what they were doing here was all for the sake of saving people. Although the mission was important, it was still no more important than human life, so the protagonist shouldn't say such things so easily. MC approached her face, and Garam was surprised and asked, "What was that?" Mirai sternly replied that it wasn't for him. Paladin kicked the ground and called out to them. He sternly asked, "What happened?" Garam thought he had thorns all over his body and a spiritual mask on his back. There was no mistake. She fell to the ground in fear and screamed. Could it really be Paladin? Kyung tensed up as she looked through the binoculars. Garam thought, why now? She no longer had the strength to fight. And even if she did fight, could he be defeated? Paladin and these zombies? Paladin clarified that he found out his brother Craven was dead and went to see him. But what kind of curse is this? Jeff tensed up and exclaimed, "It's that guy. It was he who killed their brother Craven." Paladin turned his head to the side and clarified, Could it really be that guy? Jeff exclaimed. That's for sure. The protagonist killed Craven, and then he killed everyone else. Paladin got angry and remarked, so that's how it is. He heard that there were some people among humans who had developed superpowers. But who would have thought that the rumors would be true? The swords on Craven's back spun rapidly, cutting through the air. Paladin clarified that he didn't know what was on his mind, but since he had killed a member of his family, he shouldn't think he could leave alive. Kyung was scared and said that they didn't expect this. It looks like they should move. Kyo asked why this was. The commander ran quickly and ordered them to move. Garam grabbed MC by the arm and asked if he was crazy. After all, he was an officer of the Crimson Squad. She firmly ordered him to stop thinking stupidly and run away. The protagonist could really die. MC pushed her away and replied that it would be good if so. Paladin ran furiously and yelled that he would kill them and eat them with great appetite. Garam yelled irritably that she was asking him. Mirai instantly approached the enemy's face. He disappeared from sight and stopped among the zombies. The protagonist delivered a powerful attack and cut his opponents with a vein. Paladin turned his head to the side in fear, and Jeff, with his body cut, turned to his older brother. Paladin ominously called the protagonist a freak. He quickly rushed into battle and barked, "Kill a member of his family right before his eyes?" The protagonist calmly remained motionless. Paladin attacked and furiously asked, "Do you like it?" The swords grazed, but even so, they would pierce him. He wouldn't even know where Paladin was, and would fall to pieces. So he only had himself to blame for fearlessly charging into the fray. MC remembered Garam's words. She screamed that even he could really die. Mirai emerged from his memories and turned his head to the side. Paladin swiftly cut the protagonist. Garam covered her mouth with her hands in fear. Paladin noted that he was just food and should know his place. MC immediately struck the enemy with his hand. Paladin tensed and thought, didn't he feel himself pierce him? He couldn't be mistaken. Mirai noted that he knew he couldn't die. He looked at the enemy with horror, and Paladin's mind went blank. Paladin quickly jumped aside. He shook and wondered, what was that? What just happened? Did he really feel fear? Garam was stunned and asked, what was happening now? Paladin ran around the protagonist with lightning speed. He yelled that the enemy was only human anyway. The protagonist couldn't match his speed. Garam covered her face with her hands, looking at the whirlwind of dust. Paladin shouted that he would make the enemy pay for the lives of his family members. He quickly began to run away and thought that he could not win. This guy is way too strong. He needed to contact his superiors and get other officers. Mirai flew out of the dust storm, flying over the enemy's head. Paladin coughed up blood, having been stabbed in the back. MC raised his hand with the pierced enemy. He thought that he, too, had a family. Mirai remembered the past. His mother, sitting at the table, asked, "Doesn't it taste good to her son?" The little protagonist joyfully exclaimed that it was delicious. His mother, who had turned into a zombie, affectionately called her son, looking terrifying. She headed towards MC, looking mad. Mirai came out of his memories and thought that the people he killed with his own hands were his only family. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the enemy. Paladin burst into tears and screamed that it was a curse. Does the demon think the other officers will stand aside? MC asked not to blame him so much. Mirai tore the enemy apart and added that he, too, had become like this because of his family. Garam looked at what was happening with great fear. Dongho ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The comrades looked at the blood-soaked protagonist. Kyung got angry and ordered them to stop. The mission was already over. She told them to explore Jinhai, but MC simply decided to destroy the city. So now there will be no point in any research. The commander turned around and ordered them to quickly return to base. Mirai calmly turned around. Kyung thought that this bad feeling was not because he was planning something bad. Of course, they should kill zombies. However, such cruelty is unnecessary. Any person should have a sense of pity, but she does not see this in Mirai. Who would have thought that she would start feeling sorry for zombies? Maybe Kyung brought them a monster even more terrible than zombies. She ordered them to return to base and asked them to be careful because zombies can appear at any moment. Sometime later in Jinhai, at the site of the battle, there are many zombie corpses. The 5th star of the Scarlet Squad, Yere, put her hand to the ground and said that this is all zombie blood. There is no human blood at all. The 6th star of the Scarlet Squad, Rishuru, raised his hands and yelled that so many things around were annoying, and now people had added to the problems. Yere raised her head and noted that it seemed like they had only just left. Should she contact the other officers? Rishuru turned his head to the side and barked. Have she really lost her mind? They should find them and kill them, unless she wanted to be lectured again. Yere said that was true. Rishuru clarified that before they were scolded, they needed to quickly find them and sort things out. At the same time, a fire was burning in the cave. King said that they would rest a bit and then set off. After all, the sun had already set. There was no point in moving around, exhausting themselves. The comrades, holding food in their hands, agreed with the commander. Kyung tilted her head to the side and thought that the atmosphere wasn't very good. Well, yes, not to mention the operation, they had destroyed the zombie city. It was unknown what the retribution would be, and most importantly, they now have enormous power and at the same time a huge problem. Kyung turned to the fighter Mirai and said that she wanted to test him. Can they trust the protagonist? She wanted to check it out. The commander clearly told them to investigate Jinhai, but he destroyed the city. In the end, a fight broke out, which Garam didn't want, and she could have suffered greatly. greatly, so it's lucky that they managed to win. If MC had lost to Paladin, everyone here now could have died. Therefore, Kyung can't trust Mirai. The protagonist thought for a moment and clarified. Didn't the commander say that killing the zombies was enough? He simply did what she ordered. Kyung agreed and replied that perhaps that was true. However, she said that they needed to destroy the zombies and create a human society, and if they fight indiscriminately, like MC, then people will also die in huge numbers. Even if they managed to found a new city, can we really consider it a human society? Kyung invited Mirai because they needed him. The protagonist followed them because he needed them. And MC's dangerous actions would harm both Mirai and her comrades. The protagonist asked to kill him, right? Then he must act exactly as she ordered. The comrades were very surprised to hear this. MC turned his head to the side and agreed. Kyung picked up the knife and noted that it was like this. She brought the food to her mouth and thought that this should be enough. Although an even bigger problem remained unsolved. The protagonist destroyed the zombie city and disturbed the officers. This can be considered a call to war, nothing else. So the other officers will start moving too. After some time, the officers broke into a run. They stopped, and Rishuru, looking at the light in the cave, exclaimed, "It's there." He sternly turned his head to the side and asked, "It's there, right?" Yer replied that everything was correct. The smell ends there. Rishuru gritted his teeth in anger and shouted that they were caught. Annoying human freaks. They quickly ran into the cave. Rishuru angrily called the humans freaks. The officers looked at the empty cave and the blazing fire. Rishuru put his hand to his face and remarked that it was crazy. Yer clarified, did they destroy their tracks with the smell of food? It would be difficult to pursue them further. Rishuru said that it looked like someone very smart was with them. Nothing can be done. He would like to deal with them in his area of responsibility, but he will have to call a meeting of the officers. This situation cannot be left alone. The humans have rebelled. Sometime later in Busan, a car with comrades is driving along the highway. The protagonist sits next to the commander. Looking out the window, he noticed zombies shouting at slaves. Kyung asked, has he ever been to Busan before? This used to be a good place too, although now it is captured by zombies. Now people become slaves to zombies and live like that, or become food and die. There are only two options, and whatever the choice, this is not a human life at all. MC looked sadly down and said nothing. After some time, Kyung, walking through the sewers, asked to come here. It's a little unpleasant here, but they have to endure. After all, this is the only way to their base. They approached the subway platform, and the commander noted that here they have arrived. This is the base of the squad of inevitable death. I would like to tell MC about everything, but first. The commander, Shonuri, interrupted Kyung with a loud scream. She yelled in irritation. What did Kyung do? The zombie security suddenly tightened up, and the commander said they would go investigate. But what did Kyung do there? Kyung smiled tensely and asked if she could tell the details a little later. Nuri clarified why the commander wanted to tell later. Kyung turned her head to the side and replied that first, there was something that needed to be done. She asked, can Mirai come for a minute? The protagonist calmly approached the commander. Nuri asked in confusion, what's going on, and who was he? Kyung clarified that they would soon meet with all the officers. She didn't know how many there were or how strong they were, and the only known officer was Paladin. They said he was the weakest of the officers. The commander asked to try to kill her, this time, not with pity, but for real. MC tilted his head to the side and asked, is that an order too? Kyung replied that it was an order. Gyuho was surprised and thought, does the commander want to test something again? Right. But if you think about it, Kyung had already fought Mirai, but she hadn't used her ability then. That's exactly what the commander wanted to test. Would the protagonist be able to defeat the commander when she used her ability? Kyung thought the protagonist was strong, and for this reason, all future operations would be tailored to him. All that's needed now is confidence, that the fighter Mirai can defeat the officers. The protagonist ran quickly, and Kyung thought he was advancing. Juho thought that the commander was the strongest of them all. After the appearance of zombies, people in rare cases developed superpowers, equal in strength to zombies or even exceeding their strength. In their squad, including him and Garam, there are also such superhumans. But the commander is stronger than them all. And this is because the commander is proficient in various martial arts. He has physical abilities that surpass any human, but most importantly, the ability to calculate everything in the field of vision, an absolute ability. She has an absolute gaze. Kyung dodged MC's attack and clarified, this isn't his maximum, is it? She delivered a powerful punch to the protagonist's chin. The commander raised her hand and prepared for the blow. Kyung punched Mirai in the stomach with tremendous force, and he flew to the side. The protagonist leaned forward and slid along the ground. Gyuho thought hard that the one who could defeat the commander would be none other than the strongest of men. The protagonist raised his head sternly. Kyung removed her cap and wondered if he would really attack her now. MC quickly raised his hand and tossed a multitude of bones in her direction. Kyung put on her cap and thought, bones this time? Brain, veins, he has multiple attack patterns. She instantly used her absolute vision. Kyung thought there were 9 of them, and the speed was about 70 kilometers. She raised her hand and exclaimed, it's so easy. Kyung instantly caught all the bones in her hands. Juho looked at this with admiration, and Nuri screamed furiously that their headquarters must not be destroyed. Kyung looked in surprise at the crumbling bone in her hand. MC instantly approached her and raised his leg, intending to attack. Kyung ducked back and avoided the blow. Mirai landed on the ground and looked at the commander. He quickly moved into battle and threw the bones in her direction. Kyung thought it was amazing. This was nothing compared to his first attacks. Her absolute gaze could theoretically dodge even a bullet. However, Mirai's attacks were a level higher. Kyung leaned to the side, standing under the force of the airflow. The commander smiled and thought, was it better than she expected? The protagonist glared at her sternly. Kyung ordered it to end and declared her defeat. MC clarified, is that all? Kyung crossed her arms and declared that it was enough. Her comrades were stunned upon hearing this. Garam was astonished to think that the commander had failed to fend off the attack. The duel between these two was very short, but it gave everyone who watched new hope that perhaps they could truly defeat the officers. The possibility that a new world might open up, and also confidence. Kyung jumped onto the platform and suggested they start preparing quickly. Dongho asked in surprise, what preparation? The protagonist looked at his hand. MC turned his attention to Kyung and thought that he had never been able to hit a single target. The commander joyfully exclaimed that they needed to talk to Nuri for a bit. After a while, Nuri asked what the commander was planning to do. Kyung asked in confusion, but she hadn't said anything yet, had she? Nuri adjusted her glasses and asked if the commander thought she needed words to understand. The scale was clear at a glance. Security had been tightened because of the protagonist, hadn't it? It seemed Kyung had found a capable guy somewhere, led him, and along the way, he had destroyed some city. Kyung smiled and remarked that the commander was very smart. Nuri asked irritably, maybe the commander should express herself more pleasantly? Kyung placed the map on the table and remarked, meaning she could get straight to the point. Things had become much more serious than she thought. First, they would go to Oryukdo Island. Nuri clarified, was that where the human slave farm was? Kyung said there would be an amazing battle, so they would need weapons, and the scientist Jin, who had left for the expedition, needed to be retrieved immediately. Nuri raised an eyebrow in confusion. The commander clarified that, in fact, they needed not only weapons but also Jin right away. Did the commander remember the knife she created? Nuri asked, made to confront the officers. Kyung explained that she had brought Mirai here, promising to kill him, and the knife had proven quite effective in this. Nuri crossed her arms and asked, is the commander saying he wants to die? Kyung agreed and clarified that she too didn't know why. The commander pointed to the side and asked, so, he's immortal? Kyung agreed, saying she was surprised too. Nuri became embarrassed and clarified, so, he doesn't age either? The commander said that in any case, the protagonist can't be killed with this knife. The best one could hope for was a delayed recovery effect. But in order to control their main force, the fighter Mirai, Jian must return as soon as possible. Nuri scratched her chin and noted that this meant they needed to go to Oryukdo Island, whether they wanted it or not. She quickly pushed Kyung away and ordered the commander to move away. Nuri thoughtfully looked at the map to find out how to get to Oryukdo Island. After a while, the commander pointed at the map and ordered her comrades to concentrate. They were starting the briefing on Operation Oryukdo. First, we need to bring Jin, and secondly, as they know, their inevitable death squad consists only of everyone gathered here. For future battles with zombies, this is very little. Of course, there are people who have gone to other places, but even with them, their squad is very small. Therefore, during this operation, they need to obtain weapons and increase the size of their squad. And now Nuri will tell them their detailed plan. Kyung smiled and thought, Nuri thought everything through so thoroughly? That's right. No one can compare to Nuri when it comes to intelligence. Juho raised his hand and exclaimed that he had a question. To get to the island, they need to steal a ship, but what will they do with the zombies in the port? Nuri inquired why he asked. Gyuho noted that there were a huge number of zombies there. The commander raised a finger and clarified that the number of zombies was not a problem. They should know better than her, right? After some time in the port of Busan, the protagonist jumped to the ground. Kyung asked into the microphone, can you hear her clearly? MC agreed, and the commander said there would be many zombies in the area. She asked the protagonist to deal with them as quietly as possible. At the same time, Kyung added that they would split up and find a suitable ship. She asked her comrades to be careful not to get hurt. At the same time in Busan, in L City, the officers of the Crimson Squad, a meeting of the 7 strongest, concluded. Rishuru sternly said that humans destroyed Jinhai, and Paladin, the former 7th star, was dead. Belatedly, they chased after the humans, but they were unable to track them down. 4th star, Nadfi clarified, were they really the ones who did this? Yeryer replied that it was definitely them. The air vibrated with the scent of humans. 3rd star, Arlo suggested, if they were able to kill Paladin, they must be superhumans. 2nd star, Spetter noted that even if they were superhumans 100 times over, the main thing is that they were still humans. What's there to worry about? 1st star, Terret asked if there was more precise information. Rishuru replied that there wasn't any yet. Terret said that, then, first, they needed to seal off all the cities, and everyone should strengthen security in the area. Until there was precise information, there was no point in acting rashly. He ordered Rishuru to catch these people and not let them escape this time. After all, Terret might overlook laziness just once or twice. Rishuru agreed and clarified, right? Bringing them would be enough, right? He thought irritably, what a curse. How could he be so lazy? Yeryer asked where he would go first. Rishuru calmly replied that they needed to inspect his area first. Kyung said over the radio that there were also serving people in the area. Under no circumstances should they be attacked, even by mistake. The protagonist agreed. After a while, MC quickly ran towards the zombies. He thought they needed to deal with it quietly. The zombies laughed joyfully while talking to each other. Mirai instantly kicked their heads. He landed calmly on the ground. The protagonist ran to the side and thought that they should sort this out quietly. Some time ago, Garam and Dongho were hiding from zombies. Dongho called out to her and Garam quietly asked, is there a ship there? Dongho replied that there wasn't one and asked, does she have one? Garam said that there wasn't one here either, She suggested going somewhere else. Dongho pointed to the side and asked, "Where else? There are zombies here." The protagonist quickly killed the enemy. His comrades looked at him in amazement. Currently, Garam asked, smiling, "Are they coming?" Dongho agreed, and they set off to search. Juho was hiding behind a container. He wondered how he could find the ship here. He had no idea where it was. Where were the others looking? Juho heard a scream and turned his head to the side. He asked in surprise, "What are those sounds?" It seemed like a woman's voice. At the same time, the female slave asked in fear, why were they doing this to her? She had finished all the work for today. The zombie laughed and clarified, "Did the comrade really drag her away?" The comrade pulled his tongue out of his mouth and asked, laughing, "Isn't that cool? And she looks the tastiest of all. And still, is it okay to bring workers to be eaten?" The zombie asked sarcastically. "Isn't he a good boy?" The comrade exclaimed that there had been less food lately, so he was in a very bad mood. Of course, human flesh was sent down from above every month, but the officers eat it, not them. And they don't even let the workers eat. So how can they not stop obeying the officers? The zombie ordered to blame the social order, not them. The woman raised her fist and ordered them to stay back. The woman's son, Chan, quickly covered his mother and yelled at the zombies not to dare lay a finger on his mother. The woman grabbed his hands and screamed that she told him not to come to work. The zombie asked, "What's this?" He grabbed Chan by the hair and asked where the child had suddenly jumped out from. Chan angrily ordered him to let him go. The zombie looked into the child's eyes with a smirk and, after asking for forgiveness, clarified that they don't eat children. Chan must survive, after all, so that he can grow even more meat for them later. So first the child must have children, and then come for revenge. The zombie threw Chan aside and he continued to scream to let his mother go. Juho looked inside the container in bewilderment. He yelled worriedly, "What's going on in there?" The zombie looked at him irritably and asked, "Why does someone keep jumping out here?" Chan cried out to Uncle and asked him to save his mother. Juho wondered what to do. He had just come running at first, but he's not particularly good at fighting. The zombie looked at Juho with a smile and remarked that it was just right. After all, one girl wouldn't be enough for them. Juho thought he didn't know what to do. He instantly punched his opponent in the stomach. The zombie grabbed his face with his hand. The zombie quickly raised its hand with the intention of attacking. Juho closed his eyes in fear and screamed. Suddenly, the zombie's head exploded. Juho fell to the ground and started coughing. His comrade, holding the woman's head, yelled, "What is this?" The protagonist, with his brain sticking out of his finger, looked at his opponent. The zombie yelled, "Who is this?" He didn't have time to finish speaking and his head instantly exploded. Chan hugged his mother and she looked at him in surprise. His mother asked, "Is he okay?" Gyuho looked at MC in surprise and thanked him. The mother, with tears in her eyes, hugged her son and Mirai looked at them. The woman bowed and thanked them. How could she repay them for their kindness? Gyuho raised his hands and yelled that he hadn't done anything. He asked them to come home quickly. The mother and son quickly ran and thanked them. Gyuho smiled tensely and replied, "You're welcome." He turned his head to the side and turned his attention to the protagonist. MC calmly walked away among the containers. Gyuho wondered, what is this? Why was Mirai walking with such a sad face? The radio crackled and Kyung announced the assembly of all fighters. The ship had been detected. After some time, the comrades were standing on the ship. Dongho happily inquired how the commander managed it. Garam noticed that they were doing nothing but pacing in different directions. Kyung looked at Dongho and asked, "What kind of clothes are these?" Dongho happily picked up the uniform and clarified, "It's beautiful, isn't it? I think this is the uniform of a zombie in this port. A fashionista like him couldn't pass by." The zombies shouted that there were bodies here. Kyung ordered them to leave quickly, and the comrades agreed. After some time, the ship sailed towards a huge mountain. Garam stares at the book intently, using her abilities. The protagonist sat on the deck and looked out to sea. Gyuho looked at him in surprise. He called out to his comrade, and Mirai asked, "What is this?" Gyuho raised a finger with a smile and asked, did the protagonist know he also had superpowers? And his ability was sweet talk. He could change the emotions of his interlocutor with just words. Gyuho explained that he had, for example, distributed the skill sweet talk like this. He asked for a better mood. The stream of words reached the protagonist, but had no effect. MC asked, "What's wrong?" Gyuho yelled, "Why isn't it working?" He wondered if Mirai's deep depression had really reflected his ability. Gyuho, with tears in his eyes, covered his mouth with his hands and thought about how sad the protagonist was. MC calmly looked at his comrade, and Gyuho, putting his fists to his mouth, said, "In any case, if the protagonist is feeling down or sad about something, Mirai can always tell him. After all, he's playing the role of a doctor." MC indifferently agreed. He looked down sadly and thanked him. Gyuho was delighted and exclaimed that there was no need. In any case, the protagonist can speak without hesitation. Dongho asked, "Juho is cool. He isn't afraid of this boy?" Juho asked, "What was there to be afraid of?" Dongho noted that the MC seemed completely emotionless, as if Mirai could do harm at any moment. "And isn't it scary because the protagonist wants to die?" Gyuho sadly replied that it's just a matter of words. He just thinks Mirai's face looks very sad. Maybe it's not that the protagonist wants to die, but that the MC wants to find a reason to live on. After a while, Garam looked at something in surprise and turned to the commander. Kyung, holding a map in her hand, asked, "What's going on? Is something moving in their direction?" At that moment, the radio crackled and a zombie announced that bodies had been found in the Busan port. All ships in the area must be searched. Feeder raised the radio to his mouth and said that a suspicious ship had been detected directly ahead. He would conduct a search immediately. Rishuru asked what had happened. Feeder replied that they had detected a suspicious ship directly ahead. It seemed that this ship had not been reported. Should he try searching it? Rishuru turned around and asked Feeder to do as he pleased. He was too lazy, so he would not go out. Feeder ordered the ship ahead to stop. If they did not agree to a search, he would attack. Garam tensed and asked what they should do. Kyung thought for a moment and replied that she had simply wanted to quietly sail past. She wondered if they really needed to fight, but Oryukdo Island was right in front of them. What if the same thing happened to him as to Jinhai? Dongho, filled with great fear, called out to the commander and asked what it was. It was a zombie ship, wasn't it? Could Mirai tell about it? Kyung thought for a moment and asked Dongho to put on the uniform. He was surprised and asked, "What does that mean?" After a while, the comrades stood tensely in front of Feeder. He clarified, "They say they're transporting people to Oryukdo Island." The comrades simultaneously agreed and wondered, why are they doing this? Feeder looked at the documents and remarked that this was odd. There shouldn't have been a delivery today. Dongho yelled that these were extra people. Feeder clarified that this, of course, happens often. Dongho looked up warily and thought it was a relief that this happens often. Feeder asked suspiciously, why are they doing this? Usually, zombies are responsible for this, but why did they suddenly assign people to do this? Juho, with a streaming face, then quietly asked, it seems they were discovered. Kyung smiled and replied that everything was fine. She didn't assign this to Dongho for nothing. The comrade, deeply afraid, began to stutter. Dongho thought he needed to collect his thoughts. He'd been rehearsing for a situation like this. Before the zombies appeared, his dream was to become an actor, to be recognized by everyone as such a talented actor. Dongho calmly said that Mr. Kim Cholsu had sent them. Garam wondered in confusion. Who the hell was that? Dongho wondered. Among the huge number of zombies at the port, surely at least one would be Cholsu. After all, zombies used to be people too. Juho quietly asked, aren't their names usually more sophisticated? Feeder approached Dongho suspiciously and asked, did Cholsu really send them? Dongho agreed, confused, and wondered if they didn't have Cholsu. Feeder asked if Cholsu still worked there. Dongho was surprised and confirmed it. Feeder called Cholsu a freak and exclaimed that Cholsu was doing a bad job as always. Why was he too lazy to report it to them? And Cholsu was still going bald? Dongho, holding back tears of happiness, replied that everything was fine. He mentally thanked the zombie Cholsu. The protagonist wondered if they couldn't just kill the zombie and keep swimming. Rishuru asked what was taking so long. Feeder and his comrades looked at him in surprise. Rishuru arrogantly asked what was going on. Feeder replied that nothing special. They said Cholsu sent them. Kyung wondered, what kind of zombie is this? It seems different somehow. Rishuru clarified, the assistant says these are extra people. Feeder asked them to say hello and introduced the officer to Rishuru. He remarked that he was a very good manager of Oryukdo Island. Rishuru turned his attention to MC and landed next to him. He asked, haven't they ever met before? Kyung noticed something. Rishuru asked if he was imagining it. He asked his assistant to finish and leave. Feeder agreed and asked if he should take them with him. They were heading to Oryukdo anyway. Rishuru ordered him to do as he wanted and not to bother him with questions. Kyung turned to the protagonist and he paid attention to her. She asked him to remember this guy well. They would have to fight him soon. Sometime later, at the human slave farm, the guards bowed and asked, is that Rishuru? And who are those people behind them? Feeder replied that they said they were extra people. He asked the guard to assign them rooms. Feeder looked at Dongho and Garam and said that the two of them could leave. He asked them to say hello to Chilsu. Kyung turned her head to the side and quietly asked Dongho to find them a couple of ships when he returned. Dongho was surprised and asked what to look for. Garam exclaimed that while the commander was looking for Jen, they would try to find more ships. After some time, the guard said that the girl in the white cap was going to room 25, and the remaining two were going to room 7. Kyung thought it was a human slave farm. In this place, as the name suggests, human slaves are raised. Some for heavy physical labor, some for special skills, and some are used as tools for entertainment. That's how these people are separated, and each of them is sent to be sold in some city. However, most people who do not become slaves are defined as human meat and sent to slaughter. If a person wants to become a slave, they must show that they are significantly superior to others in something. The guy noticed Kyung. He passed by and nudged her with his shoulder. Kyung thought that competition for survival is a very similar place to the wild. She turned to the protagonist and asked him to protect Gyuho until further orders. Mirai thought for a moment and agreed. Kyung thought that in this place, perhaps people were even more to be feared than zombies. The guard pointed to the door and said that this was the 7th room. He asked them to enter together. The comrades agreed and entered the room. Kyung wondered if everything would be all right. However, where could Jen be? The slaves turned their attention to the protagonist and Juho. The male slave asked in surprise, who are they? This is the 7th room. They must leave. Juho joyfully exclaimed that they had come to save them. He would gradually explain everything to them. Juho was greatly surprised and fell silent. The man holding the slave, Jen by the hair, asked, have they come to save them? Gyuho shouted angrily. What is the man doing? He noticed the sad faces of the people. Gyuho wondered if there was some strange atmosphere here. The man threw Jiseon aside and she started coughing. He asked, were they brought here extra? The man, with a wild look, clenched his fists and remarked that it seemed like since they were new here, they didn't understand something. So he would teach them. Juho asked what the man was going to teach him. The man instantly punched him in the face and Juho fell silent. Juho fell hard to the floor. The man grabbed him by the hair and ordered him not to say anything strange and to listen carefully. From now on, they would obey him. If newbies are given something to do, they should hand it over to him and not tell anyone that they are better at something. Juho yelled angrily. What is the man even talking about? He said they came to help. The man raised his hand with the intention of attacking and noted that Yuho was talking too much. The protagonist immediately kicked his hand. The man looked at the MC in bewilderment. Mirai apologized and asked if this man should be killed. The man asked irritably, was the protagonist completely crazy? Yuho yelled in fear that it was absolutely forbidden to kill people. The man quickly raised his fist and asked, did they both seem to have gone crazy? The MC thinks that because he is a child, he will spare him? The man hit Mirai with great force, but the protagonist did not move. The man was scared and wondered how his face turned out to be so hard. Even his hand hurt. This freak, what is he? The protagonist raised his hand and Juho exclaimed that the MC could only flick the enemy. Mirai raised his hand to the enemy's forehead. He flicked the man and sent him flying with tremendous force, cutting through the air. The man hit his back against the wall and grunted. Jiseon's mouth fell open in surprise. The man with blood trickling from his nose thought this was amazing. Juho wondered in amazement. Is that a flick? Surely zombies wouldn't come running at the sound? The guard quickly entered the room and asked what that noise was. Juho tensed and thought that they hadn't found Jian yet and hadn't found a way to save the people either. So what? They'd have to fight again? The guard looked at the slave and asked, is it really a man again? He grabbed the man by the robe and clarified, didn't he ask him to stop causing trouble? The man exclaimed that it was all wrong. The guard misunderstood. The zombie remarked that it seemed the slave didn't understand and that the man needed special treatment. The man left the room and yelled that he had said it wasn't him. Juho thought it looked like this wasn't the first time the slave had done this. He was lucky, of course, that everything had gone so easily. But what kind of special treatment was this? They wouldn't kill him right away, would they? Juho, wiping the blood from his nose with his hand, asked Mirai not to be upset. This was all the man's fault. The protagonist calmly asked, what was that comrade talking about? Juho looked at the surprised slaves and asked how he could explain the situation. He raised his hands and exclaimed, this guy! The old slave instantly fell to his knees and, interrupting Juho, asked him to save him. He hadn't been able to work for a long time, so soon they would definitely want to send him to the slaughter. The old man asked to be saved first. Juho hesitated and asked what that meant. Jiseon asked what the old man was doing. There were children here. Wasn't he ashamed? Juho realized something and thought, that's it. They think they have some kind of power, and they had always lived like this until now. After all, even this bad life is better than becoming human meat. Juho clenched his hand into a fist and asked the people not to worry, because no one would die. He already told you. They are here to save people, and they will help them escape from this place. At the same time, the slave sternly raised his fist and asked, Kyung is new here, isn't she? He will teach her the rules here. Kyung agreed and said that the slave can take all her work, and if necessary, she would add on top. The commander sat down on the floor and clarified that she will then rest. The slave was surprised and asked how the newcomer knew. Kyung thought the atmosphere was exactly as she expected. There is no need to rejoice about this. After all, they will soon free all the people. But the first thing is to find Jin. After that, they can move on to the escape plan. Jin announced over the loudspeaker that it was time to work. She ordered the people to their stations and report to those in charge. Kyung thought it was good. They were starting to move. However, a familiar voice came over the radio. After a while on the street, Juho, breathing heavily, holding a log with his hands, thought, why did he get this job? The zombie ordered the people to move faster. Juho wondered if they would even have time to find Jen. I wonder what the protagonist got. He's sure it's something more difficult than this. Guo hoped this job wouldn't ruin MC's mood. At the same time, Mirai looked at the sewing machine. The man said that it's done like this and asked the protagonist to try. MC agreed and started sewing. His hand instantly got caught under the sewing needle and blood gushed out. The man was very scared and yelled that his hand needed to be removed. Mirai sat down on a bench and the man ordered him to just watch and not interfere. The slave, Hayoung, asked if his hand was okay. She had bandages. MC wanted her to put them on. Hayoung put bandages on his arm and noted that everything was ready, but he was badly injured. Mirai devastatedly replied that he didn't need it. Hayoung worriedly screamed that it was unnecessary. If she just left everything as it was, he would have bled to death. She sheepishly asked what his name was. The protagonist introduced himself, and Hayoung, lowering her head, exclaimed, so he's Mirai. She smiled and thanked him for giving them their jobs back. The man had taken almost all of their cases, so they were afraid they would end up in the slaughterhouse. Jiseon approached them and asked what Hayoung was doing. Hayoung happily pressed her cheek to Jiseon's chest and, introducing her, exclaimed that Jiseon was very good. Jiseon was the only one in their cell who cared about her, and quarreling with a man. Jiseon wondered why Hayoung was so cheerful. Hayoung approached the protagonist and thanked him. She closed her eyes with great embarrassment and showed the MC a notebook in which it was written that the protagonist was very handsome. She quickly ran away, shouting that they would see each other in the cell. Jiseon asked, what's wrong with Hayoung? She looked at the protagonist with a smile and clarified, isn't this a little unusual? The atmosphere in their cell. The atmosphere in other cells is very heavy. After all, there's a lot of competition here. Of course, there was a man in their cell too, but it was still better than in the others. And thanks to the MC, it got even better. So she is in many ways grateful to the protagonist. His name is Mirai, right? The protagonist was very surprised and imagined his mother in Jiseon's place. He quickly got up from the bench, and Jiseon asked in surprise what Hayoung wrote to him. MC headed for the exit, and Jiseon wondered what was wrong with him. Maybe she said something wrong? Mirai pierced his hand with a sewing needle, and the man yelled that he had told him to leave. Sometime later in the evening, Kyung scratched her chin with interest and thought that Jin was not here. The sports area, the work area, the punishment cell. She had looked everywhere during the day, but Jin was nowhere to be found. Maybe she missed something? Had Jin really already left here? Then things couldn't be worse. Jin announced over the loudspeaker that it was time to finish work. Everyone needed to clear their workstations. Kyung remembered that voice and thought it was somehow familiar. Could it really be Jen? At the same time, Jen, tired, ordered the workers into the microphone to report to those in charge and leave their workstations. The slave enthusiastically squeezed his shoulder and exclaimed that he had also done a very good job today. Kyung called out to him and asked if he knew where these announcements were coming from. The slave answered in surprise that it was probably from the overseer's room. Kyung grabbed him by the shoulders and asked, "Is there any work in this overseer's room by any chance?" The slave asked, "Are you talking about cleaning?" "So that's his job. So what's wrong? And when will the new girl give him his number? She promised to give him work. He could only work for her if he had the number." Kyung asked, "Is that so?" So she needed the number. She apologized and punched the slave hard in the face. Kyung said she would apologize properly later. She took the number from the slave's robe and asked, "So which way is the overseer's room?" After a while, Kyung looked at the guard sitting on the chair. She went to the door and asked if she could come in. The commander thought, "What kind of serenity is this? It seems they think there's no need to be wary of people at all." Kyung entered the room and thought that, whatever the case, it would be good if Jian were here. She looked at her comrade and thought, who could have known that Jian would become an overseer? The commander quietly called out to her comrade. Jian turned her attention. She burst into tears of joy upon seeing the commander. Jian quickly hugged Kyung and asked, "She's not in a dream right now, is she?" Kyung smiled and asked what had happened all this time. Jian replied that she was caught during her research, and she tried her best to do everything to survive, and at some point, she suddenly became an overseer. Kyung noted that in any case, they should put worries aside. Now they will escape. Jin replied that it was impossible. There is no way to escape from here. At the same time, in room number 7, Jian asked for attention. She picked up a notebook and suggested that they not just sit around, but get to know each other better. And how about everyone writing down a wish for this? Hayoung happily exclaimed that this would be a lot of fun. Jisun clarified that since the man wasn't there and everything was fine, they could spend some time bonding. Hayoung exclaimed that she liked it. Gyuho wondered if they could relax like this, but come to think of it, he couldn't even talk to Mirai. What a chance to listen to the protagonist's story. Juho smiled and shouted that he liked it too, and the protagonist also said that he agreed. Jiseon suggested that the old man play with them instead of sitting silently all the time. The old man calmly agreed. The comrades sat in a circle and raised their notebooks. The protagonist apologized and asked what he should write. Gyuho smiled and scratched his chin, answering that he thought the MC could just write whatever came to mind. Mirai can write down the wish he wants to fulfill and a short explanation about it. The protagonist clarified that this was also an order. Gyuho agreed and exclaimed that it was an order. The MC thought for a moment and wrote something down in his notebook. Juho thought about it. And what did the protagonist want to tell? After a while, Jisun asked, "Everyone has written it, right? Then let the old man begin his story." The old man read that he wanted to see his grandchildren. After the world had changed, he had never seen them. He would like to see them at least once before he died. The old man burst into tears and, covering his eyes with his hand, added that he hoped they were at least alive and their bad grandfather couldn't come to them. He just sits here, causing everyone problems. Jisun, after listening to the story, replied that everything was fine. They understood everything. Jishon exclaimed that it was her turn now, and Hayoung was very happy. She said that she wanted to cook. In the last few years, there had been no people or zombies around whom she could trust. So someday, Jisun wants to get together with good people and have a delicious meal together. Juho, covering his tear-stained eyes with his hand, thought how kind they all were. He would definitely help everyone escape. Jisun exclaimed that now Hayoung. The girl happily replied that she had someone she would like to get closer to. Hayoung looked at the protagonist and she instantly became embarrassed. Hayoung covered her face with her hand and added that they would just get closer, and then that's it. Jiseon exclaimed, "Now Juho." He replied that he doesn't know yet, so he'll be after the MC. Jiseon asked the protagonist to begin. Mirai looked sadly at the notebook. Juho wondered, "I wonder what the protagonist wrote." He sees that MC has written a whole sheet. Mirai said that he wants to die. After all, it's for his mother. MC, remembering the past, began the story. The protagonist, with a scarf around his neck, exhales cold air. Mom raised her hand and, holding a camera in her hand, asked her son to look here. MC smiled happily and called out to his mom. One cold winter day, Mirai killed his mom. The protagonist exclaimed that so. He said hello to Jaeyoung, and then he also said hello to Jung. Mom, holding his hand, said that little Mirai said hello to everyone. It looks like in the future, the protagonist will be able to become president? Mirai looked at his mother hopefully and asked if he could really become president. His mother replied that of course not. Greetings alone were definitely not enough. The protagonist jumped up indignantly and screamed. Was she making fun of him? His mother laughed and covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that she had a very cute son. How funny it was to make fun of him. His mother paused and coughed. The protagonist asked if she was okay. His mother replied that she was fine. It looked like she was choking with laughter. MC shouted irritably, "But why was she making fun of him?" His mother remarked that it was so funny. The man passed by Mirai and said into the phone that it looked like he was just a little sick. The protagonist noticed him in surprise. His mother asked her son to go home and that she would be back when she finished work. MC agreed and wished her a safe journey. Mom covered her mouth and remarked that it was strange. What's wrong with her? The protagonist thought there was something strange that day. After all, like always, he was just seeing his mother off to work. But for some reason, it seemed to him that they would never see each other again. MC called out to his mother and she turned her head to the side. Mirai confidently raised his fist and exclaimed that he would go with her too. Sometime later, under the evening sky in the shop, the protagonist looked at her with displeasure while sitting on the floor. Mom asked if she did something wrong. MC disagreed, and Mom clarified, but why was he looking at her like that? Mirai replied that he didn't know. Mom asked, but then who knows? Isn't her son bored just sitting like that? The protagonist disagreed and said that everything was fine. Mom smiled and noted that Mirai was very cheerful. She asked him to wait a little longer because today they would go early. The protagonist was with her now and was giving Mom strength. MC thought that in fact he was very bored. Rare visitors, all similar to each other, and also the surrounding sounds, inducing sleep. But Mirai liked this time. It was boring, but he really enjoyed this quiet time with his mother. The guy handed over the money and asked to count. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this time, how he wished it would never end. To always be together like this. Mom fell to the floor and the protagonist asked, is everything okay? Mom answered that everything is fine. She just doesn't feel well today for some reason. MC shouted, maybe they should call the hospital? Mom disagreed and said that she thought she just had a little cold. So today they would go early. She would rest and quickly return to normal. Mirai worriedly asked, will everything really be okay? Mom exclaimed that everything is fine. She just felt a little dizzy. That's all. After some time in the protagonist's house, Mom cut the carrots in half. She hummed a melody and prepared food. MC, watching her, thought, is everything really okay? He smiled and lowered his head. Mom, sitting at the table, asked, does it taste good to her son? Mirai, happily chewing his food, exclaimed that it was very tasty. Mom smiled and said that it was good. She quickly ran up from the table and exclaimed that she had prepared a gift for him. Mom enthusiastically picked up the school uniform. MC was very happy and asked, is this a new school uniform? Mom replied that they always donated old clothes, so she definitely wanted to buy the first uniform for the new school. Mirai jumped with joy and asked if he could use it. Mom agreed and asked him to try on the uniform quickly. The protagonist put on the huge uniform and asked how his mother liked it. Mom thought about it. Was the uniform bigger than she thought? She exclaimed that it suited her son very well. MC, without taking off his uniform, went to bed and thanked his mother. She asked, holding back her laughter, what her son was doing. Was he really going to sleep in his uniform? Mirai agreed and shouted that it was a gift from his mother. He would definitely sleep in it tonight. His mother was surprised and remarked that he still needed to eat before bed. Sometime later at night, on the news, the anchor said that they were bringing this to their attention. This was a report on the real situation. The report stated that a biological threat had currently arisen throughout the Republic of Korea. People were strictly prohibited from leaving their homes and should also try to avoid contact with people outside. The anchor said that citizens were advised to immediately seek shelter in a safe place. The protagonist woke up and, rubbing his eyes with his hand, asked why his mother had turned on the TV. His mother started coughing while standing in the kitchen. The MC called out to her and asked if everything was okay. He quickly ran to the kitchen and yelled, what is this blood? Is she still feeling unwell? His mother, with a terrifying look and dead skin, turned her head to the side. Mirai was frozen with fear. Mom jumped on the protagonist and he screamed in horror. She bit him on the neck and blood gushed out. MC burst into tears and shouted, what happened? Mom screamed with blood pouring out of her mouth. Time was moving very slowly for the protagonist. Mirai screamed madly and opened his eyes wide. He sat up in surprise. The protagonist looked at his hands and asked, what is this? Is this really a dream? He breathed heavily and thought it was a relief because he was so scared. Of course it was a dream. Mom couldn't turn into such a monster. After all, Mom was always there. Mom, with a disfigured face, opened her mouth wide, looking at the protagonist. MC looked at her and froze. She put her hands on his shoulders and MC screamed. Mirai burst into tears and shouted, so it wasn't a dream. This is really not a dream. He pushed Mom away and she flew off with force. The protagonist asked in amazement, what is this? MC looked at his hands and wondered why he suddenly became so strong. Mom, sitting on the floor, sighed. MC ran out of the room and asked to save him. He ran down the street and wondered what was happening. If this wasn't a dream, then why was he still alive? What even happened? Mirai stopped in surprise. He looked at the destroyed city filled with flames and debris. The protagonist noticed the walking zombies and they screamed. MC hid under a car and asked, what's going on there? The guy asked, what should they do? The friend yelled that he didn't know either. What the hell is this? The friend asked the guy to quickly find it on the internet. The guy, holding his phone in his hand, yelled that no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find it. He didn't understand anything either. Could you really become a zombie from their bite? The friend shouted, what's the guy saying that's weird? The guy was bitten, but he didn't become a zombie. The zombies quickly ran towards the guys and screamed that it was food. The protagonist fell into a stupor, holding his hand to his mouth. He looked at the zombie in fear. MC, filled with great fear, quickly ran to the side. The zombie, looking mad, opened its mouth and jumped towards the protagonist. Mirai fell and the zombie loomed over him. It bit his hand and Mirai called out for his mother with tears in his eyes. The protagonist closed his eyes and ordered the zombie to go away. He threw the zombie aside and ordered it to get out of here. MC, breathing heavily, walked along the road, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He cried madly, holding his hand to the remaining appendage of his severed arm. An arm quickly grew out of the appendage. Mirai said that it was very painful and called for his mother. She raised her head and made a sound. The mother headed towards her son, and the protagonist, raising his hands, screamed. He asked his mother not to do this. Mom growled, and MC closed his eyes and ordered her to leave. Mirai called Mom a monster. He screamed, and bones quickly flew out of his body, piercing Mom's. She fell to her knees, and blood gushed. The protagonist lowered his head, covered his eyes with his hands, and asked Mom to stop. Mom turned to Mirai, hugged him, and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist, tears in his eyes, desperately asked, "Mom?" Then her body fell to the floor. His hands trembled. He turned around and asked again, "Mom?" He crashed into the wall, horrified. He stepped back and repeated, "No." He covered his mouth with his hands. He wanted to deny that too, but he couldn't. His mother's voice remained barely audible. It turned out he had killed his mother. He fell to his knees. At that moment, Rishuru kicked down the door and, going inside, looking around, said that he definitely heard something. Then he peered around the corner and asked, "Huh?" After that, he shouted, "Boss, he has to look here." The boss, standing outside, asked, "Huh?" A few moments later, Rishuru pulled the protagonist out by the scruff of the neck and, smiling, said that he brought food. He really was inside. The boss leaned towards the protagonist and said, "It looks like he's useful, but they were planning to go to another area. They might regret it." Then he put his hand to the protagonist's head and said he'd take a look. Then he looked at his face and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with him? What's with that fishy look?" After that, he laughed and added, "It looks like he was really scared of them." After that, the protagonist apologized, and the boss was surprised. He's asking him to kill him. He killed his mother. The boss, laughing, shouted, "What is this brat mumbling? They'll kill him even if he begs for mercy." Then he lifted him by the head and added, "Okay, they're being kind today. After all, they're in a great mood now. Up until this point, they were ordinary zombies, but suddenly their memory returned, and unexpectedly they gained strength." His subordinate added, "Right, but ordinary zombies can't even really talk, can they?" He smiled and confirmed it. They became even taller and smarter, apparently. You could say they evolved from a human into a zombie. Then he swung his hand and said, "Well, since they're in a good mood, they'll finish him off, just like he wants." After that, he plunged his hand into the protagonist's chest and pulled out his heart. His subordinate shouted, "Boss, he's cool. He looked like a killer from a movie." He asked, "Is that so? And how is it?" After that, the MC apologized again. The zombie looked at him in surprise, and the protagonist added, "He actually asked to kill him. What did he do?" The zombie, holding his heart in his hands, asked in surprise, "What?" Then his subordinate jumped back in fear and shouted, "Boss, what's wrong with this guy? He has to kill him quickly." After that, he threw the protagonist aside and shouted, "Okay, he has to die, you bastard." Then he added a kick and shouted, "Damn it, there are so many weird little brats in the world." Then the main character fell to the ground, and one of the zombies said that he had lost his appetite. They should just leave. The others agreed with him. After that, one of the zombies folded his arms over his chest and asked if he had ripped out his heart. He turned around and, smiling, replied that he hadn't. Looks like he had ripped out something else by mistake. After that, they turned around in surprise. He screamed in fear. "What?" The MC got to his feet and said, "What are they doing? What the hell are they doing?" The boss put his hand forward and screamed, "Who the hell is this guy?" Tears streamed down the main character's face. He repeated again and again for them to kill him. Then he pushed off the ground and jumped on the boss. After which, he grabbed his head and screamed, "That's it, that's how they should kill." With these words, he tore off the zombie's head and threw it aside. He swung his fist and screamed, "That's it!" He struck while sitting on top of the zombie's body. The others looked at him in surprise, and the next second, they turned in the opposite direction and started running. Rishuru shouted that they had to run. At that moment, the protagonist was breathing heavily. He looked at his bloody hands and thought, "It hurt. He hit him, but it hurt so much, Mom. It must have hurt her even more." After all, they always donated old clothes, so he definitely wanted to buy the first uniform for the new school. Then he walked forward and thought, "I'm sorry, Mom." And so he wandered aimlessly day after day for several years, only to die before this moment. Those present in the room looked at him in surprise. Kyo thought, the silence. It's not that they are scared or because of any other emotions, they just didn't know what they could say to comfort Mirai. Then Jisun said, "How pathetic." MC looked at her in surprise. She added, "He's pathetic. He looks pathetic." Gyuho called her, and the protagonist asked, "What did she say?" She asked, "Why did he have to die?" His mother's feelings, he seemed to be completely incomprehensible. He asked, "What?" After that, Gyuho put his hand forward and said, "They must wait." Mirai, Jiseon wanted to say. Before he could finish, MC asked, "Then what?" His mother died because of him, so of course he should die too. Isn't that wrong? She confirmed it was wrong. If she were his mother, she would really dislike the way he looks now. Gyuho shouted, "Jiseon, that's enough." Then the protagonist stood up. He asked in surprise, "Mirai?" The protagonist stepped forward and told her not to dare speak so unceremoniously. She asked, "He really didn't know? Why did his mother apologize?" She rose to her feet and added, "And what did he think the meaning was? Was she apologizing for buying a uniform that was too big? Was she apologizing for preparing so little food for him?" He looked at her silently and then told her to stop. He released an overwhelming aura. The old man, sitting on all fours, asked in surprise, "What was this? An earthquake?" Juho, looking at the protagonist, thought it was a disaster. He needed to quickly get him under control. Who knew what could happen? Then he stood up and said, "Mirai, that's enough. That's an order." Jiseon looked at him and then said, "He looks like he has no feelings, but it seems that's not true. She only said a few words about his mother, but he could get so angry. He actually thinks about his mother more than anyone else. But why does he always say he's going to die? Does he think his mother will be happy if he dies? And she will be satisfied, thinking about how her son died beautifully?" The protagonist said, "If she says anything like that again," she shouted, "his mother. She knew he would live this way, that's why she asked for forgiveness. She apologized for the fact that now he would have to live alone, without a family." Mirai, the mother who remained in his soul, was already time to let go, and this was the only apology he could offer his mother. He thought they were very similar, as if it was his mother speaking to him now. The next second, Gyuho looked up in surprise and said, "The vibrations stopped." After that, the protagonist sat down near the wall, hugging his knees, and he called out to him in surprise. Then the old man asked, "What happened? Was this earthquake caused by the boy?" MC thought that wasn't true. Meanwhile, Jian clenched her fists and said, "So that's what she's talking about. To get out of this place, you need to kill Officer Rishuru." She didn't know the reason, but a protective field had been installed around the entire perimeter. It doesn't react when you enter, but leaving here is simply impossible, and it seems to be somehow connected to Rishuru. So they'll have to fight him either way, and it's hard to imagine what losses they'll suffer in the process. She doesn't even know the exact mood of this place, so even formulating a precise operation plan is problematic, even though she's called a brilliant scientist. But she knows how to escape perfectly. Before she could finish speaking, Kyung said that everything was exactly as she expected. She was surprised. What? A little earlier, Nuri had been looking at the map and placing her hands on the table, had said that escape was impossible. Kyung, standing next to her, folded her arms and asked what she was talking about. She replied that it was highly likely that one of the officers was in charge of the slave farm. They couldn't allow such a place to become a thoroughfare. And Jian probably didn't know the internal structure very well, because if she hadn't contacted them in all this time, that meant she was simply trying to survive. So not to mention rescuing other people, it seems she can't even escape on her own. In the present, Kyung raised her index finger and said, "That's how she said it." Jin spoke, as expected of Commander Nuri. How can she be so smart? The next second, a sound came from her pocket. Kyung asked, "What was that sound?" In response, she looked at her pocket and apologized. It was her alarm clock. She took out the item and, smiling, asked, "She remembers Paleli's fish, right? It's a device for temporarily erasing memories. Now it also has an alarm clock." Then she put it back in her pocket and said, "Shift is ending soon," and that's when it rang. Kyung asked, "Shift?" Then she turned around in surprise and asked, "Huh?" She thought, then what should she do? She remembered how she said, if it turns out that Jen doesn't know anything, then how will they be able to escape? Nuri adjusted her glasses and told her not to worry. Even after the world had descended into chaos, there were still people like her and their entire troop, so there would be people standing for the truth anywhere. They would be there too, the same people as they are. At that moment, Hoyoung entered the room and asked, "What? Did they change the cleaner again?" "Jen, she can finish her work." She replied, "Yes, he can work, Hoyoung." Then he sat down at his workstation and began to study the plans. He asked thoughtfully, what should he do? The escape itself shouldn't be too difficult. Kyung, looking at him, thought, that damn Nuri, how many steps ahead has she thought this through? Then she came closer to him and, adjusting her cap, said, "Well, in her opinion, this is a farm plan, isn't it?" He looked at her in surprise and asked, "What?" She smiled and offered to escape with them. He asked again, "What did she say?" Then she took the plan in her hand and asked, "Does this red line show the escape route?" He nervously started yelling at her not to touch it. He turned around and shouted, "Jin, who is she?" Kyung added, "If you walk right here." He shouted that he was apologizing. If she was finished cleaning, then she shouldn't be joking. She needs to leave quickly. She looked at him in surprise and said, "But this is not a joke." He thought in surprise, "What? Who the hell is she anyway?" After that, he snatched the drawing from her hands and told her to give it here. What if they get caught with this zombie? If that happens, they will all die. And she looked at him in surprise, and a few seconds later grabbed the zombie by the clothes and threw him to the ground. Hoyoung, perplexed, shouted, "Crazy. What is she doing?" Jin screamed in fear, "Commander." Then the zombie got up and shouted, "What the hell? Girl, what is she doing?" She said, "Chin." He was surprised. "What?" She replied, "Be careful with the chin." With these words, she hit him in the face, knocking out his tooth. The blow knocked him to the ground. She said it was so easy. Hoyoung looked at her in surprise and thought, "What's wrong? Zombies are that easy." Then she took out the device and hit the zombie on the head with it, after which the device said, it erased his memory. She turned around and, smiling, said that she could easily deal with even 100 trained zombies on her own. And there was someone in their squad stronger than her. Jian was surprised. Who was it? The device reported that the erasure was complete. She said, "Great, now he won't remember anything. Right, Jian?" She hesitantly confirmed this, and Hoyoung, still perplexed, wondered what he was even seeing right now. After that she asked, "So now he trusts them a little?" He asked, "What?" Well, she thought, right? Trust isn't that easy to gain. She decided it was all too easy. After that, he said, "Okay." She was surprised. He said he didn't know anything about them yet, but he had planned an escape before. Since this had happened, it would be good if there were a few more people with superpowers. Whether they escape or not, they could still die, so it was worth at least trying. She looked at him and said, it turned out to be easier with him than she thought. Then she returned to the drawings and said, then she will say it directly. They will escape with all the people. He was surprised. With all the people? She shouldn't talk nonsense. There are so many people being held here, so they just need to take a few people with them and escape as quickly as possible. She said that it was impossible, he asked, perplexed. What? She said that she understood what he wanted to say, but if they didn't save everyone, then there was no point. She apologized if she sounded threatening, but she asked him to trust them. He wondered what gave them such confidence. Judging by how easily she dealt with the zombies, it didn't seem like it was just empty words. Could he really trust her? Then she asked, "Where is the escape route?" He said they can just go out the main entrance. She was surprised. What? He said that the zombies don't even consider them cockroaches. So there are no serious guards there, so escape shouldn't be an issue. The problem is fear. The people here are extremely afraid of zombies. She thinks they will want to escape. After all, it is obvious that they will die if they encounter a zombie. So even if they offer an escape, no one will agree to it. And the main reason for this fear is Officer Rishuru. Kyung looked at the blueprints again and asked, "In that case, where is this Rishuru?" Hoyoung asked in surprise. "What?" She said that people can defeat zombies. They just need to show it, right? And in any case, they will have to defeat Rishuru to get out of here, so they will go to him. He asked in surprise. "What?" He thought. It seems he's been dragged into the wrong place. They're completely crazy. The next morning, a zombie said, "Cockroaches, why are you stopping while you're working? They have to move on." Kyung, walking ahead, thought, meeting Rishuru shouldn't be that hard. Last night, an official order was given to find the people who killed Paladin. Surely, all the zombies will gather together before work tomorrow. At that moment, Rishuru, leaning on the railing, said, "Damn. How lazy." She thought that he would definitely be there too. The place where all the people and zombies have gathered should become a place where fear disappears. It couldn't get any better. She said, "Okay, then will they start?" She stopped, and the man behind her asked, "What's going on?" "Hey, she should go faster." Didn't she hear him? People were waiting behind her. The others started asking, "Why are you stopping? Is there something up ahead? Come on, what's going on?" Then the man put his hand on her shoulder and shouted that he was sorry. He asked her to go faster. The next second, Kyung shouted loudly, "Garam, can she hear her? She must bring the ship to the main gate. Where they entered, they will come out on that side." At that moment, Garam, holding a bitten chocolate bar, asked in surprise, "What?" Dongho, sitting nearby, holding instant noodles in his hands, asked, "Is that the commander's voice?" Then Garam stood up and said, "Hurry, they have to move the ship. We need to pack our things quickly." He said he understood. Their commander's voice was thunderous, of course. At that moment, the people behind Kyung were surprised. What just happened? His ears were about to explode. Is she crazy? After that, a zombie approached her and asked, "Girl, what's wrong with her? Why was she suddenly making so much noise?" The next second, she grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Rishuru, watching from above, was surprised and she asked, "Come to think of it, isn't that funny? That going out the front door is the best way to escape?" They could consider what was about to happen the result of their arrogance. From today on, their era is over. People were surprised. What happened? Did she just kill a zombie? Was she really human? The next second, Rishuru jumped down from above and put his hands in his pockets. Those present turned their attention to him, shouting, "Everyone move back." Then Rishuru approached Kyung and said, "So it was she, the one who killed Paladin, and now she's come to deal with him." She looked at him and said, "He seems to have a persecution complex. She came here to help people escape, and he just happened to be here." One of the people was surprised. Escape? She wants to help them escape. The man next to him was surprised. What nonsense is she talking about? But she killed the zombie with one blow. Maybe they really can escape? Rishuru then shouted loudly at them to shut up. The bio-waste was running wild. Why were they so talkative? Kyung thought it must have been true. Then he released his aura, and she thought this bastard was the very horror that had gripped this place. He walked forward and asked, "Help people escape?" What audacity made her say that to his face? And on his territory, no less. She could have defeated one paladin, but wasn't she being overly confident? Even among officers, there are different ranks. He'd have to teach her that. She smiled and said, "I'd like to know, of course." But it seemed he'd chosen the wrong person for his instructions. But it wasn't she who'd killed the paladin. At that moment, the protagonist was already behind the zombie, raised his hand to attack, and then struck, grabbing him by the face. He flew forward. Kyung said that she trusted him, a Mirai fighter. After that, she put her hand out to her side and shouted, "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now they're all going to escape together." People were surprised. Escape? Really? What if they die on the way? Juho clenched his fist and shouted, "Exactly. They have to escape." They even took out Rishuru with one blow. He had a special ability. He was an excellent agitator. He shouted that he was going to escape. Then he headed for the exit. The others ran after him and shouted, he must wait. They would go with him too. The zombie running after him shouted, "The bastards, have they gone crazy? Hey, they have to stop the people from getting through." The next second, the cage closed and Kyung stood in front of it. Hoyoung, who was behind the bars, said, "Of course he did as she said, but could she really handle this alone?" She confirmed that, and now he had to go help with the escape. After all, she alone is enough here. After that, the partner approached Hoyoung and said they needed to move quickly. He agreed, and they ran forward. The man turned and shouted, "But you can trust them, right? They won't be finished off at this rate." He replied, well, he wasn't entirely sure either at first, but that voice full of confidence somehow made him trust her. It was as if a new era had begun, or so it seemed to him. Well, even if they hadn't shown up, he was still planning to escape one day. It's just that the time for his escape had gotten a little closer. At that moment, the zombie asked, "Is she in her right mind? Just one person planning to stand against all of them?" Kyung activated her ability and said, "Their numbers are large, but the lives of many people are behind her. So not a single one of them will advance." With that, she assumed a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Rishuru looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked, Who is he? He was one of those extra people on the ship, wasn't he? So he's their leader then? MC replied that that wasn't true at all. The zombie scratched his neck and said, some idiots have appeared, talking nonsense about their era. Do they think everything will be as easy as they say? The protagonist tilted his head and replied that he himself didn't know, since he wasn't interested at all. He asked why he crawled forward then. If he didn't know, then get out of the way. He replied that it was impossible. The zombie looked surprised and then said, he needs to stop talking nonsense. Get out of the way. With these words, he swung his arm and ran to attack, but the protagonist struck him with lightning speed in response. The zombie flew back and, clutching his bruised spot, screamed, his stomach! The protagonist approached him again and attacked with a long vine, cutting the zombie's eye. He grabbed his face and screamed, his eyes! He thought, what is this? And what is this crazy pressure? It was as if his entire insides were ready to obey it. It was as if he'd felt this kind of pressure somewhere before. He remembered how, a little earlier, he'd dragged the protagonist by the scruff of the neck to his boss. He remembered how he'd asked him to kill him. Then he asked, had they met once before? Rishuru suddenly burst into loud laughter and shouted, finally, he's come, his teacher. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Mr. Laziness. Those were the words that best described him, and they were a very accurate expression. The day the zombies appeared, he'd experienced horror for the first time and realized he had to become stronger to survive. He'd done anything to survive, growing stronger and stronger, until one day he'd reached the officer's seat. He'd become too strong, no longer able to feel fear, so his life had lost all interest. From that day on, he'd even tried buying designer clothes and other luxuries, but his life hadn't regained its former zest. However, right before his eyes, he appeared again. The one who'd given him fear. It was he who'd made him grow stronger. After that, he told him to give it to him again. He must make his life terribly interesting again. With these words, he leaped to attack, but the protagonist attacked him again, knocking him far back. Rishuru flew out of a cloud of smoke and, laughing loudly, shouted, it couldn't be better. The next second, brains flew at him, and then the protagonist rose into the air and delivered several more crushing blows. Rishuru thought, he's strong. He's on a completely different level. At this rate, he could actually die. He's so cool. After that, he rose into the air and asked, teacher, does he know something? They say that among humans, there are guys with superpowers, and there are similar ones among the zombies. They called him special. With these words, he crossed his arms in front of himself, and huge wings appeared behind his back. He activated the ability, Rain of Scarlet Arrows. Sharp feathers flew down, piercing the body of the protagonist. In response, he said, yes. He directed a huge number of bones at the zombies. In response, he laughed and shouted, you can't defeat him with such nonsense. He's floating in the sky, after all. Teacher, it seems, is a real joker too. Then MC thought for a moment, then put his hand to the ground and the next second rose into the air, releasing blood from his feet with great force. He swung his leg and attacked his opponent in the face, then grabbed his head and threw him down with such force that chunks of earth flew in all directions. After that, he flew down, attacking again with a long vine. Rishuru, flying to the side, asked, teacher, it seems he can fly too? He laughed and added, he far exceeds his expectations. This is so exciting. Then he was surprised when the protagonist threw him to the ground again. Kyung climbed onto the roof and wondered, can he really fly? He releases blood from his feet under high pressure. It looks like he's flying. And as if mimicking Rishuru, it looks like he's evolving. Then Jen ran up to her and shouted, Commander, when did she arrive? Had she finished sorting things out inside already? She thanked her for her efforts. Sure, there were quite a few of them, but they had no abilities. Anyway, while Mireille's fighter deals with Rishuru, they need to get everyone on the ship. She replied, yes. After that, they pointed their hands forward, showing the people which way to run. Jen shouted, that way. They have to follow this road to the end. Juho, running ahead, shouted, Commander, there are zombies at the main entrance. One of them, holding his weapon in front of him, shouted, have they completely lost their minds? Are they all trying to escape together? The next second, Garam flew over them, using the technique of acquiring taekwondo knowledge. She kicked them, then jumped to the side and shouted, Commander, they're not late, are they? Dongho, standing nearby, asked why there were so many people. She said they left the ship at the main entrance. Kyung smiled and said, just in time. Hoyoung thought in surprise, who the hell are these? And how are they dealing with zombies so easily? People ran forward. Jiseon shouted, so they have to go faster. She turned around and said, Grandpa, he has to run faster. He turned around and shouted, she has to wait. Hayoung had disappeared somewhere. She was definitely right behind him. It seemed she got lost somewhere. She was surprised. What was he saying? Then she ran back and said that she would go look. And he has to go ahead. He excitedly called out to her. Meanwhile, Rishuru attacked the protagonist, creating a long ribbon from his feathers, with which he cut off the protagonist's arm. He looked at this, and then released a volley of bones, hitting the zombies right on the head. He then added another punch, sending the zombies falling to the ground once again. Jiseon, covering herself with her hands, asked, what is this? Then she looked at the landed protagonist in surprise. He also looked at her and asked, why is she here? After that, he told her to leave. It's dangerous here, so she should leave. At that moment, Rishuru asked from the rubble of the ground, huh? What is it, teacher? He then pointed his pen forward and said, what is it? He asked, what is that weak expression on his face? At that moment, the pen was approaching Jiseon. MC turned around sharply and then put out his hand, stopping the pen. The zombie, rising to his feet, was indignant. Oh, really? Jiseon approached the protagonist and shouted, Mirai, is he okay? He looked at his hand and then Rishuru shouted, what is it, teacher? What does this mean to him? Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist grabbed him by the clothes and jerked him into the air. At that moment, Hayoung ran up to Jiseon and shouted, "Auntie, is she okay?" She turned around and asked in surprise. Where was she? She said he couldn't escape with everyone else. Behind her stood a man, wiping away tears and thanking her. Jiseon asked in surprise. What the hell is this? She thought. They promised him special treatment, so what happened to him? Then she said, first, they're leaving. She agreed. Meanwhile, Rishuru received another blow from the protagonist and wondered if he was imagining it. For some reason, he felt like he was hitting harder than he had at the very beginning. Did he press on some sore spot? Then the MC struck again, sending the zombie flying, before adding a few more lightning-fast punches with his fists, and then mid-flight he added a blow to the chest, followed by a series of blows. He released vines, slicing the zombie's body in several places. He grabbed its neck, leaving it hanging in the air. The zombie thought, honestly, there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe he could defeat him. How ridiculous. Today, he would definitely die. With these thoughts, he fell to the ground. The protagonist flew after him, holding the bone in his hand. His rival thought, well, fine. He shouted, it was an honor to have his last battle with him. Thanks to him, he got this far. So now, dying is not bad. He should paint the last seconds of his boring life with bright colors. After that, the protagonist said that he would not kill him. He was surprised. What? Kyung shouted. Mirai, all the people managed to escape. He must finish and go to them. He replied. That woman said so. Beat him hard, but not to death. Just enough to knock him out. He struck again, and Rishuru thought, Master, usually others die from blows like this. Then he fell to the ground again. Kyung asked, is he sure he's going to knock him out? At that moment, Garam ran up to them and shouted, Commander, the protective barrier has disappeared. Now they can go. She turned around and asked, is that so? Gyuho, he should go and keep an eye on the people. They'll deal with the remaining zombies. Garam ran ahead with her and shouted, yes. After a while, Hoyoung was directing the people, showing them the way. He asked, did you take all your things? The man replied, yes, thank you. Another guy was sitting on a bench and covering his face said, hey, he never imagined they'd actually escape. His comrade standing nearby smiled and said the same thing. Then they looked to the side and he told them to look that way. The MC, holding the end of the vine, dragged the wrapped Rishuru along with him. People were chatting among themselves. Is it Rishuru? And who's this guy anyway? The protagonist then threw him to the ground. Kyung, looking at this, said that he did a great job, Mirai. She didn't think he could deal with him so easily. Now he should wait a little. Jiseon approached Mirai and called out to him. Then she thanked him. He silently recalled her recent words and then asked, she told him to let go, right? Then, how should he live now? She told him to find a way. After the world was filled with zombies, no one can live like before. People are just trying to survive somehow, looking for relatives who may already be dead, praying for a happy tomorrow, just desperately surviving. They don't live because they have hope. They live to find this hope, and he must find it too. Something that can become his hope. Kyung remembered asking, so that's what happened to Mirai? Gyuho ran forward and said, yes, that's why he wanted to die. Although he still doesn't understand it, because it seemed to him that he wanted to find a reason to live, even without his mother by his side. After that, she approached the protagonist and said, Mirai fighter. He asked, what? She said that she would be honest. She thought of him only as a tool. She accepted him only for their goal and thought he was unreliable. But if he wanted, she would think of him as a true member of their squad. So she would ask just one question. Does he want to die now? He lowered his head and then confirmed, yes. She adjusted her cap and said, okay. She turned around and added that he had done a great job. Then the commander shouted, everyone, prepare to leave. They must move faster. In a world full of chaos, it's hard to define hope. Your happiness can become someone else's misery, and someone else's misery can bring you happiness. So everyone clings to their own hope, and people began to move forward. After some time, Kyung sat down next to Rishuru and asked if he was awake. He looked up at her in surprise, and she said they needed to talk things over. After a while everyone was busy with their own affairs, Rishuru asked, so that means he has to reveal everything he knows? So that's why they didn't finish him off. They decided to squeeze any useful information out of him. So what should they do? If he shares the information with them, it won't benefit him. So there's no deal? Kyung said. I think he misunderstood something, but this isn't a deal, Gyuho. He said, yes. After that, he extended his right hand forward and used hypnotic words. He should laugh. The zombie furrowed his brows and blushed. Then he started laughing. Kyung said that even if he didn't want to talk, they had plenty of ways to extract what they needed from him. And besides, his life depended on them. They could use him and then abandon him without regret. He replied that he understood everything. They should remove that smile from him. Jen, watching this, giggled and thought that she needed to maintain the image of a brilliant scientist. After that, the zombie said that he was going to tell everything anyway, so she should remove it. She was surprised. What? Removing hypnotic words? She asked what he was talking about. He said that it seemed she was the one who was mistaken, but he was silent not because of her comrades. He simply wanted something else. The zombies were of no use to him now. On the contrary, they were of more use to him. Kyung asked what use. He replied that they did have someone cheerful. With these words, he looked at the protagonist and thought he will never forget their exciting fight with his teacher. Then she told him to stop beating around the bush. He should say directly what he wanted. He laughed and said that they should take him on their team. He would do whatever she ordered, only they should take him with them. She was surprised. And why? What benefit would it give him? He replied that he could be near his teacher. That would be enough for him. Gyuho indignantly shouted, what is he thinking of? He's just spouting heresy because he wanted to live. Kyung raised her hand. He was surprised. Commander, she said, as she had already said, they can get the information regardless of his wishes, and his offer is of no benefit to them. He replied, yes, and she's smart. They had pulled all the people off the island, right? And what will they do next? Are they going to spend their lives sailing the seas with this entire group of people? They'll soon run out of fuel. If they get close to land, they'll fall into the clutches of zombies. They themselves might survive, but they'll condemn the people they worked so hard to save to death. She thought, right on target. He said there was another island near Oryukto, and that one could safely hide people. Did she know there was such an island? What she didn't know couldn't be extracted by asking questions. He could only reveal that information willingly. Aren't you curious to know what else he knows? Juho shouted. Even if it were true, he couldn't agree. After all, that bastard killed at least several hundred people. What about them? Before he could finish, Kyung said, okay. He shouted in surprise, Commander. She rose to her feet and added, but he shouldn't expect any more human flesh in exchange, and she would keep a constant watch on him. Rishuru said he agreed. High-ranking zombies don't necessarily need to eat human flesh to survive. After that, she walked forward and passing by Juho, added that he should take her to that island, where they would finish their conversation. Juho asked her to wait. She walked on and apologized to him. She understood his feelings, but everything he said was true. It seemed that this was the best option for them now. He shouldn't worry so much. If necessary, a Mirai fighter could kill him at any moment, and now in this state he couldn't do anything. Juho lowered his gaze and thought, and yet, how could a zombie? The commander was never wrong, but still sometimes he was tormented by doubts. What truth was the commander pursuing? After this, Jian sat down opposite the zombie and said that he should listen. She had a question. But how did he create that barrier on Oryukto? He looked at her in surprise and then said that once they got to that island, she would find out. After some time, they reached the island. Kyung, looking around, asked, is this here? Is this the island he spoke of? Rishuru was nearby and said it was true. Dongho, looking at the island from the ship, asked if they should hide the people here. Jian said, but not even a mouse could hide here? Garam said, so they shouldn't have trusted Rishuru? He was a zombie after all, and an officer too. Jen said she didn't think he was lying to them. Well, it was the commander's decision. Maybe they should trust them. She asked, what do you think? But the commander was never wrong. Rishuru said if she looked under the tree. Before he could finish speaking, Kyung said he should listen to her. Had he deceived her? She had even disregarded the opinions of the squad members, accepting his point of view. He wondered in surprise what was happening to her all of a sudden. The same feeling he had when he was with his teacher. So she's been hiding her power until now? And then he said, oh no, she shouldn't be so excited. She needs to press that stone over there. She will understand why they came here. After that, she pressed the stone, and the island began to rapidly descend. She asked, what is it? They continued to descend underwater, and when they reached a sufficient height, she said in surprise, that's it. Rishuru said, she must look. And what did he say? He wasn't lying. This scale would be quite sufficient for her people, right? She asked. Did he create this place? He replied, no. He found it by chance. Judging by the structures, this place was created long ago, and he couldn't imagine how it had been created, and it was unclear what it was for. He simply came here sometimes to have fun, she said thoughtfully, but in any case, it will be enough for them, he asked. But maybe he should ask her something, she asked. What about? He said. It seems she hides enormous power. But why did she force the teacher to capture him? Surely she alone is enough to defeat not only him, but also the other officers. She replied that she could tell there was a good reason for it, and she wasn't as strong as he said. He was surprised. Really, he thought, no. Definitely at the level of a teacher, or even higher. And where did such people come from? Then she asked, however, how to get back up. He replied that it was enough to simply press the stone again. After some time, the people came down. They wondered, what is this? Kyung approached Hoyoung and asked if she could ask him for something. He was supposed to settle the people in houses. He replied that he would do it. The people wondered, what is this? After some time, they approached a building. Garam asked, what is this? Jian suggested, it looks like some kind of institute. Nuri folded her arms and said that she didn't know what was here, but it was quite good for a new base. Garam turned around and asked in surprise, Commander of Staff? And how did she end up here? She answered, oh well. Then she asked, where is Kyung? She turned around and asked, oh Nuri, is she here? She showed up earlier than she thought. She bit her cap and screamed. Couldn't she think of a safer way? What a moron. Kyung screamed that she had no choice. It was the best she could do. After that, Nuri adjusted her glasses and said that she could bear it since the operation was a success. The officers were caught. Jin also returned safe and sound. Jin at that moment blushed with embarrassment and, covering her mouth, thought, was the commander so worried about her? How touched she was? She was her ideal. Nuri thought, it's good that the weapons factory was back. After this, Kyung approached the protagonist and thanked him for his efforts. What did he do with the ship they sailed on? He replied that he simply threw it away and came back. She thought, just threw it. What is this? A paper boat. Then she said that he was a good boy, and he tried hard. Then they'll rest before the next gathering? The others agreed with her. Then everyone went about their business, and after a while, Nuri, coming to the center, asked, so everyone had a good rest? First, she wanted to thank everyone for the success of the operation to liberate Oryukto Island. Thanks to them, they'd acquired several trophies. From now on, they'll use this place as a base and call it a government of inevitable destruction, as Kyung suggested. And this research institute, naturally, will become their headquarters. Surely they all want to take a look around. They can do that calmly a little later. They'll begin the briefing on how they'll proceed. After that, she pointed her hand at Rishuru and said, he said, the location of the leader of the Scarlet Squad hasn't been determined? He answered, that's right. He never showed himself to them, and the other officers probably don't know where he is either. She adjusted her glasses again, and raising her hand, said, so they can really only follow his information now to destroy the base of the head of the Scarlet Squad. The 5th star is Yere. The 4th star is Natfe. The 3rd star is Arlo. The 2nd star is Spetter. The 1st star is Terat. From now on, they begin the real hunt for officers. She took the test tubes in her hand and added that their first targets would be the 5th star is Yer Yera and the 4th star is Natfe. The place where they are holed up is the city of Changwon, also known as a zombie training camp. It is heavily fortified and contains many strategic military materials. Of course, all this makes it a difficult target, but if successful, they will gain an excellent military base, which is why these two were chosen as the first target, so that they can capture Changwon, because they need to become a strong squad that does not necessarily rely on Mirai for success, so that even if Mirai dies one day, they can continue to preserve human civilization. Kyung thought, well, that will certainly happen when he can die. Then Jin raised her hand and said, Commander, I have a question. Even if their mission succeeds, what about the aftermath? After all, when the other zombies find out they've captured Changwon, won't they come and attack them? She adjusted her glasses and replied, it's fine. That's why they chose Changwon. She was surprised. What? She explained that Changwon had defensive weapons called supercluster systems at the entrance to the city. And not only that, but also a high defensive wall and various strategic military devices. So it's not that easy to break into this city, is it? Rishuru noted that was true. He didn't know the reasons himself, but Changwon, by order of Terrate's first star, had been transformed into a completely fortified city, inaccessible to ordinary zombies. Garam was surprised, but how were they supposed to get into this fortified city? Nuri said she still needed to think about that, of course. She thought about it, but it seemed to her that breaking through wasn't really necessary. Then she shook the test tubes and said, in any case, this mission might look like an attempt to paint themselves into a corner. But if successful, it would be their greatest achievement. They would defeat the two officers and capture Changwon. They would begin to expand the human domain from this point and form a society where people could one day live without zombies. Juho asked, what if it was a lie? She was surprised, and he said they would believe his words. Go to Changwon, and there would be other zombies there, ready for their arrival. He folded his arms and asked if there was a chance they would kill them all. How could they trust so easily? It seemed insane from the start. How could anyone even think that he'd give up information that would be harmful to his allies just to be near Mirai? Rishuru asked why this was so crazy. Couldn't he just give the zombies a chance? Wasn't he being too dismissive of his love for his teacher? And he'd given them such useful information. He thought, well, maybe he's right. He doesn't just want to be somewhere nearby. He also wants to fight just once. That's why he's here. But how could he fight again like this? He hadn't thought about that yet. After that, Kyung told him not to worry. They'd be going on reconnaissance before the operation. It wouldn't be hard to check if he was telling the truth. And if it turned out to be a lie, they'd come up with another plan. She wasn't just going to trust him. She was just considering the most reasonable options. Juho lowered his gaze and said, I see. Nuri cleared her throat and said, but that's all for today. They won't begin the mission for at least a couple of months. And she'd like to ask them something in the meantime. Jin asked what? She said she'd like them to select those rescued from Oryukdo Island who could be useful to them. There was still plenty of time, so she'd like to increase their military strength. Well, that was one of the reasons they rescued them after all. Anyway, that was all for today. They'd see each other at the next meeting to discuss the operation. They should report back to her about those they'd selected. The others agreed with her. After that, she approached the protagonist and called him over, offering to talk for a bit. Meanwhile, Jen looked at the large screen and said, it's amazing. Even computers work on the seabed. I wonder where the electricity comes from. She thought, nothing is surprising here. Even assuming there couldn't be a village on the seabed, how could this research institute have such information, let alone an invention? And the protective wall on Oryukyu Island seems to be somehow connected to this technology, and this technology is hundreds of years ahead of anything created before the zombie era. These technologies, superior to those that existed in the destroyed world. Who is the creator? Who was it? And for what reason did they create these technologies and inventions? At that moment, Kyung approached her and asked if she had a minute. She replied, what's wrong? She said, it's because she remembers the knife she invented a long time ago. She held out the knife and added, it has the effect of slowing down Mirai's recovery rate. So she would like her to create a weapon that can permanently kill Mirai. Jiun clarified, she's asking her to create a weapon to kill a person? She replied that that was correct. She knew it was unpleasant for her to hear, but that was the reason Mirai had decided to stay with them, so she was asking her. She asked, this is Mirai's hope, and what she creates won't be a weapon for killing. It will be a weapon that gives Mirai hope, right? She answered, exactly. She looked at the knife in her hands and said that, in that case, she'll give it a try. She'll disassemble this knife. Then she was surprised and, turning around, asked, Commander, will she come over for a minute? She was surprised. What happened? Jen, using the keyboard, said that she found the materials the knife was made of by chance, so she didn't know what it was before. But this computer has information about the materials. A flaming flower. That's the material she accidentally used to create the knife. She was surprised. A flaming flower? She said that this flower was found after the start of the zombie era, and the flaming materials obtained from it can be added to metals, thereby increasing the strength of ordinary metal by several dozen times, also to create compounds with special properties. It's written here. Kyung said in surprise, so that means, she said, yes, that's right. If they have a flaming flower, they can create a weapon not only for killing Mirai, but for various other purposes as well. Kyung asked, can I find out where these flowers are? She replied, yes, there are marks here. She was surprised. Is that so? Then she thought, the only question is who will go for it. After that, she said, Mirai fighter? Maybe she should ask him for something? He asked what? The next morning, the protagonist grabbed the guys by the collar and rushed forward. Garam, holding a map, said the location on the map with coordinates. Latitude 3540158333, longitude 1291062778. At that moment, Dongho was screaming in fear. She angrily yelled at him to shut up. Then she tried to focus and said, "Okay, I'll take a look." Jin marked the location on the map, and it's right there. They descended to the Cheongsong Mountains. Dongho dropped to all fours and began to empty the contents of his stomach. Garam asked, "Is he okay there?" She wondered, why did the commander send the three of them? It seemed like she and Mirai would be enough. Then she asked, "Well, are they going already?" After that, they set off, and she, leafing through a book, said that their current mission is to find the blazing flower. They don't know exactly where it is yet, so they'll have to search for a while. And today they'll try to search as much as they can. The next second, Dongho closed his mouth, holding back the urge. Garam screamed again. He ran to the side and shouted that he's sorry, guys. She put her hand to her face and said, "It's okay, he doesn't have to rush." The next second, Dongho stopped and then, falling backwards, screamed loudly, "It's a zombie." Garam ran up to him and screamed, "Zombie? Where?" She looked ahead and asked, "Is this a corpse?" He asked. She said, "A corpse? But what kind of paint was that?" She suggested that maybe there was a person with superpowers nearby. He was surprised. "A superhuman?" She suggested, investigating the tracks. "If that person lived here, maybe he knew about the flaming flower, and maybe they would invite him to their party," Dongho said. "Wow." After that, the protagonist pointed forward and apologized to them. They were surprised. They looked at the child's body and cried out in surprise, "It's a child." Dongho asked, "He's not dead, is he?" Garam asked, "What is that?" At that moment, a single thought flashed through her head. The bodies of a zombie and a human, and strange paint on their bodies. If there's some kind of superhuman here, he could be quite dangerous, Dongho said. But come to think of it, there were rumors. Garam looked at him in surprise and asked, "What rumors?" He said there was a mad scientist who was planning to merge zombies with humans, and maybe this experiment was going on somewhere nearby? She asked if that story was too absurd. And it seemed completely unrelated to all this. He asked, what did she think? But he had never seen anything like it. A zombie and a human lying dead next to each other. She asked, then maybe it would be better to return to base? She thought, no way. She had to pull herself together. Garam, she was the one running this operation. Not long before, she had cried out in surprise, "Take control?" Kyun put her hand on her shoulder and confirmed that she could definitely trust her. And she was no longer the youngest of them, so surely she could carry out the operation with all her responsibility. She would trust and wait, she thought. Trust and wait, trust and wait. The commander trusted her, so she couldn't just go back. After that, she turned around and said that first they would try to move on. It's unclear, of course, what happened, but it still has nothing to do with their goal. Everyone is waiting for them, so they need to quickly find the flaming flower and return to base. Dongho followed her and agreed. After a while, Dongho, laying out sleeping bags, said, "Manager, he's prepared everything for their sleep." She covered her face with her hands and desperately thought that they had found nothing. They'd been searching all day, but they simply couldn't find the flaming flower. They hadn't seen any flowers at all. Maybe it had already disappeared from the face of the earth. Damn it. Was that all her abilities were good for? She would find it tomorrow, at any cost, even if it meant moving mountains. In desperation, she began to pound the ground with her fists, and Dongho asked in surprise what she was doing. After a while, she closed herself in her sleeping bag and said, "Okay, first they'll sleep and then they'll think about it." Dongho, turning to the protagonist, told him to get some sleep as well, and that he would be keeping watch first. He replied that everything was fine. Garam looked at him and wondered, all right? Incidentally, she'd never seen him sleep before. Dongho asked if he was tired at all. He replied, well, how can I say that? He's not particularly tired, and he can't sleep at all. Garam said she was surprised he responded so kindly. Dongho asked if he could skip watch then. The protagonist confirmed this, and he thanked him. Garam thought this was too much. He was so indecently strong, and he didn't even need to sleep. Even when she met Paladin, she collapsed in fear and couldn't do anything. And on Oryukdo Island, all she did was wait outside, taking no action. And it was the same today. The commander had believed in her and entrusted her with control, but all she could do was confuse them. And she had decided that she would definitely become a hero. She remembered how she had cried desperately, begging for someone, please, to save her. She had sat in a closet in a building engulfed in flames, begging again to be saved. Then she was surprised when the closet door opened, and a firefighter extended his hand and asked, "Little girl, are you okay? Are you hurt?" She had to go with him. The way she had seen him in her childhood undoubtedly became her image of the hero from that day. She had always dreamed that one day she would be like him, an amazing hero. But now, she wasn't as strong as the commander, and she couldn't make decisions quickly, and she wasn't as smart as the chief of staff, and she couldn't craft anything like Jen. She was pathetic. What kind of hero would she be? The next second, a scream was heard from the forest. She sat up and asked, "What is it?" Hemi called for help, and a zombie approached her and said, "The kid is alone in the mountains at night. If he eats her, no one will even notice." He couldn't believe his luck. With these words, he swung his hand, but before he could strike, Garam attacked him. He shouted, "What's this all about?" She stood in front of the girl, armed with a stick, and asked if she was okay. The zombie said, "It's clear that such a little girl can't be alone in the mountains. Was she trying to trap them?" Garam asked, "Trap?" At that moment, Kim Min-sung was watching from above. She asked, "What's this?" The zombie swung his fist again and, charging, shouted, "In any case, he's grateful that now he doesn't have to look for anyone." Garam opened the book and said she didn't understand what he was talking about. She had used the knowledge acquisition spell. She then said she wasn't the person he was looking for. With these words, she, from the pink Muay Thai, attacked the zombie, added another kick, sending it flying, and then delivered a few more blows. But the zombie put his hands in front of him, she thought in surprise. Did he manage to dodge? Then she added a strike with her elbow. The zombie, putting his hand to his neck, said, just as he heard, "She is an unusual person," she thought, and even from this he did not pass out. After that, Dongho ran up to her and shouted, "Garam, there she is. Why run away alone like that?" She turned around and said, "Ah, Dongho." After that, she turned to Hemi and said, "Hey, brat, she should run that way." She agreed and ran in the opposite direction. At that moment, the zombie lifted a huge stone above himself and shouted, "Idiots. Where are they going?" He threw the stone forward and shouted, "How dare they ignore him so brazenly?" Hemi turned around in surprise, looking at the rock approaching her. Garam shouted, "Mirai, he has to save her." But MC remained silent in response. She repeated, "Can he even hear her?" The next second, she covered the girl with her body. The rock smashed against her back, and they both fell to the ground. The zombie laughed and asked, "What is she doing?" Decided to shield the brat with her body. It seemed the rumors were false after all. No, there was nothing special about her. Then he grabbed her by the head and, looking at the guys, asked, "What about them?" "They shouldn't worry. He'll deal with them too. They just have to wait." Dongho pointed his finger at him and shouted, "Mirai, he has to save her." He replied, "You can't. He was told not to help her." He was surprised. "What? Who?" The zombie, looking at Garam, said she should quickly take him to where the people were. She was surprised. "What?" The next second, Min-sung said, "Open the pallet." She instantly chopped off the zombie's head using yellow ochre. Garam, falling to the ground, cried out in surprise. "What?" Hemi, with tears of joy in her eyes, said, "The village heroine has come to their aid." Garam was surprised. "The heroine?" She replied, "The heroine. These people saved her." She ran to embrace her, and Min-sung, hugging her back, asked, "Wow, really? And she's not hurt?" Then she smiled and said that she thanked them for saving a child from their village. "Her name is Kim Min-sung. She is a heroine." Garam looked at her in surprise and thought, "Is that really what heroes call themselves?" Then she said, "They don't seem to be hurt. Don't they want to go to the village?" Dongho asked, "Is it okay for them to?" Then he looked at Garam and said that they need to go rest. She remained silent and then said that everything is fine. Min-sung asked, "What?" She said that they have other things to do here. Dongho was surprised. What was she saying? Then Min-sung smiled and said, "It's a pity. They seemed kind and strong to her, so she wished them to remain unharmed." Dongho asked her to wait, and then she took Hemi's hand and, heading in the opposite direction, said that they would go then. Dongho said, "Hey, but they need to treat her wounds." Garam replied that everything was fine, thanks to the bag. The wound wasn't serious. However, there, he asked, "What was there?" She asked, "Didn't it look like the body they saw this morning?" He was surprised. She, looking at the zombie's head covered in paint, said, "It seemed suspicious. He does have a radio, right? For starters with Mirai. And what do those words mean?" The protagonist asked, "Which ones?" She turned to him and said, "But he said he was ordered not to help. What kind of nonsense is that?" He replied that the woman in the cap said not to help. She asked, "Did the captain say that?" "Hey, she almost got killed. How could he stay silent like that?" Then she sighed and said, "Okay, she doesn't need his help. She thought she could handle this alone." She turned in the opposite direction, and Dongho said, "Hey, they should go together." After a while, the villagers joyfully greeted Min-sung. They said, "The heroine. Today too, she saved a lost child. A true heroine." She laughed in response and told them to hurry and go home. It was already late. The next second, the parents ran straight to the girl, calling her, and when she saw them, she shouted, "Mom, Dad." They hugged their child, and the father of the family said, "Heroine, thank you so much." She replied, "You're welcome." They should quickly take the child and go home. Garam was using binoculars at that moment. She saw the mother of the family ask, "Will she come to the Blossom Festival?" If she comes, she replied that of course she would. Garam thought, how strange. Was she really being treated like a heroine? But even stranger is that there is a village here. Did they all flee here from the city? The next second, Dongho was holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, and Garam asked if he saw anything. He replied, "Oh, come on." She took the binoculars from him. They were standing on the edge of a cliff, and he added that he could see from here. She asked, "Really?" Then she hid behind a tree, watching Min-sung, and said, "But at least roughly, he should wait. Basically, they should do as they please." He was surprised and asked, "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" At that moment, Garam, hiding behind the wall, continued to spy. She wondered why she was pacing like that. Was she really guarding the village? The next second, Min-sung stopped and asked, "Unite?" She looked at the girl running after the puppy and asked, "Just go and unite?" Then she turned around abruptly. Garam, abruptly hiding behind the wall, covered her mouth and thought, "Unite?" she said. "And what? Really? A human and a zombie?" The next second, she took off and ran. She thought that she needed to quickly follow her. If she was that mad scientist, she had to stop her. After a while, Min-sung said, "Blue paint, Freddy Bird. He should listen." What should she do? He replied, "She must do it. It's only good for her." Garam put her ear to the door and wondered what those sounds were. Wasn't she alone there? It was hard to hear what she was saying. Then Min-sung chuckled and said, "Maybe she'll get caught, but she'll try to unite." Garam thought she'd said something about uniting again. That's for sure. The next second, she kicked it down the door and, running into the room, shouted, "Mad scientist, she'll stop her." In response, she only laughed loudly and dodged sharply, shouting, "I found you." Garam was surprised, and she said with tears in her eyes, strong and kind, she was going to follow her anyway. She was surprised. What? After a while, she put her hands on her waist and asked, So everyone thinks she's a heroine? She confirmed that her ability wasn't particularly strong, but she had something akin to a superpower. So she accidentally defeated a zombie while passing by, and suddenly people started calling her a heroine, and it really weighed on her because she didn't know how to fight. And she defeated the zombies by pure chance too. But it was so strange that they idolized her, and she, without even realizing it, had become arrogant. After all, she'd spent her whole life sitting locked up and drawing, and this was the first time anyone had paid her such attention. And after that, she wanted to stop playing the heroine, but it seemed she'd already missed the right moment, and people still believed in her. Garam screamed, "That's a lie." But what did the word unite mean then? She replied that she wanted to be a hero with them. She was indignant, but who would talk about it like that? And why was she walking around the village? She replied because she was worried that she would be rejected. Garam asked, "What about that strange smile?" She replied that she had a habit of laughing in unexpected situations. She shouted, "Is that really an explanation?" And the bodies? They had seen the bodies of the child and the zombies lying near the village. She replied, "The child she couldn't protect." The village was hidden deep in the mountains, so people and zombies rarely came here, but sometimes a few zombies would still find the place. She wasn't a good fighter, so she set traps there herself and killed a few zombies. But this, on the contrary, gave rise to rumors of a hunter-killer. Over time, the zombies increased, and the number of people who couldn't be saved also grew. When she thought about leading the people out of the village, she remembered that now everything around was swarming with zombies. It was all her fault. She succumbed to temptation. Garam wondered what this meant. Was she really a superhuman who knew nothing? Then Minsung said she had another request. She was surprised. A request? She replied, "Recently a zombie said that they would come for her from Changwon soon." She was surprised. Changwon? She replied that it would be difficult for her to resist them alone. So, could they? Before she could finish speaking, the wall collapsed. The zombie asked where she was. She had to go out, the hunter-killer. They turned around in surprise. She added she was here. Behind her stood her 3 more sisters, who pronounced the last word syllable by syllable. The villagers gathered around, wondering, what was that? It's a zombie. They have to run. Garam said what those sounds were. Minsung ran ahead, and she shouted for her to wait. Where is she going? She turned and shouted. She heard everything. A zombie has definitely appeared here. She has to go. She was surprised. What? But she had just been so scared. After that, she ran after her and shouted for her to wait. She is with her. Then she ran out into the street and was surprised. What? Where did she go? After that, she asked into the radio, "Dongho, can he hear her?" He was surprised. She told him to come here quickly. He asked, "Where?" Then she finished the message, and he continued shouting, "Where? Well, where to go?" Meanwhile, people were running from the zombies and shouting that they need to run quickly, but they didn't have time. They didn't get far, because Jisoo Chae-jae used a star attack. Cutting down several people, the woman fell to the ground and screamed. "Darling." People were begging for salvation, she said. Really? So where is this secret killer? And what was the point of her going so far? At that moment, a man ran forward. He shouted, "Heroine, she has to save them." At that moment, a zombie's knife was flying right behind him. She asked, "Well, what difference does it make? If she kills people, the secret killer will come out." She cut the man open, then laughed and shouted. She couldn't believe Yer had sent her, a mere zombie, on such a joyful mission. She was then surprised to see a bright color in front of her. Minsung, holding a pallet, walked forward. The man fell to the ground and said, "Heroine, you have arrived." She thought fearfully, what is this? Some were still alive, of course, but most were dead. She knelt down and apologized for being late. Chae-jae asked, "Is it really her? Is it really her? But why so late? She almost killed everyone here." She shouted indignantly. How dare she do this to the people of their village? Open the pallet, she thought. Let all the traps she'd set up so far be activated. A multitude of different colors headed straight for the zombies, and she shouted, "Rainbow!" She won't let this go so easily. The next second, Chae-jae pushed her head away and asked why she was so rude. She seemed to be a hunter-killer, wasn't she? She wondered, surprised, why was she so fast? All the traps she'd been setting for months, just like that. Then the zombie flipped over in the air and said that they would have fun then. She directed several attacks at her, and Minsung wondered where everything went wrong. She apologizes, the people of the village. Then her body was covered in wounds. The zombie asked, "Huh? What? Is this the end?" Her sisters added, "And that's it? How can it end so easily?" She attacked lightly on purpose. After that, she took a knife in her hand and said, "Boring." After that, Garam sharply attacked her from behind, sending her into the wall. She looked at the heroine and shouted, "Hey, is she okay?" She replied that she was okay for now, but other people. Garam looked around and thought, "Come on, they were so late. Are they all dead?" "No, there are plenty of survivors." Then Dongho ran up to her and shouted, "Garam, what do you mean?" She wanted to follow her? What's going on? She turned around and, noticing him, said that she would explain everything later, but that he had to take her away now. He lifted Minsung and asked, "A zombie appeared here, but why were people from the entire village gathered here?" Minsung said that there was a flower festival here because there were flowers that could only be seen here. Garam shouted for them to leave quickly. "Explain everything later." Then Chae-jae appeared next to her and asked, "Who is she?" She attacked in front of her, but Garam dropped sharply, dodging the attack. After that, she swung her fist, looked at her opponent, and jumped back. She sighed and thought that she had hit her. If she had stretched out her hand now, she would have cut off her hand too. Chae-jae folded her hands in front of herself with a smirk and said, "How fast and clever. Maybe she was a real seeker killer?" She thought. Even without a fight, she understood everything. She couldn't defeat her. Her best choice now was to run away. Then she shouted, "They must take the remaining people and leave quickly." She would follow them right away too. Dongho replied that he understood. The zombie then asked in surprise, "Huh?" Dongho approached the wounded and shouted, "Who can move?" They must support the unconscious ones and leave together. The next second, an attack flew past him, and the zombie said, "Wait a second." JJ caught the knife back and said, "Don't move. If anyone moves, she will finish them off immediately." She is the leader of Changwon's 3rd defense squad, Jiso JJ. She and her sweet little sisters move as if they were a single organism. They added, 1. They think together, act together, and with one attack, they cause damage equal to 4. She brought her face close to Garam's and offered to play an interesting game with them. They would fight like madmen until one of them died. Garam thought fearfully. "What?" she responded, and silence is a sign of agreement, right? The protagonist continued to look at them. He remembered how he asked, "Do nothing?" Kyung confirmed it. If something happens, he should let Garam deal with it herself. He asked, "What if she really dies?" She replied, "In that case, her path will end there." In the present, the zombie said, "Well, here they go." He remembered how Kyung said that she still believed that her path shouldn't end there. The zombie swung her knife and said, "This is the first time anyone has dodged her attack. So, this one too." With these words, she pointed several knives at Garam and said that she would definitely dodge. She jumped up sharply, dodging her attack, and thought, it seems like the fight is just a game for her. But why did she feel like she was the only one attacking? Would she be able to defeat this girl? The next second, one of the attacks grazed her arms. She thought, fast and precise attacks, but more importantly, they come from 4 directions in one strike. How the hell is she supposed to attack her? She has no idea. At that moment, a frightened villager approached Dongho, and then he suddenly turned around and shouted that he would run away. Chejae said, "She told you not to move." With these words, she split the man's body in 2. She struck a pose and added, "She always knew that humans were such idiots." Garam thought, this is not the time to be distracted. If she wants to save people, she must fight. She has 3 books on techniques. She must use these books and find a way to defeat her. JJ smirked and said, "They should see how her face changed. Now will she show her the real herself?" After that, Garam charged and used knowledge acquisition. Her opponent said that she was all impatient. She used boxing and delivered several punches. She thought, great, if they close the distance, she can't throw knives. That's how she'll create an opening for an attack. In response, the zombie hit her in the face and yelled at her to back off. She can't throw her beautiful knives. Garam thought that she would keep coming at her, and when she knocked her out with one blow, she'd end this fight. Her ability is to absorb knowledge with her whole body. Of course, if you read, knowledge is absorbed better. But still, she put her hand to her backpack and thought even one touch is enough to get it. Then she used Muay Thai and attacked her opponent with a kick. Then she added a punch, and in response, the zombie screamed, "That hurts," she thought, and immediately, she used boxing, landing a few more punches. In response, she said, "Wow, she's fighting with all her might. It's so cool. She even feels a little heavy." Garam clenched her teeth and put her fists in front of herself, thinking, she's not paying attention. She'll soon be open for a strike. After that, the zombie turned around abruptly and asked, "What's that?" Garam ran forward and thought, "Now." She kicked off the ground and thought that she just needed one gap in her defense, and if she took advantage of it, she could win. She ended up next to her, but JJ punched her sharply in the stomach and asked, "She doesn't think like that, does she?" After that, she threw her aside and shouted how cute she was. She put her hands on her waist and added, she decided to play with her a little. She was so mad. "Well, good try." Garam coughed, putting her hand to the bruised area. She looked at her bloody hand. The zombie asked, "How else are they supposed to play?" Garam jumped back and shouted at her to stay back. She thought, what should she do? What should she do now? She needs to come to her senses. She wanted to save people. She needs to get up and fight. She has to think about how she can win. That's exactly what she has to do, but she's too scared. At that moment, MC came up to her and asked if he should help her. He was told that if she asked from the heart, he should help. She thought that for Mirai, it would be a piece of cake, and he wouldn't be afraid like she was now, and he would save everyone without any problems, right? That's where they would end. There was no need for her to become a hero. She remembered how she decided she would be a hero. She squeezed the dirt in her hand and then thanked him and said that her head had cooled down a little. After growing up, she realized something. What adults and children feel is not so different. And just as she was scared, that man was scared too. After all, in his job, you can die at any second, and you never know whether you can save people. That's the kind of job where you have to save someone. The question is not how to do it, but that you have to do it by any means necessary. With these thoughts, she put her hand to the book, and powerful pulses of energy flew in all directions. JJ screamed, "A new technique. Wow, it seems she's regaining hope." Dongo asked in surprise. Garam? She thought of this once. Her ability. The ability to absorb knowledge. What if she decided to absorb knowledge that didn't exist in nature? What would happen then? She abruptly charged, using knowledge acquisition, martial arts, and attack wave. The zombie looked in fear at the energy beam approaching her and screamed, throwing her hands out in front of her. She was thrown back sharply, and then the beam of energy exploded. She wondered in surprise, what is this? Even she can't withstand this. Where did she suddenly get such strength? She needs to get out of here before it gets too hot. The next second, Garam grabbed her shoulder and clenching her teeth thought, it feels like her body is about to explode. It looks like she won't be able to use this technique for more than a minute or two. We need to finish this as soon as possible. Then the zombie scratched the back of her head and, laughing loudly, shouted, "What fun. And now it's time to go home." She turned around and, walking forward, said, "All right, she'll leave the people alive. Well, they'll see each other later, beautiful." Garam directed a stream of energy forward again and shouted, "Where are you going? Such a fun game." played to the end, she answered, her beautiful face. Gritting her teeth in anger, she shouted, "Little girl, hasn't she gone too far? Does she think she's running away because she's scared?" She turned sharply and ran to attack. She said that she simply decided to take pity on her. After that, she pointed her knife at her and wondered, what is that sound? The next second, Garam spread her arms out to the sides, releasing a powerful pulse of energy that sent the zombie flying backwards, and she asked who asked her to feel sorry for her. She screamed loudly, skidding to a stop on the ground, and shouted. Now she was really angry. She took out several of her knives at once and told her to remember, "Beauty, she will fight with all her might." Then she pointed several knives forward at once and used Meteor Shower. Attack Wave is a fantasy novel based on the story of Admiral Yi Sun-sin. In this novel, he uses the power of the wave flowing through his body to fight, perfecting the techniques that the real Sun-sin enjoyed using in life, and there are 3 of them, and the first of them is a pillar of mighty power. Garam used this technique, and the zombie pointed her finger at her and shouted, "Guys, they must pick up their cute little stars. No, they must not imitate her, but rather pick up the stars." After that, Garam covered her mouth, from which blood was oozing, and thought about what she was feeling, how her body was being destroyed from the inside. The next attack, and she had to finish it all. Noticing her, the zombie asked, "Wow, what is that?" Garam released energy from both her hands and running forward, used her second technique. JJ said that she saw everything. She was almost at her limit now, right? She used the splitting of the force wave and then directed it forward. The zombie, dodging the blow and jumping up, asked, "So she's right? Who would have believed that she would use such an obvious attack? So who will it hit?" She jumped over, ending up behind Garam and swinging her hand to attack. She laughed loudly and shouted, "But how can you always use such obvious attacks? And her back is completely exposed at that time." She answered, "No." She was surprised. "Huh?" Garam turned around and said that she was just showing her. Force wave splitting is a technique disguised as a retreat. The real Admiral Sun-sin used splitting to feign retreat, then lure the enemy into a trap. He then immediately responded with this technique. The third technique is force wave return. Hero. How can one describe the meaning of this word? Immense power, endless glory. These are just a part of what a hero can have, but they cannot define their essence. A hero sometimes acts blindly, relying on their faith so much that it sometimes seems foolish. But sometimes for this faith, they must risk their lives. At that moment, Chejae flew back, because the attack hit her, and from such powerful energy, a hole was formed in the ground. At that moment, Garam already became a hero to someone. Dongho looked at her and shouted, "Is she okay?" He walked closer and called out to her again. She stepped forward a little and asked, "Funny, isn't it? He certainly wouldn't have to strain himself so much." After that, she began to fall, and he called out to her again. The next second, people looked at the field in surprise. Flowers began to appear there. They said there were flowers on the ground. Garam fell into the field and asked, "Did she look so pathetic?" The protagonist stood next to her and said that she didn't. She said she only wanted to ask him for one thing. He asked, "Yes?" She asked him to help her up. He extended his hand to her and said, "Yes." She grabbed his hand and thanked him. He put her hand on his shoulder. They started to leave. She asked him to slow down and said that she really was dying here. Min-sung ran to them and with a worried expression on her face asked, "Are they okay?" She was surprised when she saw her and said that she seemed safe and sound. She started crying, coughing up blood, looking at them, and said that now they should quickly go and rest. She was very scared because of this, and said that it seemed like this was not true at all. She was the one who should go and rest. She continued coughing up blood and said that if it weren't for her, who knows what would have happened. She was very scared because of this, and said that she was the one who should go and rest already. She continued to thank them, and Dongho watched from the side and remained silent. He thought, Garam had suffered so much, but what was he doing at that time? He was just bio-waste. After that, they came to a cave with flowers, and the girl asked, "Are these the flowers they are looking for?" Garam asked, "But there's much more of this than they thought." He turned around and asked, "But can they give them all of this?" She looked at them and asked, "Is it that valuable? It doesn't seem to taste very good, and there is no special use for it." She started crying, and thought that they did it. She managed. She asked why he was still standing there. He should collect it faster. She looked at them with a slightly confused look, and said that she was glad that it was useful to them. After some time, people buried all those killed by the zombies, and mourned them. Min-sung looked at this sadly, reminiscing about the past and thinking they had a heroine. She took a deep breath, and the girls said that now they should go and clean up the village. Garam approached her, and asked if she and the villagers could temporarily take refuge elsewhere. She looked at her and asked what she meant. She said with a tired look that there was a safe place not far from here. They would return soon to rescue them, but first they should find shelter in another place. Dongho asked, even if it took some time, they could transfer them all using Mirai, right? She turned to him and said that it would be a little inconvenient. After all, in order to transfer them all, he would have to fly back and forth many times. If they were noticed during that, there would be a lot of trouble. First, they needed to return to the base and figure out a way to get the people out of here. She looked at him and wondered, what was that? Why did it seem like they were sad? The people around them asked, is there really a safe place here? They will definitely return, right? She smiled and said that they shouldn't worry, because they would definitely come. She called Min-sung and said that she should take it. She handed her a walkie-talkie and said that she would be in touch with them periodically, so she should try to protect the people. She was confused by this and said that she couldn't do it. It was unknown how many more people would die, but she was not a heroine at all. She trembled with fear every day and deceived everyone, only choosing the moment to escape more conveniently. She asked who then rushed to defend in the front ranks. After all, she rushed to them when she heard the sounds. Of course, she trembled with fear every day and deceived, but she did not run away. She put the walkie-talkie in her hand and said that therefore she should protect them until they returned. After all, for the people of this village, she would forever be a heroine. The villagers agreed and said that she had always protected their village. They remained alive only thanks to her. She sadly went off somewhere and said that they should wait for her a little. Garam looked at her and asked where she was going. After some time she returned and Garam asked where she had gone. Minsun approached her, took her hand, loudly stated her name and said that, more precisely, she was the heroine of this village and would definitely protect the people. She ran to the villagers and loudly said that they should think about where to hide. She looked at this with a confused look and wondered where she had gone and why she had changed so suddenly. She said that, however, this was better than when she looked lifeless and sad. After this, all the villagers saw off their squad with joyful looks. After some time, the three of them were able to return back and were noticed by Kyung, who was standing guard. A very injured Garam showed her the flower in her hand with a wide smile. Since receiving the flaming flower, great changes have occurred at the base. The village contained clothing, food, personal belongings, and the like. Along with a huge number of items found there, among the people rescued from the island, they turned out to be masters of various fields of construction, researchers, and so on, which contributed to the rapid development of technology. Thanks to this, it was possible to create weapons so that the civilian population could also undergo training. Not only this, but the efficient use of the remaining resources. However, the reasonable distribution of economic wealth and labor also led to the creation of a parliament, which had to make a number of important decisions. Time flew by until one day Kyung said that in these few months, which may seem both long and short, they had acquired skills that would never betray them. From now on, in a week, they will attack Changwon. At the same time, on Oryuk-do Island, Yeryara sat by the destroyed ship and said that she came here for slaves, but this island had disappeared. What is planned here? Using the device, she said that Oryukdo Island was razed to the ground. Nafi, the fourth star, asked, then what happened to Rishuru? She asked with a calm expression. Since what happened to the island happened to the island, did he surely die? She said that things were bad. Will they really have to gather officers again? However, she would like to experiment some more. She forbade it and said that she would not tell Terad about it. She asked, what did she just say? If he finds out any later, he will surely get seriously angry. Will she be able to bear his anger? She calmly said that if she brings him the heads of people, then this will surely appease him. It looks like this is resistance. She thrust her sword into the ground and said that 4 years had already passed since the beginning of their paradise life. How long has it been since she felt such an attraction? She will consider this an excellent chance to practice her sword, covered with rust over all this time. Nafi said that it does not matter to her what she is planning, but she cannot come running to her later with a bunch of problems. By the way, Jisoo Chae-jae has returned. They say she suffered from people. Yeryere said that she is the head of the 3rd Defense Squad. Where is she now? She said that there are such mountains in Yangsan, called Cheongsong. She thought about it and asked, in which direction is it? She hopes they won't disappoint her. At the same time, Hayoung said into the microphone with a happy expression that the 3rd joint exercise begins with a capture the flag competition. The rules, as always, state that whoever takes the opponent's flag from the flag bearer wins. Team Mirai and Team Rishuru. I wonder who will be the winner? The winning team will get a box of crab chips caught on Oryukdo Island. Now she will announce the managers of each team. The manager of the first team is Choi Juho. The manager of the second team is Park Hoyoung. They should announce when they finish their preparations. He thought with a serious expression that in ordinary life, he was a respected young teacher. Of course, he couldn't realize his dream. But in this place, he will try to find a new meaning in life. All this time, he analyzed, and as a result, he was able to determine the main features and strengths of their team. All that was left for him now was to try to raise their fighting spirit, which had fallen because of Mirai. He said loudly that they could win. After all, each of them was a shining talent. The crab chips would belong to them. His team members happily agreed and were inspired. Gyuho, with a serious expression on his face, said loudly that it was their team that would win. After all, they were shining even brighter than them. He approached him with a dissatisfied expression and asked, will he keep repeating this cowardly thing like that? They already had it, so they always won. He asked with a serious expression, where in the world of victory could cowardice come from? So they didn't even need to look at the crab chips. After all, they would get them. Hayoung, with a joyful expression, said that it looked like they were all ready. Then, right now, their training would begin. Immediately after that, the first team very quickly ran to the attack. Kim Hemi, the main character's rabid fan, stood next to him, called him teacher, and asked what they would do. She didn't wait for his answer, ran toward the opposing team, and said she'd deal with them herself. He watched with a puzzled expression, wondering who it was. She quickly ran between several people from the opposing team and defeated them with quick sword strikes. Her attention was drawn to Rishuru, who attacked her, and asked with a serious expression, how dare she call him teacher? This is his teacher. She cannot unceremoniously interfere in their relationship. She said with a calm expression that teacher is not some object, so he should be more careful with his expressions. He became even more angry because of her words, promised her death at his hands, and tried to attack. She teleported to dodge this attack and said that it seems he still considers himself an officer. but in such a pathetic form, he is not capable of anything. He blocked her attack and asked, did she call his appearance pathetic? It seems she cannot understand the full beauty of this body created by the teacher. This means that a part of the teacher is always with him. However, a dumbass like her will not understand this feeling, even if he explains it 100 times. She looked at him with a calm expression and said that it was so dirty. Kyung came to them, saw this and asked what was going on here. Jen called her commander and said that she had been very busy lately, which seemed to mean she didn't know. She knew that the flaming sword was newly developed, right? They don't know exactly what effect it has yet. However, since the creation of the flaming sword, people's physical abilities began to develop at an incredible speed. Everyone became incomparably stronger than ordinary people. However, the best news is that some people have started to develop superpowers. It looks like they will soon have many more useful people than they could have expected. Of course, they are still far from her. She watched what was happening with a thoughtful expression and thought that their abilities had noticeably increased since she trained them a few weeks ago. She sees many more people suitable for the actual operation, and more different plans can be developed. However, using Rishuru turned out to be much more useful than it seemed at first glance, which is even surprising. However, she thought that people would be at least a little afraid of him. Dongho ran to attack with a tense expression on his face, and thought that he would also gain strength. He didn't want to be a useless burden anymore. Suddenly, someone jumped on his and his team's heads very quickly. The MC took Team Rishuru's flag, and Hayoung said that a member of the red team had seized the enemy flag in the blink of an eye. Today, they were celebrating this easy victory again. Juho was very happy about what happened and loudly praised him for it. Hoyoung, on the contrary, was upset about this and loudly said that they can't use it. It was pure cheating. What is he even doing at a commoner's training session? Hemi, with a joyful expression, called out to the teacher and said that he was so wonderful. Rishuru, with a displeased expression, looked at her and loudly asked what she was looking at now. He said that this was his teacher. The members of Team Mirai started throwing him up in the air along with the chips, and someone said that today, as always, the competition would end with his team's victory. However, Team Rishuru still had to work hard for their future victory. Kyung asked, by the way, how were the tests going? Jian said that she was creating different compounds and continuing to experiment, but it was still difficult to find a specific root cause, so the method of dying forever was still in question. She asked if he could go to the tests with her today. She was a little surprised by this and said that she didn't care, of course, but why would she? She said that she had one special assignment for him. After some time, he lay down on a chair, she injected the medicine into his arm, and said that it was MF250. The expected healing percentage was 0.00052. She hoped that he would have a good dream today. He began to lose consciousness, plunged into darkness, and wondered what he felt when he dreamed. Kyung watched the test from the next room, and thought that if all their experiments were unsuccessful, he would surely eventually stop trusting them. However, they would need his help for their future operations. The only way to get him to join them was for his humanity to be awakened. When the protagonist regained consciousness, Jen looked at the screen next to her and asked if he felt any changes. He refused, and she began writing it down in a document and said that MF250, the results of the administration, vital statistics and response to stimuli were unchanged. The result of this experiment was a failure. Sometime later, someone knocked on the door and Ji-seon asked who it was. She and Hayoung opened the door and they were both surprised to see MC, and she asked what happened. He walked inside, sat at the table, and after his story, she asked, "So, Miss, Kyung sent him to help her all day?" He sat on a chair with a calm expression and agreed. She sat next to him with a happy expression on her face, looked at him and asked, "Does this mean that he will be with them all day today?" She stood next to him with a thoughtful expression on her face and said that, however, they don't have any special plans. She remembered something and with a happy expression on her face, said that she suggests trying to make curry. He didn't understand what curry was, but after that, he went outside. Before that, she asked if he remembered what wish she said on the human farm. She said that she wanted to cook for someone. That's why she thought of doing it today, so they should get her the ingredients for this dish. Hyun walked with him, looked at her notebook and said that first they need to find carrots. Where can they get them? She called him and asked if he by any chance saw carrots in their settlement. He walked next to her with an emotionless expression on his face and asked, "Did she say carrots?" At the same time, Garam used the walkie-talkie to contact Min Sung and asked if she could hear her. She agreed and said that she could hear her perfectly well. She was lying in bed, reading a book, and said that they would probably be able to come for them immediately after the operation in Changwon was completed. It seemed that it was planned for next week. She heard a knock on the door and asked her to wait for her a little. She opened the door and saw Hayoung, who greeted her cheerfully and asked if she happened to have any carrots. She was confused by this question and asked, however, why were they looking for it here? She was surprised by this and asked if she didn't have it. However, he brought her straight here. He stared at her hair, pointed at it with his finger, and said the word carrot, which caused her confusion. She threw them away from the door, called them slackers, and said that they should leave here. She was busy now. She was worried about this and asked where they could get carrots. She noticed a man with a bag passing by and asked if he by any chance knew where there were carrots. He looked at her, called her by name, and asked if she needed carrots. After that, they came to a field where carrots were growing in a row, and she was very surprised because of this. She turned to him and asked, "So he grew these?" He agreed with a kind smile and said that he also had to make ends meet somehow. He was thinking about what to do, and so he decided to grow carrots. Of course, growing them here is quite difficult, so they are almost the size of a pea. However, if something like this suits them, they can take them. She was happy about this and asked if it was true. He agreed with a kind smile and said that they had saved his life. She was very grateful to him for this, and he, with a calm expression on his face, put the carrots in a bag. She looked at her notebook and asked, "By the way, does he by any chance have any potatoes?" He thought about it and said that he doesn't have one. However, he heard that there is something like a potato floating in the sea. Maybe they should go there? She thought about it, after which they came to Jen, and she asked with a little surprise if they need a diving suit. Hayoung agreed. She started looking for it and said that it seemed like there were materials about something like that here. "Are they going somewhere?" She said with a happy look that they heard that there are potatoes floating in the sea, so they want to catch it. She was a little surprised by this and asked, "Potatoes in the sea?" Juho came to them and said that he felt the smell of mirai here. She turned to him and greeted him. He greeted them and asked what they were doing here. She said that they were looking for potatoes that were floating in the sea. After that, she put on a diving suit. They went underwater, and she said that the sea was so amazing. It was the first time she had ever swum like that. Juho went with him and thought it was a great chance to share memories with him. She noticed something that caught her attention, pointed at it with her finger, and said that they should look there. There really was a fish there that looked exactly like a potato. He was surprised by this and asked, "What is that? Some kind of mutant that appeared because of the zombie situation?" She happily called the protagonist by name and said that they should quickly catch it. He saw something ahead with a calm expression on his face, which he warned the others about, and at that moment, they noticed a huge fish swimming towards a potato-like fish. They were both very surprised by this, and he loudly asked, "What the hell is that?" She screamed loudly in surprise and said that this fish ate their potatoes. He looked at it, called out loudly, and said that they should look there. One of this fish's fins was torn. This is probably just a remnant of past battles. This fish is definitely the ruler of the local seas. Unexpectedly for them, this huge fish swam very quickly towards them with its mouth wide open. However, this giant monster noticed MC, who looked at it with an emotionless look and stopped in front of him. The huge fish remembered a peaceful day when it swam through the sea and said, "Excellent, it is the ruler of the seas." Suddenly, at that very moment, he struck a very powerful blow, cutting off its fin. Seeing him again, the fish remembered the fear of death it felt that day. As a result, the fish was unable to overcome its anxiety and lost consciousness. Juho was surprised by what had happened and asked, "Huh?" He was glad about this and loudly said that he defeated the fish. Hayoung was also happy about what happened and said that it was as expected of him. After that, the three of them returned to the house and dragged the fish they found in the sea. Many eyes were fixed on the unusually huge fish, and soon most of the villagers gathered around. Jiseon was very surprised when she saw a crowd of people and asked, "Who are these people?" Because of this, she had to cook a huge amount of curry, and her hasty cooking eventually showed the worst of her skills. She placed the plate with the terrible-looking dish on the table and wished him bon appétit. Everyone was very disappointed when they saw this and expressed their dissatisfaction. The people who also came here asked if they had come in vain. However, he had heard that she was a good cook. She cried with a dissatisfied expression and asked what they were suggesting she do. Juho called Mirai and said that he should try it at least once. Maybe it wasn't that bad, right? He cannot eat it all, right? He looked at the food on the plate in front of him and remembered how his mother said that he should remember one thing. No matter what happened, he must definitely eat well. She would always make sure of that. After the incident, he continued to eat for some time until he grew up. Currently, he ate a spoonful of this food, which surprised everyone around him. They looked at him with surprised faces and said that they had never seen him eat anything. How did he like the taste of this dish? He thought about it for a few seconds and made them laugh a lot by saying it wasn't tasty. They laughed loudly and said that even he didn't like her dish. She continued to cry and thought that she knew it herself. Kyung looked at him with a smile after what happened and thought that she hoped that today would be meaningful. She also tried the dish and, with a dissatisfied look, wondered what it was. After some time, Garam called Min-sung over the radio and asked if she could hear her. "The people in the village are safe, right? So, the operation in Changwon that she spoke of, they are going to secretly attack that city. It seems that they will carry out the plan soon, so they should wait a little longer." However, Yera was sitting by the radio with a burning village with dead people in the background. Unexpectedly for her, she asked in response, "Won't this be too boring?" She was very surprised by that voice and asked who it was. She sat in the same place and said that they would dismiss all the guards so that they could come openly. They shouldn't act impolitely since they were worth each other. She sat up and called her name in a surprised voice. She said, with a serious expression, that they would wait for it. Garam was about to ask loudly about what happened to Min-sung, but she only broke the radio with a kick. She began to shake from horror from the realization of what had happened. And she remembered how she had previously told the villagers that they didn't need to worry because they would definitely come. After that, She came to the base and told the others what had happened. Rishuru, with a calm expression, said that she too clings to any opportunity to become stronger. Of course, a little differently than him, but still, thanks to this, they often wandered together. In general, no one except her is so interested in martial arts. Kyung asked with a calm expression. It seems their plan has been discovered. It seems they are in trouble. Garam started to leave and said that she would go then. This caught her attention. She called her name and asked if she was okay. She agreed and walked on, and he was a little surprised by this and asked if this was somehow unexpected. She said that people died because of her, so he thought that she would hide somewhere and cry. She stood nearby with a calm expression and said that she was not that weak. Surely she also knows what kind of revenge would be the wisest. She went outside and, out of great anger, broke the radio with one hand. After some time, Nuri pointed to the board with a pointer and said that, on the contrary, it was for the best. Still, the plan they had seemed unreliable enough. They needed to come up with at least some kind of plan, because soon the place and resources for life would run out, but the probability of success was low. The reason for this was a lack of information. Through several expeditions, they learned only one thing about Changwon. It's a high wall in the very center of the wasteland, and that's all. They couldn't even find out about the forces located inside, so any plan would be insufficient. However, what if they opened the doors? What if there was no need to worry about information? Kyung turned around and asked if there was a chance that Yeryere's offer was a lie. Rishuru, with a calm expression, said that it didn't seem like it because she was crazy. Nuri said that in a fight between strength and strength, the probability of their defeat was 0%. If they hospitably opened the doors to them, then they had no reason not to break in. He thought with a joyful expression on his face how excited he was. How much fun would it be this time? He should also be with the teacher, right? She turned around and asked where Mirai was now. Kyung said that she didn't think she had seen him today, but she would go look for him. At the same time, he was sitting by a large tree. Jiseon noticed him and asked what he was doing here. He turned to her silently, and she said that she came here to throw away the curry. He remembers, right? This is what they ate yesterday? She sat down next to him, started crying, and said that she tried so hard to cook it, but it turned out to be tasteless. Besides, there was a lot of it, but there was nowhere to throw it away, so she was walking around. She noticed the clothes in his hands and asked, "Isn't this by any chance a squad member's costume? By the way, why isn't he wearing this? Everyone else only wears this." He said that he just doesn't feel like wearing it. She asked, "Then why is he holding it in his hands?" He remained silent. She called his name and asked if something happened to him. He said that he didn't know. Before that, he always felt only emptiness, but yesterday, he doesn't know. She looked at him, thought about what he said and asked, "Is it so scary for him to do something with others? It seems like he is trying to find hope, and this gives him a feeling of guilt." He doesn't have to think like that. He's just creating a story that he'll tell his mother one day, because if he only tells her stories about constantly fighting zombies, she won't like it. Where and what he's been doing all this time, who he's met, what thoughts he's shared, and what feelings he's experienced. He should tell her about his happy days, not just the hard ones. If she were his mother, it would bring her more happiness. The protagonist stood up, started to walk away, glanced at the curry pot, and said it was good. He walked on, and Kyung stood next to him, listening to them with energy and a smile. After that, the small flame that had already begun to fade reignited, and humanity, step by step, embarked on the great path. A week later, the squad gathered and came to the gates of Changwon, the zombie training camp. The zombies noticed them and loudly said that they should look there. Humans had finally arrived. Kyung, with a calm expression, asked, "Where's the fighter now?" Hemi said her power had no effect on the teacher. So why was he flying here? She said with a calm expression that if he had left at the same time as them, then they needed to wait another 12 seconds. Crowds of zombies ran toward them and loudly asked, "Do they think they'll wait any longer? After all, they've been waiting all week. They should eat them quickly." Yeryer said they didn't need to take any prisoners. At the same time, on the roof of the Changwon control room, a zombie called her through the device and said that people had appeared at the main gate. She stood with one finger on her sword and asked how long it would take people to break through. Roughly an hour, right? Although no. She also sent the squad leaders there, which means it will take about 3 hours. At the same time, at the main gate, the leader of the 2nd Changwon Defense Squad, Trash Kong, jumped over the crowd of zombies and loudly said that they should get out of the way. They can't even speak properly, so they must respect the hierarchy before eating. The leader of the 1st Defense Squad, Steel Trampoline, said that eating too fast can cause indigestion, so the 1st squad starts with a warm-up. The leader of the Chemical Defense Squad, Chemical Talk, asked which of them defeated Jisoo Chae-jae. He wants to meet with this person first. Kyung stood calmly in place and counted the seconds until MC's arrival, and when she finished counting, he landed in a crowd of zombies walking towards them. He stood in his uniform, and she said that he had arrived just in time. He should act as they planned. He looked at her with a calm expression and agreed with this. At the same time, she was still standing on the roof of the building and asked, "Will they even be able to break through the main gate?" Her attention was caught by the sound of a loud approaching sound. The leaders and members of the defensive squads, as well as the regular guards, a total of 336 zombies, were completely annihilated. The distance from the defensive wall to the Yeryer command post was 3 kilometers 200 meters. 678 zombies died during the movement. This process took only 3 seconds. During this time, he reached her and ran towards her with incredible speed, swinging his fist. She was very surprised by this and wondered, who is this guy, and when did he appear here? He hit her very hard in the face and threw her several meters into the air. She landed on her feet and said loudly that this is amazing. He decided to catch her off guard. So he is the same person who is acting like God knows what. He's pretty tough to get here so quickly. She looked at him with a serious expression and said that, however, attacking from behind is a bit too much. What about the warrior's code of honor? So he came straight here, ignoring the zombies at the main gate? After all, she gave them a warm welcome, but this is what she got in return. He said in a calm voice that, however, he killed them all. She was surprised by what she heard and thought, but aren't they the main forces of Changwon? She just received a report a few seconds ago that people had arrived here, right? Is this guy really that strong? He ran behind her with incredible speed. She noticed this and turned sharply to him. She didn't have time to do anything because he delivered a very strong punch to her head. She was thrown back very hard and she wondered what that was. Until he hit, she didn't suspect anything at all. She didn't see anything at all. Yer stood up after this blow, took her sword, and said that now he convinced her. He is the guy who killed the officers. Does he know why she opened Changwon for them? She took out several small tiles and said that she thought that if she met someone stronger than her and could focus on martial arts. She threw it on the ground, her sword engulfed in fire, and she said that then, it may turn out, she will forget the past that she wants to forget. She activated the fire dice skill. She cut Mirai in two with a sword strike, and he looked at her and asked for forgiveness with a calm expression. What happened surprised her very much, and she wondered what she was looking at now. He asked with a calm expression if she by any chance knew where Yer was now. She looked at him and asked what he just said. She thought that this guy didn't come because he knew she was here, but just burst into the first building he saw. She got angry and said loudly that she didn't know what special abilities he had. But still, even in ignoring, you need to know when to stop. She was the one he just spoke about. He said with a calm expression that in that case, he asked for forgiveness. His body recovered. He delivered a strong kick and said that it was nothing personal. She was thrown very hard to the side. She hit the bamboo and began to cough up blood. At the same time, people broke into Changwon and Kyung loudly said that they should all go on the attack. They should move along the path that was cleared for them and get inside. According to the operation plan, they are rescuing people. They should go from the entrance along the eastern wall and save the people who are working as slaves for them. She is handing over the main command to Garam. She ran alongside, loudly agreed, then stopped, took out her weapon, and was about to say something. At the same time, zombies were standing at the guard post near the supercluster and asked what was going on there. Maybe they should go there too? They hadn't received any special orders, so they should wait for now. Someone ran past them, and they asked what was running past. Kyung jumped very high, pushing off the wall, and said that this is the supercluster. As Rashuru said, it is located right in the middle of Changwon. She estimated that the radius of this structure is currently about 50 kilometers. It seems like a mental numbness will set in for about 3 months, and yet everything is fine. After all, now she can trust him. She began to activate her skill and thought that her ability was absolute sight. Everyone knows it by that name, but in reality, it works a little differently. Her ability can greatly increase any human sense, including hearing, sight, smell, touch, as well as muscle strength, gravity, acceleration, and so on. All this time, she simply focused on sight, because it is the least risky. She used sense enhancement by 580%, absolute territory, dominion. She landed on her feet and said that now in this place there is not a single attack that she cannot sense. A zombie with a very angry expression swung his weapon to attack a squad member and loudly asked how they dared to break in here. His blow missed, and he loudly asked how it was possible that his attack bounced off. She continued using her ability with a serious expression and thought that the fighters need not worry. No one among the people will die today. At the same time, Neifei heard 2 beeps and asked who was calling her in the middle of the experiment. The device told her that 2 errors were detected. It transfers the waiting energy to the additional monitor. She was surprised by this and asked, were they the errors she was looking for 2 at once? A zombie ran up to her and loudly called her name. He said that people have now broken through inside Changwon. She must give orders on what to do. She thought that she had told Yer not to expose them. Wait, so the errors are somehow connected with people? Maybe this is her chance, which she as a scientist cannot miss. She directed the energy into her hand and said to activate the protective protocol. Multiple screens appeared in front of her, and she activated the skill to remove the tweezers, activate the system. She said that first she needed to mobilize all forces for defense. It would take time before the system was fully activated. The zombie agreed and ran away, and she called Bixie and said that they needed to transmit an alarm signal. The zombie she contacted asked who to designate as the recipient. She immediately named Teret. At the same time, Garam defeated the zombies and said that there were too many of them. She thought that they needed to save people as quickly as possible. When would that be possible at this rate? A zombie jumped towards her, loudly wishing her death, and swung its weapon. A bald man saved her by hitting the zombie with his shoulder, who was about to attack her. He winked at her with a smile and said that she didn't need to thank him. It would be better if she bought carrots from him later. She thanked him, and he ran on and loudly called the zombies around. She laughed and thought that a few days ago, ordinary people were afraid of this operation. Even though they had trained all this time, the very thought of what they had been subjected to before destroyed all their faith in defeating the zombies. To be honest, she also thought they wouldn't be much help. But that was a stupid thought. One of the humans was surprised when he dodged a zombie attack and thought he was seeing their attacks. The monsters tried to resist and were indignant that the humans had become so strong. She thought that, however, each of them was now a full-fledged member of their squad. She began to slap her cheeks with her palms and thought that she shouldn't be so hasty. She said loudly that she needed to gather her strength and save everyone. At the same time, in the third border work zone, a zombie looked at the people walking down the street and said that the 88th group should switch with the 102nd group. He raised his voice and said that they should not hesitate and move faster. A man named Jin Chun called Grandpa Hansel and the girl Yuna and said that they should work on the shift. He agreed and said that he had already done a great job. The rest had already arrived. He looked to the side, noticed children named Jung-sok and Changgun, and said that he had already returned. They ignored him, but he came closer and called them again. They turned to him and he said that he kept calling them, but they did not answer. Do they have something interesting? The boy said that was not the case. They are always called by numbers, so he did not realize that he was calling them. It seemed that he had even forgotten what his name was. He sat down to be on the same level with them and said that he always tells them. Even if they forget their names, he will always call them that way. The boy looked down sadly and asked what would change if he started calling them that. After all, zombies will always address them by numbers. It seems as if they have become some kind of robots. Is there any point in such a life? Maybe it would be better to die? Chun asked if he knew why they call them by numbers. Zombies do not age or get sick and always look the same. However, people gain new experiences over time and change. Creatures always ready for new achievements. He himself just said that he feels like a robot. This is exactly what the zombies want. They take away their names and all their humanity and try to turn them into simple cattle. However, they are afraid of their capabilities. They must survive this no matter what. They will endure until their capabilities bloom in full color. After all, one day, their world will definitely return. He hugged the children, and they were very touched by his words. At that moment, Garam came to them, holding a beaten zombie in her hand, and loudly said that they all should get out of here. They looked at her and asked what was going on. Who was she anyway? She loudly said that they could escape with them. They were surprised when they saw the defeated zombie and asked if it was really she who killed the monster. She loudly said that now it seemed unbelievable to them, but they should follow her. After all, she came to save them. Chun ran very quickly to where she came from and looked out from around the corner. And she said that it was dangerous there, so it was better not to go alone. He saw the squad members fighting against the zombies, turned around and loudly said that now the zombies are fighting with people. It seems that they really came to save them. The people immediately ran to the exit when they heard his words. He loudly called out to Jung-suk and Changgun and said that they also need to run away from here faster. He turned around and said loudly that he asked her to take care of all the children and adults. He started to run in the other direction and said loudly that he had to get some things. She was about to say something, but stopped and thought that she didn't know who he was, but he was very brave. Thanks to him, they managed to quickly rescue everyone. She said loudly that she would go ahead and they should not delay. He walked to the table, picked up a stack of documents and thought, has the day finally come to read this? Suddenly, he heard loud sounds that caught his attention. A large eye made of energy appeared in the air, and a loud voice said that a protective protocol had been activated, targeting people. Unknown structures, made of bright green energy, flew out from underground, which greatly surprised Garam, and she loudly asked, "What is this?" The building that Chun ran to began to collapse, and he became very worried about this. A powerful explosion occurred in Changwon, which attracted Kyung's attention. She looked in the direction of the explosion and saw how the energy structures were releasing lasers that created explosions. The squad member was confused when he saw this, but she managed to save him at the last moment. She looked at the flying structures and asked, "What the hell is this? It only attacks people, right?" The energy source is towards the research area. It looks like Natefi has started to act. She pointed her finger to the side and said that first they need to dodge. They should try to hide in the buildings. The squad member agreed, and she thought that of course she would like to go to her, but she has to protect people. In this case, there is nothing to be done. She ran to Garam and called her by name and said that it looks like Natefi did this. Can she take this case? She was surprised by what she heard and asked her to attack the officer. Kyung said that she will support her, so she should not worry. She ran in the right direction and said loudly that there was no choice. Now was not the time to give up. One way or another, she would try. She thought that Natefi was in the research area. Suddenly, a star flew next to her and she managed to dodge this attack at the last moment. Jisoo Chae-jae, who threw it, called her a friend and asked where she was going. They should talk, right? Garam was surprised because she saw her and was about to say something. She asked with a serious look, so she remembers her? Of course, she must remember her. Her appearance changed, and she said loudly, with a very displeased expression, that it was because of her that she lost so much. Her beautiful face and her sister's too. She threw 2 stars at her and said that she would do the same to her. She went on the attack and delivered many quick blows with her weapon, and she dodged it all. She continued to make quick attacks, and loudly asked, where is she always running? She thought with a worried look, because she needed to get to the research center as soon as possible. She loudly called out to the commander and asked, can she hear her? There was an emergency, she needed help. She heard her request for help, and Jisoo Chejae loudly asked who is she talking to. She should focus on the battle. Kyung very quickly ran to her and said that she didn't know what kind of situation this was, but it seemed like she needed support. She looked at her with a very displeased look and asked, "Who the hell is she?" She should leave here immediately. At that moment, the commander delivered a very strong kick, knocking her aside, and a large cloud of smoke rose from her impact. She turned around and said that she didn't need to worry, she would send support through Hemi. Garam with a surprised expression asked, "Won't she fight alongside her?" She turned around, started to leave, and said that she had to protect people. She had no opportunity to stay where she was. Support would arrive soon, so she had to go towards the research area. Immediately after that, the commander ran away very quickly, and she agreed and thought, could someone else come? It seemed like all the combat forces were already here. Jisoo Chejae emerged from a cloud of dust and loudly asked, "Who was that woman here?" She had to go back. She would kill them both. She looked up and said that she needed support quickly. Rishuru emerged from the portal and began to laugh with a joyful expression on his face. He came out of the portal with Gyuho with a joyful expression and loudly called for the teacher. He laughed joyfully, jumping on the spot, and said that he was already here. She was surprised when she saw him and called out the name of this zombie. He saw her, also called out her name and asked what was with her shabby appearance. She said in confusion that it was he who looked like crap. Gyuho called her by name and asked if she was okay. Garam looked at him and said that she was fine. However, he was the one sent to her as support. He agreed and said that they put a collar on his neck. He showed the control panel and said that it could be used to control. Therefore, he promised that he would act under his direction and was allowed to come as support. She thought with a confused look, but would he be of any use in this state? She still ran and said that, in general, she was relying on them, but she needed to hurry to another place. He agreed and said that she could trust him. Jisoo Chejae jumped towards her, swung her weapon and asked where she was going. She promised that she would do to her the same as she did to her, right? Rishuru blocked her attack and with a serious expression said that she should move on. He could handle this. She, with a confused look, said that he shouldn't try to seem cool like that. She looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "What is this? Is he helping people now?" He, with a serious expression, said that this is how it happened. She, with a serious expression, grabbed her weapon and said that she thought he died, but he became a slave to people. She jumped towards him very quickly, swung and said that he should not distract her and get out of here. He dodged her attack and asked if she remembered the difference between a high-level zombie and a medium-level zombie, right? She said with a surprised expression that of course, it was because a high-level zombie was much stronger. He further reminded her of the difference in their strength and asked if even knowing this, she decided to fight him. He was about to say something else, but she threw him aside with a strong blow and said that he talked too much. Gyuho watched this from the side and thought, everything is fine, right? Rishuru was surprised by what happened and wondered why he was so weak. All this time, he only fought with people, so he didn't know how he was so weak. He noticed that she was running away and said that she was chasing Garam. He called his name, pressed the button on the remote, and said that he should quickly stop her. He pressed the button, which caused an electric shock to start, and he loudly told this idiot that he should turn it off. He turned it off, looked confused, and apologized, saying he didn't think it worked like that. He suddenly jumped towards her and asked if she saw what happened. He had no choice either. She grabbed his hair, started spinning him, and said that she had asked him not to touch her. Juho watched from the side and said that he should try. Rishuru thought that he was not capable of anything in such a body. He called the man and said that he should give him that medicine. He refused, saying that Jen said to use it only in an emergency. She threw it close to him, and he said that this was exactly the situation now. If he didn't give it to him right now, they would both die. He said with a serious expression that he had to handle it himself. How could he trust him and give the medicine? He looked at him and asked. He wanted to see the teacher as soon as possible, right? If he eats the medicine and deals with this girl, he will be able to see the teacher at least a second earlier. Besides, people need help now too, right? What will he do if while they are fighting with her, all the other people die? He thought about it, handed him the medicine, and said that he must use it to save people. He is not giving it to him because he wants to see his teacher. He threw him a fish-shaped pill, and Rishuru said that he should have given it to him right away. As soon as he swallowed it, he immediately felt the effect, and the rope around his body began to crack. The rope broke, and he watched what happened with a joyful look. Gyuho looked at him from the side and said that he returned to his normal body. Now he must follow this zombie girl. He turned to him, waved his hand, and with a wide smile said that first he needed to do something. He was very scared because of this and thought, did he decide to betray them? He knew that zombies can't be trusted. Unexpectedly, he patted him on the head, thanked him, and said that it seemed like he could be negotiated with. He knew that everyone around the teacher was good for something. He turned around with a smile and asked, in that case, should he try to do what he was supposed to? Immediately after that, he jumped towards her, and he stood there with a confused look, wondering what was wrong with him. Was he kinder than he thought? Rishuru very quickly caught up with Jisoo Chejae and said that a high-ranking zombie was entering the scene. He activated the skills Scarlet Runway, Rotation, and Spices. He began to fire projectiles in different directions, and she screamed loudly in surprise. He laughed with a joyful expression and said that, so the words of this scientist turned out to be true. Earlier, he asked if she would allow him to return to his usual form. Jin agreed and said that it was because the commander asked. With this, you can return to your normal form. Of course, no more than an hour. Gyuho looked at the test tube in her hand and asked what it was that allowed this. She said it was Mirai's blood. We found a healing component in it. If we use it, part of the form can be restored. Since it is his blood, it restores not only the body, but even clothes. Of course, this does not mean that it restores everything. It did not work on plants, animals, and people. So the area of the blood that they discovered was only living zombies. In any case, with this potion, he can become a significant fighting unit. Currently, he was very quickly exchanging blows with Jisoo Chae-jae. He watched it from the side and thought that a significant fighting unit. Now he looks quite powerful. She called him a freak with a very displeased expression on her face, and he wondered if he would be able to defeat this girl with strength. Of course, first you need to believe in him, but honestly, he is worried. Will he be able to win? She stopped and asked if he should just leave without causing her any trouble. He was in her way. After all, there was some truth in Gyuho's words. Until now, the Rishuru he saw was simply a laughing stock. However, his thoughts turned out to be fundamentally wrong. She tried to attack him several times, but he easily dodged, hit her with his head, and said that it was incredibly boring for him here. He put his foot on her head and said that she was the one getting in the way. After all, he had to go meet with the teacher even a second sooner. There is something Gyuho didn't know, and Jisoo Chae-jae had forgotten. Earlier, several years ago when zombie society was just beginning to emerge, Rishuru was a legend. Enormous physical strength, a wonderful bright mind, and even great superpowers. The one who reached the officer's seat faster than anyone else, a legendary rookie, and that was exactly him. Of course, this legend did not last long. Suddenly, his will and ability to act were broken, and he turned into a loser. That's how he became a forgotten legend. But here and now, the legend unexpectedly returned. Besides, he is now on the side of the people. She was very angry because of this, managed to break free, tried to hit him, and asked loudly, "Why is he doing this?" She delivered many quick blows, but she couldn't hit, and asked loudly, "Why did he side with the people?" He can see her hair, right? Her sister's hair is woven into this, and this skirt is made from the remains of her sister's skirts. Because of these people, she lost everything. Her sisters and her beauty, she lost it all. She started crying and asked, however, why doesn't he calm her down, but stands on the side of the people? He is the same zombie as she is. Gyuho looked at them with a worried look and wondered why he suddenly stopped attacking. Did her words make him hesitate? He knew that zombies couldn't be trusted. He was about to press the button on the remote control and said loudly that he should attack quickly. Rishuru, with a serious expression on his face, struck her neck hard with his hand and asked, "So what?" He struck her again with his hand and asked, why does he even care what she lost there? He spread his arms out to the sides with a serious expression and released many feathers at her body. It hit her and threw her a long distance. He looked at her with a calm expression on his face and thought that every dead person has their own story. But has she ever listened to the story of the one she killed? He raised his sword above his head and said that she probably didn't do that. After all, there's no point in listening to the stories of weaklings. He cut off her head with one blow of his sword and said that he didn't care either. He caught her head, squeezed it with one hand, and said that there's no point in listening to it. Gyuho looked at him with a shocked look, and he walked on and said that they should quickly go. He turned to him with a joyful look and said that they should quickly go to the teacher. Rishuru walked on with a joyful look, and he looked at him with a confused look and thought that he had already imagined it, that he would kill him too. For a moment, he decided that he was kind, but still, zombies are terrible creatures. He killed even such a zombie with great cruelty. How strong is he? He thought about it, because the protagonist defeated him like a child's toy. How strong is he? At the same time, Yer fell to the ground and breathed heavily from fatigue. And he held her sword in his hand and thought that it was heavy. She looked at him and thought that she respected the paladin Rishuru for standing up against such a monster. It felt like a rock in front of her, as if she was looking straight at a mountain that she could not climb. He walked up to her and threw the sword in front of her. She took it, started to get up, and said that all this time he was either showing her mercy or laughing at her. She rolled the dice again, jumped up and swung her sword, which was engulfed in intense flames. She delivered a strong blow to the ground, and he immediately jumped to the side and dodged this attack. He raised his hand behind his back with a calm expression and easily pulled out his spine. He sprayed his blood, and it flew next to her. She dodged this attack and wondered, did he raise the temperature and warm up the blood to use it like a flame? This guy repeats after her. He ran towards her very quickly, and she delivered 2 quick blows and said that this type of fighting irritates her. He was not confused by this, extended his arms and grabbed her head. She was very surprised by this and asked loudly, what is this anyway? He pulled himself towards her and delivered a very strong kick. He was going to use his blood as a weapon, but stopped and did not attack her. She looked at him and said that she had been feeling this for a while. However, why does he always leave her alive? Does he have some kind of special order? He refused because the only thing he was ordered to do was kill the officer, and he received no other instructions. However, now he just felt some kind of incomprehensible compassion. He asked what past she would like to forget. Is this past forgotten? She looked at him and asked why he was asking her about such things. Does he want to feel sorry for her? He refused and said that he simply had a past that he would like to forget. Everyone has had this, right? In childhood, for some reason, they argued with a friend, and then a fight starts, after which they make up as if there was no quarrel. This happens because there was an exchange of emotions which strangely helped them understand each other. And here too, there was such a case. Exchanging blows, these two understood each other. Yere said that a warrior needs to hone his body's senses. Recently, while training her sense of smell, she felt that there are many more smells in the world than she thought. The smell of a rainy night, the smell of coming winter. There are things that can be known even by seeing, since sense not only means something specific, but also allow you to feel a lot. He has the same smell as hers. She picked up the sword, brought it behind her back and said that it will be so. She will tell. The story began several years ago, before the Paradise Time began in Seoul. The Scarlet Squad is an organization born of defeat. Because of the brutal battles between the zombies in Seoul, some had lost something or been injured, so they gathered together to escape to the south of the country. However, she lost her father there. He was the last of her real family. Of course, after meeting the Crimson Squad, they may consider each other family, but it only exists on paper. He wonders why? It's because the picture of the world in the zombies' heads is broken. They only tell each other cause and effect relationships. However, they cannot truly become attached to each other. A fake family, created to forget the real one, on the contrary, only reminds her of it more. Although it doesn't hurt anymore, it creates an unhealing wound and emptiness, in which there is no emptiness, but which cannot be filled. Simply put, she couldn't forget. That's why she clings to martial arts, because she wants something to block out these thoughts. She grabbed the mask tied to her hand and said that she had talked for too long. Thanks to this, she was able to complete the technique. Her abilities need to line up. It was ridiculous, of course, to say such things to her, who had survived thanks to his mercy, but she was glad that she could show her true ability. She put on the mask and said that she was grateful that he listened to her story. For the first time, she told her interlocutor about her past. She activated the fire game skill at 29 steps completed. Her head lit up with flames. She took 2 swords from the fire in her hands and said that she, too, would show her respect as best she could. MC watched her and saw himself from the past in her, so he also wanted to show his respect as a reward. What he could do, his greatest respect, was the purest martial art, in which there was not a drop of deception. He also put on the mask and thought that, reveling in this moment, he was forgetting the past. Yer flew close to him, swung her weapon and released an extremely strong flame. This attack didn't cause him much damage, and he created 2 swords of black flame in his hands. He ran towards her very quickly, and they attacked each other simultaneously. She looked at him in surprise and asked how accurately he could repeat her. She attacked again and thought that such a level couldn't be called a repetition. He absorbed her technique perfectly. She raised the sword above her head and said that it looked like she would have to overcome this mountain too. How accurately could he repeat this? After all, her technique wasn't yet completely complete. She struck with her sword and said that these were 4 horses. After completing the fire game in Ute, there is the possibility of evolution. In order to satisfy the condition of evolution, you need to get 4 horses. If you manage to catch up with your opponent's horse, you can get 1 horse and vice versa. If your opponent's horse catches up, you can lose 1 horse. If as a result of repeating this process, you manage to collect 4 horses, you can achieve the first evolution. The first evolution, the blue dragon. He calmly looked at the fire dragon she released. He created a dragon more from his energy, which absorbed her dragon. She was very surprised that he was able to repeat even this technique of hers. This dragon flew towards her and cut off her arm. She screamed loudly and pushed it away with a strong blow of her sword. Immediately after that, she used her second evolution, White Tiger of the West. He incredibly quickly created the same tiger, which dispersed her fire energy. She looked at this in surprise and loudly said that everything is fine. She still has many horses in reserve. She used the skill Red Phoenix Yuta, which attacked from above, and Mythical Turtle of the North to attack from below. Her attacks hit the target, and she said that it would be difficult for him to endure. She was very surprised when she saw that he used the same skill and dispersed 8 her energy. Yere said that her patrons of the 4 directions were so easily defeated. She wondered how to defeat this guy, and what should she do? She raised her sword, took a deep breath, and wondered why she was even asking. How could she be so focused? For the first time in so many years, her head felt so light. She ran towards him very quickly to attack. This battle was somehow special. Outwardly, it could be mistaken for a furious exchange of blows, but inside, Yere felt some strange comfort, and he felt the same. As if this was not a battle, but something close to a dialogue. In any discipline, at the moment when victory or defeat is at stake, the opponent's gaze, actions, habits, and even the shortest breaths feel very profound. To defeat each other, you need to understand your opponent. You need to focus on them. The two were engaged in a dialogue, quiet but deep. She lost another arm and leg and said that she had already thought that her past did not matter. However, maybe she had endured everything just for this one moment. Surely, it seemed that this was enough. Now she would get rid of the will to live. Mirai ran up to her, struck her with his sword, and her body was engulfed in powerful fiery energy. And she used the form of the highest evolution, Tokaedi, the patron of the center. She said that this is a being who has gone beyond life. Although his physical shell is immortal, but the soul cannot be immortal. It was an honor for her to fight him. She called him a friend and said that they will leave this world together. She attacked him with this fiery energy, because of which a small amount of energy flew out of his mouth. The mask on his head began to break, and a large amount of dark energy burst out. This dark energy tried to grab what flew out earlier, and she looked at what was happening and loudly asked, "What is this?" She flew away from him and asked, "What is happening now?" Even the buildings began to shake. Or rather, even the dimensions were shaking. The people who were below also felt what was happening and became worried about it. Natefi saw a lot of system errors and asked what they were. This was the first time she had seen something like this. Who was Yer fighting? At that moment, a strong explosion occurred next to her. Her Takebi disappeared, and she asked if even an attack that crossed the line of life had any effect on it. The protagonist stood there with a puzzled look and wondered what had happened. She laughed and said that this was too much. Couldn't she even leave this world together with her friend? She created 2 large hands of flame and said that it was do or die. She launched fire projectiles at him and said that since this had already happened, she would fight to the very end. She continued to attack him and asked what he was doing and why he wasn't counterattacking. Did he think that in this form she didn't even deserve an attack? She would die soon. She took a deep breath, flew towards him and screamed loudly, but before she could reach him, she ran out of strength and fell to the ground. She wondered what she was expecting. Natefi had asked earlier, "Do you want bamboo and plan to plant it?" She agreed and said that her father loved it, so she decided to plant it. She agreed and said that she would get it for her soon. She stood behind her and asked, "Does she have time on the weekend?" She turned to her and asked, "Are you having some kind of general meeting?" She refused and said that was not the issue. She thought that maybe they would go on a picnic together with the squad leaders. She asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? If it is not work-related, she does not have to come to her." She agreed and apologized. After some time, she planted bamboo on the roof and said that one day she would definitely find someone to talk to. She can't miss her father forever. She will try to create a new family. She offered this to different zombies, but everyone refused her, and in parallel, she continued training. After some time, when the bamboo grew, she came to the roof and said that one day she would have a new family. The bamboo forest started to burn, and she thought that there couldn't be a new family for zombies. She attracted MC's attention by asking if it was possible. If she were human, could they become friends? He looked at her calmly and agreed. She continued to burn and said that one day he would have those who could quench his sorrow and they would become his new family. However, she could only envy him. After that, she died, and he looked at it with a sad look and said that he was also envious. At the same time, Nitifi looked at the system windows and loudly asked, "Who are these errors coming from? The location must be reported immediately." At that moment, a loud explosion occurred behind her due to a beam of energy. She turned sharply at this and asked what was that. Garam saw her, called her name and said that she found her. She remembered the past and thought that during this time she carefully read the attack wave and was almost close to complete absorption. So she was able to increase the use time to 2 minutes. During this time she should defeat her, or Mirai should come after defeating Yera. Either way, if she doesn't endure it, she will die. At the same time, Kyung ran down the street and thought, great, she manages to save people exactly according to plan. So far, everything is going pretty smoothly. However, something makes her nervous. Maybe she is missing something that should not happen under any circumstances. At the same time, Natifa asked, "Who is this Mirai?" She was surprised by this question and was about to ask something, but at that moment she shot energy into her head and said that it looks like it can be used. She should become a zombie. Because of what happened, Garam fell to her knees, breathing heavily, while her consciousness changed and she began to turn into a zombie. At the same time, on the street, Hemi was fighting against a zombie. She leaned on her sword because of fatigue and asked if it was because she used the ability too many times. Suddenly, a zombie ran up to her, who was about to hit her with his weapon, and said that she can't be distracted. At the last moment, Kim Yulha attacked this zombie with his energy and used the skill Speedball Flight. He called her and said that it was better for her to leave the battlefield since she was so tired. He was afraid that she would die here from overexertion, because someone like him was needed here. She said that he should bend over. He was indignant because of this and said loudly that he saved her. But she was so impudent. She jumped towards him, put her hand on his head and said that if he did not want to die, he should bend over. She held his head and kicked the zombie very hard in the head. He looked at her with a very displeased look and asked, has she completely lost her mind? How dare she touch his head with her hands? She said that she saved him, but he was so impudent. When will he finally grow up? He became even more angry because of this and asked why she was even repeating after him. Hemi, with a calm expression on her face, said that she was his twin sister. Or had he already gone blind? A bald man came to them, called her and said that if she was having a hard time, she could rest. They had him after all. She thanked him, and Yulha, with a displeased expression on his face, turned to him and said that he should leave too. He said with a sad look that he was just worried. He became even more angry and loudly asked who he was to order his sister around. She, with a calm expression on her face, watched him arguing with the man and called him a little idiot. She looked around and wondered where the black-haired guy had gone. It seemed like just recently he was with them. He probably just went somewhere. At the same time, Kyung fired a machine gun and destroyed the devices flying above her. It exploded, and she thought that the frequency was gradually increasing. It was becoming more and more difficult to defend herself. She looked at the large device that appeared due to the protective protocol, the second stage, the clearing system. Besides, what bothered her most was that these shots were happening with a certain periodicity. She jumped towards these projectiles, destroyed them, and thought that of course, this did not interfere with protecting people. And yet, at this rate, she would not be able to get to Garam's aid. She ran forward with a tense expression and wondered if now was the best time to wait for Mirai. She apologized apologized to Garam. She must hold out. At the same time, she tried her best to resist the effect of Nafee's ability. She used the skill attack wave, energy management, purification. She managed to get rid of the energy that transformed her into a zombie and was breathing heavily because of what happened. She thought that she didn't know what she was going to do to her. But if she was late just a moment, something terrible would have happened. She asked loudly what she did to her. She looked at her calmly and asked how this happened. Does she have any superpowers? She doesn't know how she did it, but she knows how to cling to life. However, if she became a zombie, life would become much more comfortable. She was surprised because of this and thought, did she just try to turn her into a zombie? So this crazy scientist who tried to combine a human and a zombie, it seems that it is she. She picked up the book she dropped and said that she and Yer really don't even consider people as cockroaches. She used the skill attack wave, complete assimilation, and said that of course, on the contrary, it's good that now she can fight her without feeling guilty. She channeled a large amount of energy into her hand and thought that they had about 2 minutes, and during that time, she would try to finish her off. Nafee stood calmly in front of her and said that this is how others see her. Garam released a very strong beam of energy, but stopped because of what her opponent did. She activated the skill Spinal Cord Severance. Several energy locks appeared above her head and she wondered, what is this? Her body does not move, as if something in it was breaking, as if something broke in her head. A system window appeared in front of her, in which it was written that this is a perfectly appropriate expression. After all, right now, control of her body is in her hands. She looked at it with a shocked look and wondered what this is, some kind of illusion? Nafee wrote with the power of thought that they communicate by merging brains, so it is better for her to stop resisting. It seems that her body would be useful to explore, so she did not want to damage it. She attacked her with her energy, and she watched and thought that, of course, she understood that even though she had become stronger, she was no match for the officer. However, she still wanted to put up at least a little resistance. However, she was not given even the slightest chance. At the same time, Kyung watched from the outside and was very worried about it. Garam was shocked when she saw Dongho, who stood in front of her, and took the zombie's attack directly. Dongho blocked the attack with his body, and Garam's eyes widened in fear, thinking, him? But why is he here? Nafee looked at him and thought, who is this? And how long has he been here? Dongho fell to his knees and asked Garam to run away. She shouldn't die here. At that moment, Yulha screamed, horror, there's no end to them. Have zombies gathered here from all over the world? Let them just leave already. Morons. Rishuru laughed loudly and shouted, teacher, where is he? Teacher. He looked around and yelled, what? Has the medicine's effect completely worn off? The guy cried out in fear. Is he okay, Rishuru? After a while, Hemi jumped over the explosions and continued on. Another explosion occurred, and she was thrown back, and she began to breathe heavily. She thought, the longer the battle lasts, the weaker the people's morale becomes. Hemi activated the third stage defensive protocol, the falling bags, the support system. She mentally asked the others to hold on a little longer. Even if their morale declined, hers was unwavering. The turning point would soon come. Blood dripped onto the floor, and the boy thought, how stupid. He appeared quietly and dies quietly. His dignified death seemed so stupid to him. He looked at Garam and thought, really, it's better to die like this. Lee Dongho, he's 23 years old. Some time ago, the girl said Sang-hoon, let him do this for her until tomorrow. Dongho asked again, what was she talking about? And who is Sang-hoon? He ordered her to take it. He's Dongho, Lee Dongho, and he's already handed it in. Dongho has always been an inconspicuous guy. The teacher asked, who didn't hand in the assignment? Dongho raised his hand and answered, him. The teacher asked again, no one. He raised his hand and said, him. After some time, the question was heard, who didn't get the cookie? Dongho raised his hand and said, Lee Dongho, number 203. Someone asked again. No one? Dongho answered, Lee Dongho, number 203. A life no one remembered. A life no one noticed. That was exactly the worst thing. Garam cried out joyfully, Dongho, where should I put this? He turned around in surprise and asked her to just put it somewhere. Garam thanked Dongho, and he looked at her questioningly again, until he met Garam. After a while, he showed books and said, these are new books he studied. Garam looked at this happily, and Dongho, with a battered face, said she really wanted to get new books, so he got this with great difficulty. While Jinhei was being researched. Garam asked, can she read right here? Dongho asked again, here? After a while, they were sitting on the floor and Garam happily said, it really is written in great detail. Dongho asked, well, how is it? She likes it. But why does she always read sitting in his place? Garam asked, puzzled, what was going on? Dongho looked away and said, no, it's just that it's so spacious here. But he was curious why she was reading here. Garam replied, she was just comfortable. He asked again, comfortable? Garam replied, when she was here, she felt like they were alone, but at the same time, it was as if she were alone. And that made her feel strangely comfortable. And even though there was plenty of space, where else could she sit? Dongho, he didn't like it. He asked again, would she like it? Garam punched him and said, I won't hear a kind word from him. Dongho asked to see if she would like it. She replied, well, okay. Even if she didn't like it, he thought she was just comfortable. Being inconspicuous turned out to be more convenient than he thought. He looked out the window and asked the boys to be careful. She didn't notice his pleasantries, which meant it didn't burden her. His whole being is one-sided, disappearing before it even touches others. He will support her from a distance. And she, as always, simply confidently moves forward. A cry rang out, Fighter Garam. She thinks this is Nafee's doing. Will she be able to take this on herself? Garam asked in surprise. She, an officer? Nothing can be done. Dongho turned around and watched as she ran quickly, but stumbled and fell. He looked at it, puzzled. And if if one day she remembers the past and somewhere among the forgotten memories there remains at least a little of him, that is enough for him. Currently, Dongho's eyes rolled back, and tears welled up in Garam's eyes. She burst into tears and tried to remove the shackles, clenching her fists. Natefi asked what she was doing. There was no need to waste her strength. Let her stand still. She asked why she was hesitating. Natefi ordered that she be knocked out quickly. Garam turned around and saw Dongho, who had turned into a zombie. She asked, "Dongho?" He struck her, and Natefi grabbed her by the neck and said, she asked her not to twitch. It wasn't her style to fight face to face. After a while, MC looked at the burning bamboo, when suddenly he thought, yeah, he should go kill Natefi, right? Kyung took aim, when suddenly she looked out in surprise and saw a huge explosion. MC appeared next to her and she said, he's here. What an unusual technique he learned. He's already seen everything himself and understands the situation here, right? There's no time, so they need to go back and deal with her quickly. Mirai replied, yes. Kyung chose a defensive strategy as the best way to compensate for Mirai's absence. However, despite some short-term results, in the end, until the source is destroyed, the situation should become unfavorable in the long run. But now that Mirai has joined, the people's strength has increased many times over, and it's time to change that choice, from defense to offense. And as soon as the strategy changed from maximum defense, the turning point Kyung had been waiting for had arrived. MC spread his arms out to the sides and ran to the side. Destroying the original source had successfully boosted the people's morale. Kyung turned around and thanked MC for his help. And now she was asking him to take care of Natefi. She had already destroyed the source of her energy. She took aim and said to follow the bullet. Natefi would be there. MC replied, yes. King wondered if she was imagining it, as if something had been off for a while. Well, she didn't care. Maybe they should focus on what they had to do first. She rushed forward and began striking the monsters, when suddenly a shout rang out, "Commander!" King turned around and apologized for being late. What was the completion rate of the operation? Yulha happily replied that he didn't know for sure, but they pulled out quite a few people. He thinks about 45% for sure. Hemi asked how his behavior had suddenly changed. Yulha hit her and said that it's natural. Look at the commander. She's so strong. Hemi ordered him to take his hand away, and they started fighting. Kyun said, 45%, which means there's still a lot left. She twirled the blade in her hand and ordered everyone to follow her. From that moment on, she was taking control. The seesaw on the battlefield, which had been swaying back and forth thanks to the intervention of the main human forces, began to confidently tilt in one direction. Rishiru screamed loudly. He said he was going to see the teacher. He demanded that they let him do it. He demanded that they let him. Juho asked, has the medicine worn off? He ordered him to just sit quietly. He's asking for it. Rishiru burst into tears from what he heard. At that moment, Nadifi looked to the side and asked, a bullet? She reached out and tried to catch it, but her hand was torn away. She screamed loudly and let go of Garam. Natefi screamed, what? What happened suddenly? The zombie rushed towards MC and she screamed, grab him. Mirai clenched his fist and looked at Dongho's face, who was crying. He hit him and knocked him to the ground. Natefi said, well, she got it. So it was him, that very man, Mirai. He came to her himself. Well, thank him for that. He'll have to become his test subject. She stretched her hand forward and said, spinal cord rupture. She looked around and asked, where did he go? She screamed loudly when MC moved behind her and then punched her in the face. Nafi flew to the side and thought, spinal. She can't keep up with this idiot. Well, that means she attacked towards Garam, when suddenly Mirai reflected it, and Nafi used spinal cord rupture. She said, he's caught. She didn't even think such a simple method would work. And since he can't move now, maybe he should sit quietly? MC turned around and walked towards her, and Nafi asked in surprise, what? How could he move? Lee Kyung's premonition turned out to be accurate. After all, Mirai wasn't the same now. Seeing Yair's death, Mirai fell into a state of incomprehensible confusion, and the fact that Nafi held on without dying infuriated him. Pressure, threat, remorse, despair, horror. None of these feelings seemed strange in this situation, but Nafi felt nothing at all. She had been a scientist all her life and knew perfectly well where her limit was. That's why she constantly thought only about how to overcome what was happening. Nafi looked at him and thought, so that's how it is. He destroys the spinal cord he captured and immediately creates a new one? So, techniques that capture the spinal cord don't work on him. Although her technique didn't work on him, she was able to use the split brain to explore Mirai's ability. Nafi rushed towards MC and thought, in that case, she swung her hand and tried to hit him, when suddenly lightning ran through her body. She thought, this is beyond her power. She doesn't know how to fight at all. How can the human body be so strong? Even knowing that she couldn't do it, she tried. After all, in science, proof is always needed. But Mirai was also confused. MC looked at her puzzled, and then clenched his blades and headed towards his opponent. She thought, usually guys like that always have some kind of psychological trauma. She will find his weak spot in the very depths of his subconscious. Nafi extended her hand and pushed Mirai away, who at that moment headed towards her again. He swung his blade and cut everything she released. Nafi flashed her mask and thought, she found it. A voice rang out, Mirai. An image of his mother appeared behind MC, calling him to her. At that moment, Kyung heard a cry for help and wondered where that familiar voice was coming from. She ran up to the girls and asked, Jiseon, Hayoung, why are they here? She definitely only brought fighters here. Jiseon asked in surprise, Commander Lee Kyung? The girls rushed to hug her, and Jiseon asked, why is she here? It's dangerous here. Let her run away. Kyung said that she was just going to ask them that. How did they end up here? Jiseon asked, where are they now? Kyung answered, so in Changwon? Jiseon screamed, in Changwon? where the military operation is taking place today? Hayoung was scared and screamed with tears in her eyes. A bloody battle. Jisun asked, but how did she end up here? Kyung answered, but she's still trying to ask that. The girls jumped into her arms and continued crying. Jisun asked, what should she do? Now she'll die, Hayoung screamed. Mirai, she loved him so much, she'll miss him. Kyung ordered her to calm down and suggested they talk slowly. Jisung thought, well, it was an ordinary morning, like always. Hayoung pointed to the side and said, Auntie, over there. Jisung saw a girl in front of her and asked, wow, Hemi, is that her? She heard she was supposed to participate in the operation, but she didn't go? Good thing she was just trying to make curry again. She'll give it a try. The girl replied, she needs to choose a precise location, otherwise she'll be torn to pieces. Jisun asked, what? Suddenly, everything around was covered in mana, and they were transported to a battlefield. The girls screamed in fear. What the hell is this place? Jisun extended her hand and asked Hemi to wait. Where is she going? And then the two of them sensed something was wrong. They were currently crying, and Jisun said that after that they were running away. Hayoung thought they were going to die. Kyung wondered how they managed to escape and remain completely fine. Maybe these two also have some kind of amazing abilities? She asked. But what were they doing here? Jisun said, exactly. She turned around and said, there's a person stuck there, and they just heard cries for help. Kyung asked again, a person? She lifted the slab and thought, indeed. Judging by the clothes, it's one of the people who was in Changwon. There was a scream. What should they do? He's not dead, right? Kyung touched the guy's neck with her fingers and said, they can still feel his pulse. They're not too late, so they need to perform CPR as soon as possible. The guy raised his head and said, they're too late. Kyung lowered her head in surprise, and he handed over the documents and said, it looks like their allies are now fighting the zombies. They're already too late for him, so let them save those who can still be saved. In return, after the battle, they must read this. Kyung asked, what is this? Chun replied, these are the names of people he wrote down. Most of them live, having forgotten their names. They must not forget their names and must not live like nameless cattle. And they also must not become like zombies. They must gain independence while remaining human. Kyung listened to him and spoke. Bleeding in the stomach, dislocation of the humerus, compression of the oblique muscles of the back. Chun screamed loudly in pain and then stood up and asked, what is she doing? He looked at himself in confusion and asked, the body? Kyung told him to read it himself. Just as he needs them, they need people like him. She asked him to get up and go with them, to call people by name. She thought that everywhere there are people pursuing the truth. She's right, Nuri. Heroes can appear at any moment in different guises. Chun extended his hand and said, what a warm heart she has. Great, he'll try. However, how did she help him? Is she a doctor? Kyung replied, it was simple first aid measures. Jiseon said, a dialogue between an amazing man and a woman. Hayoung spoke, and it's true. At that moment, MC stood in space and thought, after death, he endlessly remembered. The number of hairs on his head, the number of breaths before starting to speak, the face with which she looked at him, the face with which she lied to him. That's why he knew it wasn't his mother. But he didn't do anything. He just stood and listened silently. If he turned around, there would be a fake standing there. He already knew this for sure, but for some reason, he didn't want to turn around. Nefi thought, it looks like a psyche. Is that the right answer? Of course, this is how she will deal with him. She ordered her illusion to find a deeper feeling. The illusion spread its arms and said, Mirai. Netefi ordered it to penetrate to the very depths and destroy his consciousness from the inside. The illusion came closer and continued to say, Mirai, Mirai. This made him replay all the fragments with his mother in his head. After that, he quickly struck it and ordered him to know his limits. He rushed towards Nefi, who screamed, horror, and that didn't work either? In that case, she would break into his subconscious herself. She thought, if this didn't work, then her consciousness might be damaged, but there was no other way. She activated her mana and directed it towards MC, after which she moved into the empty space. She saw Mirai sitting on a chair and thought, what is this? This was the first time she had seen such a subconscious. A huge figure formed behind MC, and Nefi asked, is that her? What is she doing in his subconscious? Interference began and the silhouette began to change color, turning into flesh. Nefi saw a smile on the boy's face, and then saw that there were many hands clasped around her figure's neck. At that moment, Mirai killed her. She asked, what? Why is he pretending to be human? Her head fell to the floor and she sighed loudly. In scientific disciplines, it's rare to feel fear, but there is one exceptional case when this fear appears. And it occurs when encountering something without limits. It is unknown what Natafi saw, but she lost all intention of fighting. MC stepped on her with his foot. Mirai silently looked at the floor, after which Garam turned around and asked, Mirai, is that him? After a while, Chun shouted loudly, how long can they just run away? He suggested joining forces. A loud cry rang out from the slaves standing next to him. Kyung looked at them and thought, with the intervention of that one guy, the atmosphere among the residents of Changwon had changed. Who was he for this place? The plan's completion rate was 60%. The plan, which followed a simple route, was improved by the active use of geographical features, thanks to the help of ordinary people. And thanks to this, the destruction of Changwon proceeded even faster. The plan fulfillment rate is 75%. Due to the defeat of the commanding officers and their broken spirit, the zombie groups began to disintegrate, and the operation seemed to be going smoothly. But dealing with the zombies one by one only brought more anxiety. Of course, this problem was resolved rather quickly. 80%, 85%, 90, 92, 95%, and finally 99%. Chun reported, Kim Yejin, Lee Younggrim, and lastly Kim Sangrok. 426 people from Changwon as well as 52 people from the Inevitable Death Squad all did an excellent job. He raised the papers and shouted, they won. The The fulfillment rate is 100%. The total execution time is 13 hours and 23 minutes. The zombies have all been defeated. Human casualties, 0. Li Kyung's desire not to sacrifice a single person was fully realized, and the operation in Changwon ended in victory for the humans. Kyung turned around and asked, "By the way, what's his name?" Chun replied, "His name is Jin Chun." Garam suddenly appeared behind him and apologized to the commander, saying she needed to talk to her about something. Chun turned around and asked, "Jin Garam, isn't she Garam by any chance?" She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Dad?" Kyung looked at them puzzled, not understanding what was going on. Chun asked, What is she doing here?" Garam replied, "Dad, why is he here?" In fact, the two had encountered each other before, but due to the critical situation and the passage of too much time, they didn't have the opportunity to immediately recognize each other. Garam asked, "Dad, is it really him?" "Dad, really?" Chun screamed, "Garam." She rushed toward him and screamed, "Dad!" Chun screamed, "Garam!" Kyung stood behind and thought, "Dad? That's it." Some time ago, a fireman saved little Garam and asked, "Little one, is everything okay now?" Garam replied, "Oh, come on, Dad, stop joking." He laughed and said with a smile on his face, "Well, forgive me already." And yet, thanks to Dad, her worries disappeared, right? Currently, Kyung said, "So he's Garam's hero." They had heard of him once. Chun and Garam cried, hugging each other. Kyung smiled and thought, maybe fate really does exist. At moments like these, she realizes how many amazing things happen. However, what did she want to talk to her about? After a while, Gyuho looked at the guy's body and asked, "So this is Dongho?" Garam replied, "Yes." Gyuho said that because of the quick transformation, it looks like he has injuries. Of course, the wounds aren't particularly serious, so there's no need to worry. But what worries him is what they should do with Dongho, who has become a zombie. Kyung lowered her head and said that first, he needed to move him so he could be treated. They would discuss their actions a little later. How many more were injured? Gyuho turned around and said that they were trying to find out now. Once they confirmed everything, they would begin treatment at the infirmary by the main gate. Kyung said, "Okay, thank you, Gyuho." She clenched her jaw and apologized to Dongho. It happened because she was not capable enough. After a while, the slaves and agents were talking among themselves, and Mirai stood and did not move. He thought, what kind of family does he have? Suddenly a scream rang out. "Man, is he okay?" Jiseon slapped his back with her hand, and then grabbed his face and told him to just look at the huge circles under his eyes. "Is he injured anywhere?" MC asked, puzzled. "What?" Jiseon screamed. "What do you mean?" Does he even know how worried she was? She knows, of course, that he can't be killed. But she was still worried. Hayoung pulled him and said, "That's right, and she missed him so much." Jisung cried and said, "Of course, they were the ones who almost died here, but they are still so glad that he is okay. They missed him so much." Mirai asked, "Why? Why did they miss him?" Jisung asked again, "What do you mean, why? Does there really have to be a reason to miss someone?" MC remained silent and then remembered his mother's words that he should always take care of the people around him. He asked, "Why?" Mom answered, "Then he can become president." Mariah answered, "But he won't fall for that anymore." Mom clenched her fist and screamed, "He doesn't know yet, but holiday money or support money. Mom needs to get a whole mountain of money, and until she gets it, she will not die." Mariah said so much greed. She pulled his cheeks and said what words he says to his mother. "But this is all for him." MC asked her not to do it, and his mother said that he was very cute. Anyway, Mariah, one day there will be people who are around him for no reason, and he has to take care of them. These are very important people. MC asked again, "Why? After all, he has no one more important than her, Mom." She smiled and answered, "Okay, of course, that can happen too, but if someone is around him for no reason, it means that this person is as important as Mom." Mirai said, "Thank you." Jishon asked again in surprise, "Thank you?" Hayoung asked, "Does he love them?" Jishon smiled and awkwardly answered, "No, I don't think he said anything like that." She turned around and screamed loudly, "Guys, Mirai thanked them. This is so amazing." Hayoung cried out joyfully, she loves him too. The signal flare of a great journey rises. The lit fuse becomes a huge tongue of flame and spreads, and on the smoking pages a new story has begun to be written. That was supposed to be the end of it. Suddenly, MC's hand came off and he widened his eyes in surprise. Hayoung asked, "Auntie?" Tarot said, "They've arrived at the destination. The directions are complete." Tarot asked the assistant, "Did Yer and Natefee do their best?" The cube replied, "Yes." Tarot said, "I see. Okay then." He went down and said, he heard a lot on the way here. He was the man named Mirai. The man turned around and asked, "Who is that? A zombie?" The guy replied, "It looks like there's someone left." He suggested finishing him off. Tarot said, "There are so many noisy onlookers." He channeled mana into his sword and killed the slaves standing around. He said, hearing about the human uprising, at first he thought it was just a small rebellion. He never imagined they had so many possibilities. Tarot placed the tip of his sword on MC's shoulder and said, although he is glad that he finally has a worthy opponent, he is even curious if he can give him an honorable death. Mirai suddenly crouched in front of him, which raised questions. He turned around and, holding Jiseon in his arms, rushed away. Tarot said he didn't even think he would escape. However, it was completely useless. He swung his sword and hit MC's body. Kyung heard the noise and turned around, asking, "What is that?" MC's body fell to the ground and then began to recover. Tarot said, "What a mesmerizing ability. Excellent. He will follow him to the end. They will see how far he can escape." Kyung screamed, "That's it." She remembered Rishiru's words. He is Tarot's first star. He has black hair tied in in a ponytail and a strange, formal suit that is out of season. He thinks Terade thinks he is cool, but he thinks he looks stupid. But in any case, that's not the important thing. The officers definitely don't know each other's abilities, because they don't communicate and they have nothing to fight about, so he doesn't really have anything to say. However, one thing can be stated for sure. Now that the leaders are hiding, Tarrant is the one holding the barrel that the Scarlet Squad is holding. What could this mean? And that means if they manage to catch Tarrant first, without wasting time on other officers, that will be the end of the Scarlet Squad. Kyung screamed, all forces capable of fighting. Let them gather around him. She covered her face with her hands and thought, with a good outcome, today could be the end of everything here. After a while, fighters stood in front of Tarrant. He looked at them, puzzled, and asked, what? What kind of kids are these? Are they Mirai's subordinates? Kyung asked how he knew they captured Changwon. Had he communicated with Rishuru? Terade asked again. Rishuru? They finished off the other officers but left him alive? What strange hobbies they have. No matter how he got here, he's not going to report to her. Kyung replied, well, she had no expectations on that score. But of course, she had no reason to listen. Today he will die here, and the curtain on the zombie era will fall here. Tarat said, such self-confidence. Well, okay. He evaporated and a scream rang out. Did he disappear? Tarat spoke. He only came to take a look at this Mirai. And if he can achieve his goal, he doesn't care who gets in his way. Well, he will test their level. Kyung began to look around and thought, even with absolute sight, she can't see him. It seems that he's not just moving quickly. Where did he suddenly disappear to? She fell to her knees and screamed. Garam turned around and asked in fear, Commander, what's going on? Kyung thought, her legs starting to go numb. Has the side effect of her skill already begun? Why now? Tarat said he would start with those who look weaker first. He attacked Hemi, who screamed loudly. He asked, can't she anticipate even such a simple attack? He suspected, of course, but it seemed she was even weaker. Yulha rushed towards Hemi and shouted, outcast girl, is she okay? Garam held Kyung, who thought there were no signs before his appearance. Does he have some kind of ability that defies the laws of physics? How could the difference in the officers' combat abilities be so huge? She frowned and thought, oh my god, I need to get up quickly. She must protect their fighters. She tried to move forward but screamed loudly. Garam screamed in fear, Commander! Yulha screamed, outcast, let her come to her senses already. Is she okay? He widened his eyes in irritation and looked around, shouting, where is he? No need to hide like a cowardly rat. Let him come out. Let him come out right now and fight him face to face, idiot. Tarat appeared in front of him and swung his sword and said, if he wants. He wounded Yulha and he screamed. Is he lunging at him? Freak. He'll die at his hands. Idiot. Tarat said, his psyche is strong. It's a pity that it's only that. He delivered a cross blow to his body, and then turned around and said, it is impossible to kill an opponent with pride alone. Ability must follow. Only then is it worth bragging about. Well, and yet he sees some small abilities in him. The fighter rushed towards Tarat and ordered him to take his hands off the kids. Tarat chopped off his hand with one motion and said, great efforts to overcome fear, but still, he is terribly weak. He thinks he shouldn't leave Biotrash alive, in which he doesn't see an ounce of potential. Garam said, enough, idiot. Kyung ordered her to stop. Garam asked, Commander? She mentally ordered, move now. She rushed forward and punched Tarat in the chest. Kyung screamed loudly, she was an excellent right hand. Garam, let her take everyone and let them run. She's asking for it. Garam screamed, Commander. Garam stood next to her team members and said, oh my god, what should she do? At that moment, Kyung stopped, spreading her legs wider. Tarat's sword flew through the air and fell into his hand. Tarat said, excellent speed. So much so that he didn't even expect it. Looks like there are useful guys among them, Kyung thought. She doesn't know where he went in such a hurry, but it's about time he appears. Fighter Mirai. She's not sure she can hold out for long. At that moment, MC entered the building and apologized. Juho turned and looked at him, and Mirai asked, can this woman be saved? At that moment, the other fighters were helping each other, treating wounds. Juho was carrying Jiseon on a gurney and wondered what suddenly happened. Were there still zombies out there? Mirai left right away, so he didn't even have time to ask. No, maybe it was useless to ask. He remembered how a little earlier, Gehi picked up Jiseon in his arms and asked, Mirai, what's going on outside? MC asked, can she be saved? He asked Juho to promise that he would save her. Juho frowned and replied that he would try his best. He was currently carrying Jiseon and was thinking, a terribly angry face. In this state, he would not answer any of his questions. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Dr. Juho, he needs to come back quickly. There are wounded at the door. Juho turned around and asked, wounded? What kind of wounded? They returned to the door, where Garam was sitting on the floor, and the bodies of her teammates lay around her. Juho screamed, Garam, what is it? Garam threw herself into his arms and screamed, Juho, let him save them. He was asking, Garam? He asked her to come to her senses. The guy asked, Doctor, what should they do with the wounded? Juho turned around and screamed, first, they need to transfer everyone to the operating room. Everyone answered, yes. Juho exhaled and clutched his head, thinking that suddenly a lot of critical patients had appeared out of nowhere, and he was the only doctor here. Who should he treat first? He can't take responsibility for them all. Horrible. Is this right? Depending on his decision, someone will die and someone will survive. He clutched his head and muttered, some way. Suddenly, Rishuru's voice rang out, asking everyone to listen to him. He knows something interesting. He took out a vial of blood and said, this is the teacher's blood, lying on the floor. And if we drink it like this, Rishuru, helpless, lost the will to resist and began looking for something to amuse himself with, and then twirled it around on his tongue like this. Juho sighed in irritation, then turned around and ordered everyone to be quiet. Doesn't he understand how serious the situation is now? Rishuru stuck out his tongue and said, "Ta-da." There was a round pill on his tongue. Rishiru asked, "Does he like it? This is his bloody work of art. The teacher will like it, right?" Gyuho asked. He says, "Is this Mirai's blood?" He widened his eyes in surprise and thought, "Wait, Mirai's blood?" He screamed loudly, "There it is! There it is!" At that moment, the fighter asked, "What kind of building just collapsed?" The guy answered, "Well, he doesn't know." He suggested finding the commander first. At that moment, a huge airflow flew past them and the girl asked, "What? What just flew by?" Mirai ran quickly and thought, "This zombie, where is it?" At that moment, Kyung tried to attack Terret, but he quickly dodged it. He swung his sword and tried to hit her. Kyung said, "Horror, the weapon broke." Terret said, "Then he won't use the sword either." He hit Kyung, and she crouched and pushing off the ground, rushed towards him. She tried to strike him, but she fell to the ground and Terret asked, "What is she doing?" He kicked her and threw her aside. Kyung thought, at such important moments, her strength is fading. Now she can't move. Even with all her effort, Terret looked around and said, he thought she was useful, but it looks like that's enough. He's wasting his time. It seems the only normal person here is a person named Mirai. There's no need to cause him trouble. Let her just lie there. Kyung ordered him to stand. She tried to get up and thought, she needs to get up. She begs herself to get up. There's no telling how much damage he'll cause. She has to stop him. She fell face down on the ground and thought, horror. She can't move. Her body won't obey her at all. She has to get up. We're fighters. She has to protect them. Suddenly a voice rang out. Does she need help? Kyung looked to the side and asked, what? A bright sphere appeared in front of her and said that her name was Neria. It's an independent artificial intelligence, fused from the Nadefi system. Kyung thought, what is this? It's an independent artificial intelligence? The last weapon left behind by Nadefi? No, Nadefi didn't know about Neria's existence either. Because she is the AI left behind after Nadefi's death, who single-handedly took shape and evolved. Neria spoke up. Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Author. Kyung asked, what is she planning? Neria said, she has nothing in mind at all. Right now, they're the most intriguing specimens for research, because she, Neria, inherited Natifi's immense thirst for knowledge, and she can't think of anything else. Kyung clenched her jaw and thought, damn, she doesn't understand what it's talking about, but it looks like it wants to help her, and she would sell her soul for that right now. This is not the time to figure out who is a friend and who is an enemy, she asked. Great, what should she do? Neria replied, she doesn't have to do anything. Kyung asked puzzled, what? Neria replied, she already pressed the button. Terret had asked for it himself earlier, to make a defensive weapon that no one could defeat, one that even he couldn't, so he put all his effort into it. A huge, bright stream headed towards Terret, who looked at it in surprise. Neria said, supercluster. It struck Terret, leaving a bright trail that could be seen from afar. Neria asked, so how was it? It's Neria's homemade air cannon. She thinks it should have killed Terret. Kyung screamed, he's gone. Terret disappeared without a trace, she thought. She can't see him even with perfect vision, and she can't hear any sounds either. Is he really dead? She exhaled and, spreading her arms out to the sides, fell to the ground. Kyung said, it all ended so easily. Should she say she's grateful or disappointed? Neria asked, so how was it? Cool, right? She asked for self-praise in the comments. Kyung asked, who has she been chatting with all this time? She thought, after such a blow, everything around Changwon must have turned to ashes. Of course, Terret couldn't have remained unscathed after that either. She asked, is the AI's name Neria? What should she do now? Neria replied, nothing. She just wanted to look at it. Kyung said how strange she was. She smiled and thought, okay, she'll think about it later. Thanks to the AI, they managed to save the fighters. What a relief, really. Suddenly, Terret appeared in front of her and said, I thought he said, there's no need to cause him trouble. He stabbed Kyung in the chest with his sword, and she cried out in pain. Terret said that the reason he didn't kill her wasn't because she was valuable, he was just too lazy. So let her curl up and die quietly on her own. After all, that's exactly what suits her perfectly. Neria said, this is completely unexpected. There are many cases when the AI is wrong. After all, even the weather forecast can't be completely trusted, right? She doesn't want to accidentally get hit by a hot hand, so she's disappearing. Hyun grabbed the tip of his sword and thought, didn't this attack do any damage to him either? What the hell is he anyway? She ordered herself to get up. Get up. She needed to get up and fight again. If she just let him get away, everyone would be in danger. Suddenly, several more blades flew at her body, and Terret asked, doesn't she understand any words? A bug. Kyung sighed loudly and fell to the ground, starting to breathe heavily. She remembered the conversation when she asked Nuri what was her dream. Nuri replied, what's wrong with her all of a sudden? Was she getting distracted by conversations again? But they should quickly plan the operation and hold a briefing. Kyung replied, such conversations can provide motivation, so they can finish the plan even faster. Let her talk quickly. Nuri frowned and said, she doesn't know. She just wants to drink coffee without worrying about anything. And that's all for her. And for her? Will she say something again that will give me goosebumps? Let her speak faster and then leave it at that. Kyung replied, how angry she was. That's right, she will say it in a way that will give me goosebumps of enormous size. Only such words are usually remembered. And at least out of shame, she will do everything to make such a dream come true, right? Nuri asked, well, what dream is that? Kyung thought, it is. Currently, Terret stood in front of her and asked if she was still alive. Suddenly, she threw him into the air and began to attack. She struck with such force that she was able to throw her opponent aside. Terret said in surprise, as if he was a different person. Not only can he not catch her, he even has difficulty reacting to her movements. How could a dying girl change so much? He attacked her again and asked, or not? After all, she looked more like a moving corpse. It's phenomenal. She was able to show such an amazing transformation only when she was on the verge of death. Excellent. He will give her a worthy rebuff again. Kyung rushed towards him again and thought, her dream, her dream. Then, as he knows, she has many shortcomings. She can't plan an operation properly alone and make decisions that would satisfy everyone. And yet there are fighters who ignore her shortcomings and continue to follow her. She is for the sake of her fighters. At that moment, Nuri spilled tea on herself and screamed. Jin looked at her in fear and asked, is everything okay, Commander-in-Chief? Maybe she had a bad dream? There are napkins down there. Nuri replied, okay, she doesn't need to. Let her go quickly. The fact that there is still no news from them means that something has definitely happened. They need to go there quickly. She remembered Lee Kyung's words. Is she ready to stand up for them? She replied, she will definitely protect them. Nuri asked some time ago, does this mean that she will have to stay alive all the time? She thinks it will be as easy as it sounds. Is it really possible to be absolutely sure that she won't die in their time? Kyung poked her in the shoulder and asked why she was worried about her. Was she afraid that she might die? Nuri replied, she doesn't need to be here. Kyung said, she can't be absolutely sure, so when she finds herself in danger, she should definitely come to her aid. Nuri asked, what can she do? She doesn't even have the abilities. Kyung replied, she can't show weakness in front of the fighters. She can only ask her for something like that, so she should do everything in her power, okay? Nuri said that's enough already. Currently, she was riding in the car and thought, let her wait for her, Kyung. She will be there soon. At that moment, Kyung fell in front of Terret, who asked, how should he say this? A girl who knows no limits in several senses, and yet this time cannot be called useless. Her last dash amazed him. He expresses respect, and he will definitely finish off all the remaining people. And then there will be no one left to scold her, even though she fought to the end. Suddenly, a man stopped behind him. It was Mirai. Terret thought he was just behind him, but he turned around and he was behind him again. What a curious person he was. He asked, so he came to him. He was glad to meet him again. His subordinates were completely hopeless, but with him, it's different, right? MC looked at Kyung's body and said, but in that case, nothing changes. Terret looked at him puzzled, and Mirai said, and her promise to kill him becomes meaningless. And there is no point in creating a story to tell his mother. It seems like he's back to the very beginning again. Terret tilted his head to the side and asked what he was muttering. At that moment, MC attacked him and asked why he was destroying everything. Dark energy threads burst out from the huge eyeballs that were floating in the sky, and something very strange appeared from underground. There were several attacks, which made Terret pause and grip the hilt of his sword. He cut it off and moved on, saying that he had never seen anything like it. As if this devil? No, better to say, a real angel. Great. He is definitely different from these bugs. He doesn't know what he was muttering there, but there is not much difference. Now he can really fight, putting his life on the line. Neria said, he will fight for real. How terrible. It laughed and said that he was joking. Neria, it's just an AI, so it has no emotions. Let them wave their fists there, and the human fairy goes about her business. It grabbed Kyung and said that it will use this body to the maximum benefit. Tentacles burst out of MC's body, which shocked Terret. His body transformed into a huge monster, and Terret said, yeah. He doesn't even know which of them is the zombie here. Mirai began to approach him when suddenly Terret pushed off the ground and attacked. MC grabbed his body and threw it aside. Terret spoke. At first, he thought he only had the ability to regenerate, but it looked more like a complete rebirth. Surprisingly, the question here isn't even about somehow defeating him. He thought for a moment. He was like a tangled knot. He doesn't even understand where he should start untangling it. At that moment, Mirai swung his huge hand and hit Terret, starting to scream loudly. The opponent attacked him and said, what a noise. He didn't think he was the only one suffering while remaining alive, did he? After a while, drops fell from the sky, and long tentacles burst from MC's body. Terret said, Dharma Chakra Mudra. He waved his arms and said, hexagram. He chopped off MC's limb and started running, saying, if the knot cannot be untied, it is enough to cut it. He used split and pierced the monster's body. He said he was going to cut it into pieces, but did he immediately restore his real body? He knew he would like him. He sees great possibilities. MC looked at him with displeasure, and Terret asked, why is he so angry? After all, he found this battle quite interesting. MC swung and tried to hit him, but Terret quickly dodged. Mirai had never seen something disappear right before his eyes, and that's because until now, no one had been faster than him. Terret stood behind him and spoke, and he was slower than he thought. MC turned around and threw bones in his direction. Terret blocked them all and said, it's useless. Mirai swung his fist, but Terret blocked his attack again. He said, what a disappointment. And he's not as good at using his abilities as he thought. MC got angry and tried to strike again, but his opponent threw him back and said, and most importantly, he had no desire to defeat him. He was just trying to take out his anger on him. Terret grabbed Mirai by the head and slammed him to the ground, saying, but he wasn't thinking at all about how he could defeat him. In his current state, even if he died a bunch of times, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. That would only be possible if he had an energy potion. Suddenly, MC screamed loudly, even though his head was pressed to the ground. Terret asked, come to think of it, with whom did he run away from him? Apparently, she was very dear to him. Maybe he should finish her off? MC's eyes widened and said, don't you dare. Terret looked at him puzzled, and Mirai screamed loudly, don't you dare. He jumped up from the ground and struck his opponent in the face, and then kicked him back. MC created a huge spine, then swung his hand and attacked. He started breathing heavily when suddenly a voice came from behind him, It was better than a supercluster. MC widened his eyes in surprise, and Terate attacked him and said, but he still doesn't know where to put himself out of pity. After all, he won't die from something like this. After all, he showed him his abilities, and he fights like this again, and yet, well, it will do. After all, he learned that he can become stronger if he presses his sore spot and evokes emotions. Well, it seems he doesn't understand words. No matter how much he talks, he'll have to let him feel it with his whole body. There are several ways to significantly enhance your physical characteristics, but the most important of them is the desire to kill the opponent. Depending on the emotions you experience, you can sometimes go beyond your capabilities. Their physical difference is not great. Terate kicked MC, causing him to somersault in the air. Terate said, and perhaps he is even more powerful than him. And the emotions he will experience now, let him remember well. He threw him from a height and said, the feeling of defeat, loss, powerlessness, or horror, whatever it was, everything he lost because of his weakness will become his guide, leading him forward. He created a huge funnel that appeared over the city. People asked, is something flying towards them? What is it? Juho looked out the window and asked, what is it? MC widened his eyes in fear, after which a huge funnel fell on him. Terate said, they will meet again soon. He hopes, then they will look at each other with different eyes. Mirai held it back, clenching his jaws. He screamed loudly, crying out, hand! Kyuho saw this and then turned his gaze to Jiseon. That day, Mirai felt something human for the first time. MC said, Mom, it's over. Didn't she miss him? And he really missed her, Mom. What will they do now? Maybe they will chat over food? He really wants to eat the curry she's making, eat together, and more. Mom replied, there's no need to lie so hard. Mirai asked again, what? Mom replied, parents always prepare to part with their children. Of course, despite this, parting isn't an easy task, but at least now she can make a choice not for herself, but for her Mirai. MC asked again, what was she saying? Mom said, Mirai, let him go quickly. It's not over yet. Currently, Mirai opened his eyes in the hospital room, and Hyung screamed loudly, Mirai, is he okay? She started crying and quickly wiping away her tears. She said it was such a relief. He'd been unconscious for 3 days straight. She was so worried. MC asked again, 3 days? He got up and started running, and Hyung screamed, Mirai, where is he going? He ran into the room and the soldiers asked in surprise, Mirai? He finally woke up. Jiseon was lying on the hospital bed, and the MC was peering closely at her face. After a while, someone asked, did he eat? Jin replied, yep, Mirai ate the black sphere released by Terate. That's why everyone was able to survive safely. Garam asked in surprise, what were they talking about? Let them explain in more detail. Jin replied, if she wanted to know how it all happened. When they arrived, Terate's orb had already fallen to the ground, and it was so huge that it could have covered all of Changwon. She doesn't know what kind of ability it was exactly, but it seemed to her that everything it touched was immediately destroyed. Anyway, Mirai devoured this orb for a while, and although they wanted to help him, but how, it was completely unclear how to help and where to start. But then, Garam opened her mouth in surprise and screamed, he ate it? This thing? Jen replied, yep. Garam asked again, but how? Jen replied to her, it looked like he simply absorbed it, because inside Mirai's body, an endless repetition of destruction and new births was going on. So for several hours, almost an entire day, the repetition went on. And as a result, the ball disappeared and Mirai too. He lost consciousness. Garam asked again, does that mean Mirai is still unconscious? Jian answered, well, they say all his wounds have healed. At that moment, Hyung and Mirai were sitting in Jiseon's hospital room. Hyung said, but it is unknown when she will come to her senses. Mirai, does he know why Auntie took such good care of him? MC looked at her in surprise, and she continued. She said that in Oryukdo, he had such a face as if his world was destroyed, and Auntie used to be a teacher, so she said that she knows what parents mean to children. Mirai looked sadly at Jiseon's face. At that moment, the fighter was sitting in the dining room and asking, however, how did they survive? To be honest, he thought they would definitely die. Did Juho save them? Jian nodded and said yes. She heard he used Mirai's blood, but she would ask for details later. Yulha slammed his hand on the table and asked, does it really matter now? He looked at Garam and asked why she didn't help the commander. Garam asked, puzzled. What? Yulha screamed. She should have helped the commander to the last. Why did she run away like a coward? Garam looked down and replied, the commander asked her to take them and run. Yulha screamed. And she really decided to run away? Even if they were dying, she should have fought to the very end. Then the commander would have survived along with them, wouldn't she? He slammed his hands on the table and screamed, because of her, the commander. Garam couldn't take it anymore, knocking over the tray, screamed, what if he was eliminated from the start? He was out of action from the start. What did he succeed in doing to be picking on her? Yulha asked, has she said it all, fool? He pushed her and said that he did everything he could until the very end. He fought so hard that they almost finished him off. Someone tried to stop them, saying, guys. Garam hit him and asked, do you think she wanted to run away? What was she supposed to do if the commander ordered it, and why was he even bothering her? Someone ordered them to separate quickly. That's enough, guys, Garam screamed. The commander isn't dead. She definitely just went away for a while, and she'll definitely be back soon. Yulha cried and screamed, of course she's a fool. How could the commander die? Their commander is very strong. Jian raised her eyebrows in indecision and thought, since they haven't found the body yet, it can't be said that she's dead. And yet, her absence is felt very keenly. Everything is clear with the fighters, but even the commander has changed. After a while, Nuri stood in the office and asked, so, what do they want to tell her? Chun answered, as he already said, he thinks this is still too much. It's only been 3 days since Terate left, and they're still demanding that Changwon be rebuilt and the surrounding areas searched. Isn't it too much to ask of their people? At this rate, everyone who survived will die too. Nuri asked, so what? Chun asked again. What do you mean? They need to rest a little. They haven't fully recovered physically yet, and it's hard for them mentally too. Of course, they need to avoid the zombies, but they also need to rest. Nuri ordered him to get lost if he wanted to keep spouting such nonsense. Chun asked again. What? Nuri screamed. Every day matters now. They need to do something quickly to finish off the zombies. He doesn't feel any pity for the victims of the dead? And how can those who survived thanks to them even whine after that? What kind of man is he? Chun frowned and said, okay, they won't come to an agreement. They're people from Changwon. Stop working from now on. Let them do what they want on their own. He turned and left, slamming the door. Gyuho only had time to look after him and ask him to listen. He sighed and said, but that's not why they came. Commander, he understands that she's on edge, but in situations like these, coolness is key. Nuri interrupted him and told him to get out. Get out and come back when Mirai wakes up. They would destroy the zombies using him as a base. Since they had survived, this was the right thing to do. Gyuho nodded and thought, he would like to calm the commander with his ability, but that might seem even more rude to her. He spoke, then he would go. If she needs anything, let her call him. Nuri looked at the cap lying on the window and began to shake. She remembered Li Kyung's words. Was she offending the soldiers again? She didn't understand at all why the things in her head and on her tongue were completely different. What's wrong? Let her talk. She'll listen to everything. Nuri hugged herself and cried. She asked Li Kyung to forgive her. Forgive her? Really? She asked to let her come back. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and she asked, what is it? Who is it? She's busy now, so later. Suddenly Neria's voice was heard. Who said how bitterly she was crying? Poor thing. Nuri jumped aside and screamed loudly in fear. She screamed. What? Neria apologized for accidentally spying on her like this. Of course, for Neria this is also useful information. Nuri screamed. Who sent the creature? And how did Neria manage to get in? Neria said, Li Kyung is alive. Nuri screamed. What? Li Kyung is alive? And where is she now? Neria said that if she listened to her unexpected proposal, she would send Li Kyung here right now. Nuri screamed, and what is the proposal? Neria ordered to give her Mirai. Nuri asked again, what? Neria spoke up. He was a very valuable object for her to study the bugs. They would simply exchange what they each wanted, so no one would be dissatisfied, right? The answer was yes or no. She could answer in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Nuri screamed loudly, and after a while, Mirai entered the room and asked to excuse him. Nuri asked in surprise, Mirai, is he awake yet? Neria said happily. Finally, they could say hello properly. MC thought, green jelly? Neria asked what brought him here. Mirai said he wanted to ask how to defeat Terret. Neria screamed, wonderful, Commander, as she just said. From now on, she can use Mirai as she pleases, right? Nuri sighed and squatted down. That's right. Let her do with him as she pleases. But in return, she must keep her promise. After a while, Gyuho was putting together puzzles and asked, Commander, excuse me, but what is this? Although since she ordered it, he carries it out. Nuri asked, Gyuho, doesn't he know about puzzles? Puzzles, that is. Gyuho interrupted her and said, no, he knew about puzzles, but why did he suddenly feel the need to put this together? Nuri replied that puzzles provide a sense of psychological security. By releasing a sufficient amount of dopamine, they also help make serious choices. Gyuho asked, is that so? But it seemed to him that this, on the contrary, brought more chaos. Everyone around was angry with each other and said, if you look at it scientifically, let everyone leave, he'll do it himself. Gyuho, let him try it too. Gyuho thought she just seemed so detached. Why had she suddenly calmed down? And she was leading the meeting so calmly. Of course, he was glad that she seemed to be getting better. Garam interrupted his thoughts and screamed loudly. Who was she talking to? You idiot cocoon? Rishuru replied. Why do they always call him a cocoon? Are they all really tired of living? Jen took out a stun gun and ordered them to listen to her, both of them, before their hands were blown off. Are they not afraid of her scary button at all? Gyuho lowered his gaze and said he won't. He looked around and thought, by the way, where did Mirai go? He can't just skip the meeting. At that moment, Nuri, as if reading his thoughts, said, Mirai will be leaving them soon. Gyuho asked, puzzled. What? Nuri said, city reconstruction, Dongho's healing, nutrition, and internal structure. They have a lot to discuss, but they will start with the most pressing issues. Someone screamed. What does that mean? Mirai will be leaving them soon? After a while, they were allowed to enter. MC, Hyung, and Neria stood at the threshold. Gyuho looked at them puzzled, and Garam asked, what's that green bug? Nuri replied, these 3 are heading to the 3rd star, Arlo. Gyuho asked, what? But Mirai had only just woken up. Nuri put down the puzzle piece, and said she and Li Kyung had solved it. Garam screamed, what? The commander is alive? And where is she? Jian screamed, what a relief. It was truly a relief. Nuri looked at Neria, who waved at her. Nuri had screamed a while ago, should I give her Mirai? Don't let her talk such nonsense. She seems to think that Mirai is nothing more than some kind of tool, but he is one of their fighters, whom Li Kyung cared about. For Li Kyung, the lives of the fighters were everything. Even though she is now in a nearly unconscious state, she will never tarnish her principles. She cried and ordered her to get out right now. Let her get out of here. Neria grinned, and Nuri hysterically asked, is she laughing? Neria replied, it was a joke. There's no way that the human fairy Neria would make such a cruel proposal. Why is she reacting so seriously? Nuri asked again. What? Neria said, more details here. Nuri screamed in fear and a voice came from a small box. Nuri, can she hear her? Nuri burst into tears and asked, Li Kyung? Currently, she was telling her that Li Kyung was alive, and after discussing the current situation with her, they decided that Mirai needed to improve. After all, despite all their victories and defeats, Mirai was the only one who could get close to Terite now. Jian asked, but where was the commander now? Why didn't she come herself, personally? Neria replied that she was healing the commander. The thing is, she had a lot of wounds. She'll be back soon, so there's no need to worry too much. Garam asked, puzzled. No. But what is that green thing over there? Nuri said it was Neria, a self-aware AI. abandoned by the Natifi system. That's what she calls herself. She feels an interest in people, so she's willing to help without any special conditions, and she promised to become a teacher who would help Mirai progress. Rishuru thought, the Natifi system? Well, she'd made a lot of trinkets. Does a teacher need another teacher? He'll probably catch up with Terate quickly anyway. Gyuho put his hand to his face and said, they are certainly grateful for the help, and yet, she was created by Natefi. Could they really trust her that easily? Nuri thought about it. To be honest, there were a lot of suspicious things, but there were still some things that could definitely be believed. Some time ago, a voice came from a small box. No need to worry, Nuri. Even though Neria seems strange on the outside, she's not bad at all. Besides, Taram and they still haven't met. Until then, she will never die, so let her take care of the fighters. Currently, Nuri thought, no one except Li Kyung could mention this person, so at the very least, she's sure that Neria's words weren't a lie. Neria laughed and said not to worry, she will help Mirai, and they will be able to defeat the officers. And during this, she will help him achieve great progress. Nuri said, okay, then the three of them can go right now. She's counting on him, Mirai. The fate of all humanity depends on his progress. MC went to the window and said, he doesn't care, but he will definitely be able to defeat Terra. Hyung jumped on his back and they flew over the city. Juho asked them to be careful. He asked, but why did Nuri send Hyung with them? She answered, she didn't send her. Neria said that they definitely needed to take her along. She said that she was so cute that they couldn't live without her. No, he didn't need to worry so much. After all, she asked Mirai to protect her properly. Juho clarified, will everything be okay? Nuri slammed her hands on the table and suggested they take a little rest and continue the meeting. They also have a lot of work. Everyone screamed, yes. Juho looked at Rishuru and asked, by the way, why doesn't he ask for Mirai? Rishuru asked, what if he whines? Will they let him go? He's not a teenager in puberty anymore, so they need to focus on the meeting. Garam and Jin screamed happily. Wow, Rishuru? He walked towards the exit and said, but first he'll pop into the restroom. Gyuho smiled and said, okay, let him go. Rishuru closed his mouth and thought sheepishly, so they went to see Arlo, right? He ran down the hallway and mentally ordered the teacher to wait for him. He'll come to him soon too. Suddenly, he was electrocuted and fell to the floor, starting to cry. Gyuho sighed and looked at him with displeasure. After a while, on Jeju Island, Neria said, here, this is where Arlo is. After a while, a voice was heard. What? Who is this? Why did they come here? MC replied, to kill him. The hunt for the officers was resumed. After a while, Nuri walked down the hallway and thought, well, the meeting is over. There are certainly a lot of things to do, but they need to start with that very one. Even under pain of death, she wouldn't want to do this, but it can't be helped. Some time ago, she said, he did a great job, Gyuho. She'll clean everything up and he can go rest. Gyuho spoke up, Commander. He needs to tell her something. Nuri asked, what about? Gyuho said thoughtfully, well, in order to, as they discussed during the meeting, begin restoring the structures and increasing the army, won't he have to go to someone first? Nuri said, and she was wondering what he decided to talk about. She gathered the documents and said she was going to go to him anyway. It's not only that they don't have enough workers, but also that in his current state, he has no right to look Li Kyung in the eyes. In any case, she'll figure it out herself, so there's no need to worry. She is, after all, the chief of staff, so she knows how to separate personal and work. Gyuho said, yes, good luck to her, Commander. She adjusted her glasses and thought, even though she said so, her pride still resists, and it was her fault that she said those nasty things, so there was no one else to blame. She exhaled and thought she had no idea. She would try and see what happened. After a while, she asked Chun to excuse her. He turned around and asked, what was wrong? She herself told him to get lost. And now she decided to add something else? Nuri grabbed her head and thought, this is terrible. He himself said he wouldn't work, so why is he working so hard? She feels even more ashamed. Nuri bowed and apologized. Well, he needs to remember to rest and other things. Anyway, she asked them to come back with them. Chun interrupted her and said that she needs to work, so she can go. Nuri asked, what? Chun said that he will work as she orders, so she can go. He thinks that she is busy herself, so she should go and take care of her affairs. Nuri's mouth fell open in surprise and thought, what? She plucked up her courage with such difficulty and apologized. She turned around and said, yes, yes. She doesn't know what kind of wind blew him, but let him continue to work conscientiously. She will call him regularly, then let him come. Chun said, but let her listen. Nuri asked, what? He gave her advice, when she cries, let her do it more quietly. Everything can be heard perfectly well behind the door. Nuri asked, what? She started to run away and screamed. Who was crying anyway? What was he talking about? She had never cried at all. She ordered him to work, and she, a person who knows neither blood nor tears. Chun smirked and thought, she is not at all what she seemed at first. After a while, Neria ordered Mirai to finish him off. MC rushed towards the monster, who was screaming loudly. Neria said the third star or the second. They will finish everyone off and quickly go to Terate. Hyun loudly gulped in fear as she watched what was happening. She thought it was partly her fault that Auntie Jisun was injured. She can't just run away all the time. Judging by the fact that Neria took her along, she probably has some kind of ability too. If Mirai is in danger, she will muster up the courage to help. Neria said, well, they can't let their guard down. Starting from the third star, they fight the leader's natural children, so they are completely different from the officers they fought before. Well, and yet, for Mirai, they will be one hit away. Neria ordered to finish them all off, to destroy them. Suddenly, MC's head flew into a tree, and Hyung screamed in fear. Mirai. Neria looked at it in confusion and screamed, is he okay? Only his head is left. Mirai became like this in one hit. Suddenly, he recovered his body and rushed on, and Neria said, great, they're advancing again. She told him not to let his guard down. Hyung wished him luck. The monster continued to hit MC's head with every blow, sending it flying to the side. Hyung screamed in fear. Mirai, Neria said, wow, that's weird. According to her data, Alu isn't that strong, but why is he pushing Mirai back? She needs to thoroughly check what the problem is. MC thought he would finish off Terry. To do that, he had to win. He remembered Terry's words that in his current state, even after dying a bunch of times, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, he wasn't thinking at all about how he could defeat him. MC froze, and Neria asked, what? Why was he just standing there doing nothing? The monster attacked Mirai and screamed, enough. He's asking, why is he doing this to him? MC's head flew to the side, and Neria said, Mirai, he has to attack. Why was he just staring around? Mirai asked to listen and asked, what does desire to win mean? Neria looked at him puzzled at first, then laughed and said, so that's it? She understood the problem. At that moment, strawberries started flying at the monster's head, and he screamed, what's he doing here? He's about to sober up. He doesn't want to fight at all. The monster grabbed Mirai's head and threw it far away. He ordered him to get lost, to disappear from his sight. Hyun screamed in fear. Mirai is flying. She started hitting the monster with her fists and screaming, he's an idiot. How dare he touch Mirai? He looked down and asked, who the hell is she? He swung his fist and asked her to leave him alone. Hyun looked at him in fear, and Neria folded her arms and said, it seems she was thinking too superficially. Well then, nothing can be done. At that moment, a long leg emerged from Neria's body and struck the monster. Neria smiled and said, then maybe they should start with the most basic things? Hyung screamed in surprise. Was Neria really human? Neria smiled and replied, no, she just transformed for a while like that. Hyung said, wow, Neria really is that strong. She ran into the forest and asked, well, first of all, will they find Mirai? At that moment, the monster stepped into the clearing and stretching his shoulder said, villains, they're finally gone. He clenched his fists and loudly ordered them to never come back. He ordered them not to dare mock him. At that moment, Hyunjin heard a scream and thought, scream? How noisy today? Did something happen? No, now he needs to focus on meditation. There's no need to be distracted by all that nonsense. He raised his hands and said, today, too, he sincerely calls upon the great ancestors of Uswami Falls. He asks them to give him strength. He asked them to share their enormous power with him so that they could calm those who died a painful death. He asks them to share their sacred power with him. Suddenly, a head fell into Hyunjin's hand and he looked at it, puzzled. He thought, my God, have the ancestors finally answered him? So it wasn't just a legend, he now has sacred power too. MC looked at him and asked, who is he? Hyunjin screamed in fear, his eyes wide. He threw Mirai's head back and screamed, what's this? The head flew further and Mirai wondered where it came from. He transformed back and apologized to Hyunjin, who screamed in fear again, the head becoming a full-fledged person. MC asked if he knew where Arlo was. Hyunjin sighed and said he was already scared. What kind of unusual ability does he have? The face is unfamiliar. So is he here for the first time? It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes at first, just like him. He will see him out. Mirai looked at his hand in confusion, then took it and they walked away. Hyunjin said he understands that he wants to run away, but he needs to be careful. After all, outside is dangerous, unlike inside. Well, first they are going to the club. MC wondered if he will take him to Arlo. At that moment, Yokuya approached the monster and asked, Mr. Arlo, what happened? Why is he screaming so loudly? Arlo rushed towards him and screamed, Yokuya, a strange man tried to kill him. He told me he could remain quiet here. Yokuya asked Mr. Arlo to calm down first. Arlo continued screaming. He was telling him he tried to kill him. Yokuya said, calm down. He threw him a strawberry and told him to calm down. Arlo rushed towards the berries and screamed, strawberries, more. Let him give him more. Yokuya grabbed his head and thought, it looks like the people have come out again. These idiots can't even escape, but they give him a headache all the time. He needs to guard the borders even better. He poured out the strawberries and asked him not to worry, because he would do all the annoying work. Yokuya said, Mr. Arlo, as always, let him talk to the other officers so that their club can continue to exist. Arlo replied, yeah, he'll make sure they can't get to Jeju Island. He'll talk to them properly. Yokuya said, yeah, he's counting on him. He thought about it. He's an idiot. After a while, Hyunjin brought MC to the Paradise Club and said it was his first time here, so he needed to go to the -50 floor. Okay, he needed to go down quickly. Mirai went inside and thought, -50 floor. Hyunjin asked to listen. It wouldn't be easy for a young man like him. Still, he needed to gather his strength and go up, and he shouldn't be upset, no matter what anyone said. MC looked at him questioningly, and the elevator doors started closing quickly. He went down to the -50 floor when he suddenly heard conversations. Is that a new guy? Some young man had arrived. The man said he had his eye on him, so don't touch him. MC looked around and thought, is it Arlo? No. When did there become several of them? Should he just kill them all? They don't need to be killed. And who should he start with? He can't start with anyone. Suddenly, Hyung ran up to him and shouted, Mirai, he came here too. And they came in while they were looking for him. Neria said, what a surprise. And they were just about to go after him. Mirai asked, who? Hyung interrupted him and said, it's Neria. She says she can transform like this. And he believed faster than they thought. Since they found Mirai, they have to go to Arlo quickly. There are a lot of living people on Jeju Island, so they need to save them quickly. Neria said, no way. They can't miss such a wonderful chance. Mirai asked again, a wonderful chance? Neria told him to look around. Doesn't he feel anything? There are so many people here who have what Mirai lacks. There's a human slaughterhouse on Jeju Island. All the people who couldn't become slaves on Oryuk Island or in other areas have gathered here. Usually, those who end up in the human slaughterhouse are immediately turned into human meat. But in this heavenly club, they are given another chance. And this chance is the fights. Whoever wins 10 fights goes up a floor, and if they manage to reach the highest, the 50th floor, they are allowed to leave Jeju-do alive. Of course, if they lose 5 times on the way to the 50th floor, they will immediately become human meat. Neria smiled and said that this was the first time she had ever heard of something like this in the slaughterhouse. People fight happily, but she doesn't know what the zombies gain from this. Hayoung screamed. Neria, she's amazing. How did she even manage to find out about this? Neria spread her arms in different directions and said, she doesn't know. She simply asked, and they told her, staring wide-eyed. Hayoung replied, so that's how it is. Neria approached MC and said, well, the people here are fighting with all their might to win, with that desire he doesn't have. Surely the experience here will be far more valuable than continuing to attack Arlo, who's tearing his head off. MC lowered his head and thought, desire that doesn't exist. Hayoung screamed, but in that case, people here will continue to die, won't they? Neria asked. So what? They came here for Mirai's progress. If he can improve himself while a couple of people die, then he can save even more people later. Won't that be better? She urged him on and said, okay, then they should go fight. Hayoung asked him to wait. They were going together. She ran after them and wondered if small sacrifices could be considered necessary to prevent greater sacrifices. Neria was smart, so those words weren't wrong, but she didn't know what was what yet. A battle was taking place in the arena on the -50 floor, and the zombies were screaming loudly. Shouts of beat, beat rang out. Guys, let them fight even harder. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Let them finish quickly. May they both die and go to the slaughter. The fighting arena is where human destinies are decided. 500 people register here every day, and starting with number 1, they go out to decide the winner. The victory criterion is when the opponent surrenders, can no longer fight, or the judge has determined 20 effective hits. As soon as a winner emerges, the next number immediately begins fighting. The loser can register again the next day, but if he loses 5 times, he's executed immediately. The man raised his hands and shouted joyfully. A voice announced that number 354 wins by the judge's decision. Next, number 356. He goes on stage. Hayoung joyfully shouted, Mirai, it's his turn. Neria wished him luck. He walked into the arena and the referee said, both athletes come to the center. The guy looked at him puzzled and asked, but isn't this a child? The fat man looked at it and said, that's awful. He's jealous. He wanted to fight this kid himself. The guy grinned and replied, he'll have to take the number right in front of him tomorrow. MC's opponent laughed and said, looks like he'll have an easy win today. Thanks, kid. The referee waved his hand and announced the start of the match. The guy swung his hand and said not to blame him. He doesn't have any either. A voice announced, number 355, 1 effective punch. The guy looked at his hand and thought, what? It felt like he hit a rock. He screamed, looks like he's trained a lot, but he still has no hope. The referee announced number 355 has effective punches. Hayoung looked at it and asked, what should we do? It looks like Mirai is still in trouble, so he's going to lose. Neria looked thoughtfully at the scene, and MC pondered the desire to win, which he lacked. What was it? He still didn't know. The zombies shouted joyfully, well done, let him finish soon. It's been so long since we've seen children. This is going to be delicious. The referee announced number 355, 19 effective strikes. The guy jumped up and said, 1 hit left, and yet, for a kid, he held up well. MC looked down and heard the words. He turned his head 53 degrees to the left. He successfully dodged the attack, and then heard the order to extend his arms. His goal is not to hit his opponent. You have to think that he's simply extending his fists forward. Mirai attacked his opponent and threw him aside, which shocked everyone. Someone said, well done. There's no point in overthinking things. Doubting doesn't help when he uses his fists. He must fight as best he can. After all, he's done well so far. Mirai turned around and saw Lee Kyung behind him, addressing him. Hayoung joyfully shouted that Mirai had won, and she was so worried because it seemed like he would really lose. MC looked at the commander, and Hayoung asked in surprise, where is he looking? Neria replied that she tried a little. She used an illusion on the protagonist. Now there is someone in front of MC he can trust, but even she doesn't know who it is. Kyung's illusion instantly disappeared. Mirai was surprised and thought that she wasn't real. The referee raised his hand and declared that number 355 cannot fight. Number 356 has won. The referee looked at the number of the defeated man and clarified, so this guy now has 5 losses? In that case, number 355 becomes human meat. The referee threw the man into the crowd of zombies. They screamed furiously. The zombies bit off chunks of flesh from the body of number 355 and shouted that it was very tasteless. There was nothing to be done. It looked like bad goods. Hayoung covered her mouth with her hands in fear and asked, so this is what it means to become human meat. How horrible. It was very cruel. Neria calmly turned her head to the side and asked, so why is Hayoung so surprised? This was the current state of people. After some time, the protagonist defeated several people with the help of Neria's illusion. The comrades took the elevator down to the first floor above ground. Thanks to the help of the illusion, Mirai quickly reached the first floor above ground. Hayoung joyfully exclaimed that they had reached the first floor so quickly. The protagonist is simply amazing. Besides, it was great luck that they were able to get up here as a team. The Paradise Club has a team system. You can split into teams of 2 to 5 people and go up to the next floor together. However, losses also count for the team, so if the team suffers 5 defeats in total, they should die together. Neria looked at MC and noted that it was good that he hesitated less during the attacks, but she still had a feeling that something was missing. The protagonist's physical stats are so high that even without much desire to win, he simply wins. It seems even more mechanical. Neria thinks she needs to take care of this later. Hyung shouted enthusiastically. She recently heard that someone was going to the market. Maybe they would go for a one-time visit too? Naria wondered if they had come here to relax. After some time, in the inner district of Jeju-do, in the Paradise Market, Hyung exclaimed with great happiness that it really was a paradise market. Naria wondered, why would there be something like this at the slaughterhouse? Are all the zombies here stupid? It's so different from the information about Jeju-do that she had in her data. But all the activities at the slaughterhouse are supposed to be reported to the officers. It looks like someone is spreading false information in the process. Hyung asked the man for a grilled chicken. The founder of the hot dog company, Jun Do-hyun, smiled and clarified they had 5 win coins. Hyung asked, what's that? Do-hyun, waving a hot dog in his hand, yelled, so what? They don't have any money, and they were going to cheat him. Hyung was surprised and replied that she simply didn't know such a thing existed. Hyunjin handed over a coin and said, here are 10 win coins. He asked Do-hyun to give each of his comrades one. He's very glad that the comrades reached the above-ground floors without any problems. Hyunjin hasn't seen such young children in a long time, so he was very worried. But does the MC even remember him? And yet Mirai is certainly good. He immediately thought the protagonist had unusual abilities, but he got to the ground so quickly. It took Hyunjin a few months. He smiled and scratched his cheek with his finger, adding that, besides, he'd already lost 4 times, so he wasn't holding up well. If his comrades want to go out, they should be careful outside. Inside, of course, they can walk freely, but if they even make eye contact with security outside, they could be killed. Hyung asked, what is Wincoin? Hyunjin was surprised and remarked that this was the first time they'd heard of Wincoins. It's the local currency. As the name suggests, victories during matches can be exchanged for Wincoins. 1 Wincoin is worth 1 win. You can exchange them with intermediaries on the above-ground floors. They also say that whoever collects 10,000 win coins will be able to leave Jeju Island immediately. Hyung, eating a hot dog, exclaimed, so that's why there's a market here. Naria hugged her comrades and said they'd rested long enough to return to the path of trials. Hyung smiled tensely and asked if they could rest a little longer. Naria calmly replied no. Hyung burst into tears and yelled that this was too much. Naria asked with displeasure, what's too much? The human fairy, Naria, simply needed help as soon as possible. Sometime later on the first floor above ground in the fighter's waiting room, Naria, sitting on the floor, explained that starting from the first floor above ground, to protect quality, no more than 1 competition was held per day. She had already registered them, so as soon as an opponent was found, they would go to the arena. Hyung asked curiously, what kind of quality protection is this? Naria replied sadly that many things differed from her own data, so even she didn't know much right now. She directed streams of mana into the protagonist's hand, and noted that continuing to fight like this was not helping progress. MC's stats would have to be lowered slightly. If it works on the muscle fibers, it should be possible to control them to some extent. The referee announced over the loudspeaker for number 356 to enter the arena. Hyung noticed that it was Mirai's turn and asked him to hurry. After some time, they entered the arena on the first above-ground floor. The zombies screamed, is there no one with a 5th defeat today? They exclaimed that it was number 356 and ordered him to kill everyone. The zombies placed 2 pieces of human flesh on Mirai. Hyung screamed that she was shaking badly. What if the people on the first above-ground floor turn out to be much stronger than before? Naria thoughtfully replied that she really wanted that to be the case. The fighter entered the arena, and Hyung looked at him in amazement. Fighter 42. Hyunjin tensely noted that this was an amazing coincidence. How he and the protagonist met. The referee ordered the athletes to get ready. Hyunjin said that fighting a small child doesn't make him happy at all. The referee waved his hand and announced the start of the match. Hyunjin was very surprised when he saw his opponent disappear. Mirai immediately attacked him, but Hyunjin managed to dodge. Hyung screamed in amazement that Hyunjin had dodged the protagonist's attack. It seems people on the above-ground floors are different. Naria excitedly exclaimed that a worthy opponent had finally appeared. Hyunjin thought MC was fast. It seems his quick appearance on the above-ground floor was no mere coincidence. Don't let your guard down. Thinking the protagonist is just a child, he quickly jumped up and waved his hand to push Mirai aside. The protagonist struck his opponent. The zombies praised MC and asked him to kill number 42. Hyung noted that only Mirai could hit after all. Naria said she thought Hyunjin was worthy, but he already has 4 losses? Does that mean that if Hyunjin loses now, he will become human meat? Hyung cried out in alarm. What should he do? And who should they root for now? She didn't want Hyunjin to die. Mirai kicked his opponent with great force and Hyunjin flew to the side. Hyunjin breathed heavily as he lay on the ground and thought that this was a disaster. Was it really a mistake to relax when he saw a child in front of him? No. Even if he hadn't lost concentration, it would have been difficult to overcome such a gap. He had somehow held on until now. Maybe this was only possible until now. Hyunjin filled his body with mana and raised his fist. He thought that the promise not to appear in front of the mentor seemed impossible to keep. Hyunjin delivered a powerful punch to MC's face. Mirai quickly flew to the side. The zombies screamed. 356th isn't going to fight properly? Hyung screamed in amazement. What's this all about? Did Mirai really want to give in to him? Naria looked at the gadget with a smile and shouted, could this really be it? She doesn't know how it happened, but the way the enemy controls energy has changed. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that surprised Naria. After all, Hyunjin controls energy like Terret. Hyunjin used a powerful stream of energy, and Terret's shadow appeared in front of the protagonist. MC clenched his teeth in rage and started shaking. Hyung was scared and asked what had suddenly happened to Mirai. He had become somehow strange. Neria blushed with pleasure and thought that this was not surprising. After all, the enemy releases energy like Terete. Just in case, she told MC not to use the ability. So Neria is eager to see how he will resolve this stimulating situation. The protagonist ran with great anger, raising his fist. Hyunjin raised his fists, preparing to attack. MC struck, but the enemy instantly ducked. Hyunjin stood up and attacked Mirai's chin, thinking it was interesting. The whole time, the protagonist had been moving like a robot, but then he suddenly looked like a wild animal. The protagonist kicked the opponent hard in the face. Hyunjin grabbed MC's leg and threw him to the floor. Mirai pushed off the arena net with his feet, looking terrifying. Hyunjin snorted tensely and exclaimed that the opponent was still holding on. He kicked MC with tremendous force. The zombies roared with rage. The protagonist had been doing well this whole time, and now what is he doing? They ordered MC to just become human meat. Mirai lowered his head and breathed heavily. He became very angry and screamed. The protagonist used the ability, and a huge bone flew to the side. Neria put her finger to her lip and exclaimed that she had definitely said that the ability was forbidden. If everything here is destroyed, there will be a lot of problems. Kyung's illusion asked, is he going to do it again? The protagonist had already realized that there is nothing good in explosive emotions, hadn't he? He wants to defeat Terret, and MC hasn't changed anything since last time? Will he understand again only after losing everything he holds dear? The bone instantly stopped and vanished into thin air. Kyung ordered Mirai to suppress his emotions and come up with a way to defeat the enemy with his mind. The protagonist calmed down and rose to his feet. Hyunjin tensed up and wondered, what's going on? MC's energy had changed again. Kyung asked how he had been fighting until now, pounced on opponents, screaming loudly. She noted that this was not the case and asked him to remember. How had MC been fighting until now? Mirai raised his fist and covered it with his hand. Hyunjin was terrified and screamed that this was his technique. A powerful energy engulfed the protagonist's body. The zombies were horrified and screamed, what is this all of a sudden? It was as if even the air had become heavier. Neria screamed with intense pleasure. At the same time, the great sage Kim Jiho, Hyunjin's teacher, smoking a cigar, asked, has he finally arrived? Hyunjin rushed into battle and shouted that it was dangerous. He struck MC in the head with his fist. The referee announced that number 42 had landed 20 blows. 356th was defeated. The protagonist looked at Hyunjin in surprise. Neria irritably called them freaks and exclaimed that the fun had only just begun. Hyung looked at her in bewilderment and asked, what happened? Hyunjin smiled happily and remarked that Mirai had surprised him. The fact that the protagonist could follow him with his gaze was astonishing. He felt foolish for looking down on him, since Mirai was just a child, and yet he shouldn't imitate her power. The teacher said it was very dangerous. At the same time, Yokuya said that they seemed to have found a high-quality product. He ordered them to proceed according to procedure. They also needed to arrange a couple of strawberries on the way. After all, they needed to be given to that fool Arlo. Number 8, Manager Yokuya replied over the radio that he was obeying him. Hyunjin noted that, in any case, he had also learned a lot thanks to the protagonist. The referee approached the MC and asked for the number plate. Hyunjin headed for the exit and exclaimed that if the opportunity arose, he would like to fight again. Mirai apologized and asked to tell him about what had happened in detail. Hyunjin turned his head and replied that, unfortunately, it was not up to him to decide whether he could tell about it or not. Neria smiled madly and thought that it was a pity. Of course, that they couldn't bring the duel to the very end, but obviously, this technique is essential for the protagonist, so she couldn't miss it. After some time, Hyunjin raised his hands in fear and screamed that he couldn't make such a decision on his own. After the fight with Hyunjin, Neria followed him around constantly, asking him to tell her about his technique, but Hyunjin continued to avoid her. The protagonist climbed out of the toilet and threw his head to the side to catch up with Hyunjin. He burst into tears and asked why they were acting like this. MC is already very strong. Why does the protagonist want to learn this particular power? Mirai lowered his head and, after thinking for a moment, answered that it was because he didn't want to repeat it again. Hyunjin thought that he, of course, didn't understand the meaning, but MC's words seemed very heavy. What had happened to MC that was so heavy? He irritably put his hand to his forehead and sighed, saying that then he would first take Mirai to the teacher. Neria shouted, if Hyunjin had decided to take her anyway, why was there so much disagreement? Hyunjin wondered if there was any point in taking the protagonist there. The teacher would probably refuse flatly anyway. After a while, Jiho agreed, picking his nose and saying that they would begin training right away. Hyunjin was very surprised and asked, didn't the teacher say it was dangerous power, so he can't use it as he pleases? Jiho replied that weak people like the student shouldn't. Hyunjin asked, but this kid fought on the same level as him, right? The teacher asked, does the student really think they were on the same level? That's why he was talking about the student's weakness. Hyunjin didn't even understand that the protagonist was limiting his power, and he was fighting with less than a quarter of MC's true strength. If the protagonist had used his true power, Hyunjin probably wouldn't have been able to even keep up with MC, let alone counterattack. Neria grinned and asked how the old man locked up here knew about this. Jiho jumped off the pillows and said that they're people who escaped destruction passed down spiritual power from generation to generation. So for some time now, he's been vaguely sensing that something amazing is happening. Even though his homeland is currently being destroyed by zombies, the mentor still believes without a doubt that the day will come when they will be able to overcome this problem. Of course, this guy will be at the center of it all. Hyunjin was amazed and thought, so this was only a quarter of his strength, and he had to fight tooth and nail. Mirai is so strong that even the teacher says so. What kind of power does this guy have? Jiho wondered if they should go now. Since people with the same intentions have gathered here, there's probably no point in wasting time. First, he wants to know the protagonist's current condition. Of course, before that, he needs to show respect. The sage ordered them to follow him. He bowed and asked them to try hard. MC asked what it was. Jiho replied that they say that being polite before a fight helps one better control one's power. MC remarked that he was very lazy. The sage said that this guy was even more amazing than he thought. The power Jiho would now teach Mirai is connected to willpower. The beginning of controlling power is unwavering serenity. And showing politeness to the opponent helps strengthen the will and give the ability to not succumb to idle thoughts. Jiho asked the protagonist to get rid of unnecessary thoughts and look inward. One should not give in to overwhelming emotions, but focus on why MC must defeat the opponent and become stronger. Mirai wondered why he should become stronger. An illusion of Kyung appeared behind him. Jiho asked, "Can the protagonist do it?" The illusion of Kyung instantly disappeared. MC calmly clenched his fist and agreed. Jiho remarked that this was good and asked the protagonist to direct his destructive will at him. Mirai asked how it was done. The sage raised his fists and clarified what he meant. How? He asked the protagonist to just try acting as if MC wanted to kill him. This will greatly help Mirai's further training. Hyunjin, watching with admiration, asked, "Destroying will. Is that probably what the protagonist had when he fought him?" Naria excitedly exclaimed that she was really looking forward to it. She really wants to see MC's destroying will again. Jiho asked the protagonist to try it quickly. Mirai frowned tensely. Hayoung screamed. She embarrassedly exclaimed that he was very cute. Hayoung asked him to frown even more. The sage tensed up and noted that it seemed like the protagonist couldn't feel it. Jiho asked MC not to worry and said that he would explain everything to Mirai in detail. The protagonist knows how animals live, right? They're people, the Uswami, have long learned survival from animals in the wild. Although it may seem like they're simply living, it's not really that way. After all, their every move is directly related to survival, and MC will have to learn not just their movements, but their ferocity and intelligence, as well as their coldness. Only by going through 100 doors can one gain understanding, but with Mirai's level, understanding can come after just a few real fights. The sage raised his hands and ordered the protagonist to attack. MC struck, but the sage calmly dodged. Jiho struck Mirai in the forehead with a spoon. The comrades watched their fight with interest. Naria said that at first she couldn't believe it, but this old man really is cool. Even though the protagonist is limited, he fights better than she expected. If Mirai wants, he can remove these restrictions of his own free will, and his will is much stronger than before. In any case, Naria wants to see a cool Mirai as soon as possible. Hayoung, her cheeks puffed out, handed Naria the food, and her friend thanked her. Mirai had been immersed in training for several days without a moment's rest, and yet he hadn't made any significant progress. Jiho thought this was odd. The MC's physique was definitely outstanding, but the fists strike as if simply following some kind of rhythm. What makes the protagonist doubt? MC struck, but the sage calmly dodged. Jiho asked if the protagonist knows how the strongest predators fight. The sage instantly approached the protagonist's face and said that they already have everything they need, but they still fight fiercely. What does MC think is the reason? The protagonist replied that he doesn't know at all. The sage jumped up and explained that the correct answer is actually hidden in the question. Predators already have everything. That's why they are so fierce. After all, defeat will deprive them of everything they have. Why is MC fighting now? The comrades looked at the protagonist with great interest, awaiting an answer. Mirai clarified. Maybe because something irritates him? The sage inquired. So what is it? The protagonist thought sadly. MC replied that people dear to him are always getting killed, and it irritates him. Jiho thought for a moment and asked Mirai to hold out his fist. He touched the protagonist's fist with his finger and asked, "After all, he doesn't want to lose what he has either, does he?" It turns out that Mirai is fighting to protect something. The result at the end of this fist is the reason the protagonist must win. This will end their duel with MC, and starting tomorrow, Mirai must fight again at the club. Hayoung happily noted that they had worked very hard. Naria grinned slyly and thought that the old man was even tougher than they thought. He accurately identified the protagonist's problem, which even she hadn't mentioned. Jiho said he hoped that today's lesson would be beneficial to MC. Mirai looked thoughtfully at his fist. After some time, the sage asked the protagonist to quickly go to sleep. Sleep is also one of the important elements of training. Hyunjin, sitting in bed, remarked that the mentor had also worked very hard today. Hayoung smiled, clutching the blanket in her hands, noting how soft it was. She asked what was on the ceiling. Hyunjin replied that it was one of the traditional talisman dolls. It was created to honor the memory of those who had gone before them. According to legend, when they are particularly hard up, a spirit enters the doll and protects them. He asked Hayoung to get some sleep, as it was already late at night. After some time, number 42 was called to the 50th floor of the cube. Hyunjin was surprised and asked, "What's this in the middle of the night?" The sage yawned and remarked that he hadn't just said not to run into zombies for no reason. Hyunjin headed for the exit and asked why him and not the protagonist. Hyunjin would have to go. The sage turned to the student and said that he didn't know what would happen there, but the student should always be careful. Hyunjin agreed and replied that he would remember. Jiho raised his hands in irritation and yelled that the student was very impudent. He had asked to be called teacher in everyday life too. Hyunjin smiled and laughed, noting that since they were at home, he had forgotten that. In any case, he would go. The sage thought it was somehow strange. Why was he suddenly overcome with anxiety today? It would be good if it turned out to be meaningless. Sometime later, in the Paradise Club on the 50th floor, the guard noticed that Hyunjin was there. He smiled ominously and asked him to now go to Mr. Yokuya's office at the end of the corridor. The guard bowed and asked Hyunjin to tread carefully. Hyunjin thought hard. Why was the guard so kind? Or was everyone treated differently on the higher floors? First, he needed to listen to what Yokuya wanted to talk about. This was his first meeting with Yokuya, so he was even nervous. The guard stuck his tongue out of his mouth in a terrifying manner and laughed maliciously. After some time, the door to the office opened slightly. Yokuya arrogantly crossed his arms and remarked that it was good that Hyunjin had come. He thought it would be a waste of time for him to tell him about himself. Hyunjin replied that it would be strange if Yokuya didn't know about him. Why had Yokuya called him? Yokuya calmly threw his head back and, raising his hand, replied that it had been so difficult to find high-quality goods lately. Either the talent had dried up or something else, whereas there used to be so many of them. Hyunjin asked, "So why?" Suddenly, hands covered his mouth before Hyunjin could finish. Yokuya smiled ominously and clarified. Hyunjin wants to know why he called him? Because high-quality goods taste very good. Hyunjin, with great fear, mentally called out to his father. At the same time, Ji-ho, looking at the dark sky, noted that so much time had passed and the student still hadn't returned. A silhouette appeared in the darkness and the sage yelled that Hyunjin was an idiot. Jiho was really worried about the student's behavior. The sage fell silent and number 8 Yokuya threw the package on the floor. Jiho yelled, "What is this?" The manager replied that this was number 42. He calmly asked, "Where is number 356? The sage took the package and opened it. The package contained Hyunjin's severed head. Jiho yelled, "What is this?" He showed the package containing the pillow and asked if it was a souvenir. Number 8 looked tensely at the package and yelled, "What is this?" He definitely brought number 42's head, right? The protagonist hit his knee in the opponent's face with great force. The manager flew to the side and, sliding on the ground, screamed. The sage asked, "Does the MC remember what he taught him?" Jiho calmly asked the MC to try his hand at a real fight. He thought that fortunately, they were just worried for nothing. It seems everything is going as planned, just like that girl said. Now let's go back to the moment when Hyunjin was about to leave. Naria asked him to stop. She would like to test the effect of all their training. But wouldn't it be better to do it not on the weak humans, but on zombies? And what are they all thinking? Hyunjin asked. What was she talking about all of a sudden? And what kind of species was that? Naria clarified. He was going to the very top of the club now, right? Hyunjin agreed and asked, what was it? Naria noted that the manager who took Arlo's place would definitely be there. He would definitely prove to be a worthy opponent for Mirai, so they would go together to kill him. After a while, Naria appeared behind the enemy and clarified. He didn't know she was here? Yokuya asked. What's that? Naria asked. So he means Yokuya and he's the one sending the fake reports? Yokuya got up from his chair and asked, how did she know him? He ordered number 8 to deal with it. Naria picked up the bag with the pillow and said, here's number 42's head. Number 8 should probably follow number 356's head. Number 8 asked what kind of green creature that was. The green spot instantly appeared on his head. Number 8 headed for the exit and asked, where's number 356? Yokuya called out to the manager and yelled, where's number 8 going? Naria thought the protagonist should deal with this guy. Yokuya irritably remarked that he didn't think they could defeat number 8 that way. Hyunjin asked, and Yokuya seems quite unfazed? He'd heard from Naria that Yokuya was completely incompetent in fighting. According to his data, his stats were close to 0. So that's how Yokuya kept eating people? To select the best quality, he even built a 50-story building. Hyunjin angrily put his foot on the table and said that Yokuya had deceived hundreds of people. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't leave him alone. Hyunjin firmly ordered the enemy to attack and said that he would destroy his paradise. Yokuya calmly agreed and replied that that was exactly what he wanted. That guy with glasses who just came out was his manager. Does Hyunjin know why he calls him number 8? Until now, there were many people who wanted to vent their anger on Yokuya, like Hyunjin, and among them, some even defeated managers. And so, the managers changed. Now reaching number 8, he found a book on the shelf and turned to number 42. Hyunjin said that was enough of this pointless trick. Now, Yokuya had nowhere to escape. Yokuya looked at the book and replied that, if you look at it that way, maybe number 42 was right. Isn't Hyunjin interested? What tricks helped him? A zombie with 0 stats. Survive until now? Yokuya pressed the red button, and the floor beneath Hyunjin's feet instantly opened. Naria screamed, claiming it was a trap she hadn't thought of. Hyunjin, falling into the hole, shouted that it was a curse and called Yokuya a freak. He landed on the ground, propped up on his hands. Hyunjin quickly turned his head to the side, surveying the enormous ring. Yokuya, descending on the platform, explained that he had conducted an investigation into the top-quality people beforehand. He apologized and noted that his club hadn't been an impromptu move, meaning a man like Hyunjin couldn't destroy it single-handedly. 2 years ago, the Hyunjin family, including his mother, Han Hyo-seong, and his younger sister, Kim Yoo-jin, disappeared. Hyunjin quickly turned his head to the side and looked at the disfigured chimera of his mother and sister. He asked in horror, "Why are they like that?" Yokuya grinned and asked, "Will number 42 be able to kill these two?" Naria clarified, "Wasn't it enough for Yokuya to turn people into zombies? He also created a chimera out of them." The chimera rapidly approached Hyunjin. It launched a powerful attack at him, running forward. Hyunjin ran away from the pursuing chimera. Yokuya angrily asked, "What is number 42 doing? We all need to fight together." He smiled joyfully, raised his hands, and remarked that Hyunjin was fighting very well. Hyunjin became extremely angry, ran to the side, and called out to Yokuya. He approached his opponent and called him trash. How dare Yokuya do something like that? Hyunjin madly struck the bars repeatedly and shouted that he would kill his opponent. Yokuya asked, "Does Hyunjin think he would install bars that could be easily broken?" Number 42 didn't need to worry about him now. The chimera instantly grabbed Hyunjin by the throat. He clenched his teeth with great effort and began to cough. Hyunjin struck the bars and screamed. He cried with rage and yelled that he would never let this go. Even if he died, he would curse Yokuya. That's right. In fact, Yokuya wanted this even more than human flesh. It was as if he were looking at wild animals locked in a cage, suppressed freedom and, as if thrown into the void, compassion from superiority. Yokuya threw his head back in bliss and called Hyunjin poor. He laughed terrifyingly. The guard yelled into the radio that a disaster had occurred. A man suddenly appeared on the 50th floor. Yokuya yelled, "What the hell is this?" He asked the freaks not to interfere with him. "This is such an important moment." Some time ago, the corpse of number 8 fell to the ground. The sage clarified, 10 seconds or 5 seconds. This is much better than expected. He congratulated Murray's student and noted that the protagonist finally found his own true face. Currently, the protagonist standing on the platform clarified, "Is this Yokuya?" The manager asked, "Who is this?" MC slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and said that he was counting on them. He noticed the chimera and his comrade lying on the ground. Mirai remembered the past. He asked if he should greet bad people too. The sage replied that a greeting shows more that the protagonist respects himself than the other person. And yet, if it's an incorrigible villain, it's better to just kill him outright. MC came out of his memories. He instantly appeared in front of the enemy and swung the bone. Yokuya was surprised to feel the blow. At the same time, Jiho turned his head to the side, noticing something. Hayoung clarified, everyone had left. Why wasn't he sleeping? The sage asked what else an old man like him could do in the middle of the night. He went out to get some fresh air. Jiho wondered why Hayoung wasn't sleeping. She lowered her head and replied that she couldn't sleep. The sage asked if something had happened to her. Hayoung sadly replied that everyone around her was just trying their best, and it seemed like she was the only one sitting quietly in one place. She wonders if she should do something, but it seems like she'll only get in the way. Hayoung feels too weak. The sage turned his head to the side and noted that there's no need to rush. After all, every living thing blooms at a different time. Some flowers bloom profusely with the arrival of spring, while others only blossom at the end of autumn. For now, Hayoung just needs to do what she can in her current situation. After all, soon her confident character will emerge into the world. Such a time is sure to come for each of them. Yokuya flew to the side with great force and, putting his hand to the wound, screamed, "What is this?" Naria asked admiringly how the protagonist managed to appear so quickly. "It seems like grandfather's training is having an effect." MC, clutching a bone in his hand, clarified, "We need to kill Yokuya and go to Arlo, right?" He quickly jumped towards the enemy. Naria noted that for some reason she thought his character had gotten even better. She'll see how big he's grown. The bone flew at great speed, but Yokuya, overcome with fear, managed to dodge the attack. He turned his head to the side in great fear and yelled that the protagonist is number 356, the guy who lost to number 42. How can someone who lost to 42 come here? The bone hit Yokuya in the side with tremendous force. The protagonist waved his hand and a gust of air threw the opponent aside. Yokuya fell to the ground and grunted in pain. He quickly pressed the red button. The arena rose to a huge space. Naria exclaimed that Yokuya made everything so similar to Natefi's lab. He stole absolutely everything. MC quickly ran towards the opponent. Yokuya called him a freak and yelled, since he felt sorry for the protagonist. MC dared to come here? He opened his jacket with many buttons and shouted, "Does the protagonist think he's funny?" Yokuya pressed all the buttons at once. The doors to the lab opened, releasing the demons. They prepared for battle and began coughing. Yokuya ordered that this freak be captured immediately. Kill the protagonist and place him before him. He will make MC beg for mercy. Mirai calmly tossed the bone aside. Then Jiho said something that was natural for ordinary people, but new to the protagonist. The sage managed to awaken one answer, "Just win, and then no one else will die." The protagonist instantly killed the enemy, and Yokuya looked at him in amazement. Naria noticed that MC dodged accurately and attacked precisely. Mirai attacks to win. Jiho thought that people are amazing creatures. After all, even the same attack can have significantly different effectiveness, depending on the feelings invested in it. The calmer a person looks at an opponent, the more savagery they convey, as ironic as it may sound. This forces you to look for a more cold-blooded and precise way to win. and the enemy experiences even more pressure and losses. This is the power he wanted to show the protagonist, a bright, deadly energy. Yokuya pressed the buttons and yelled that the protagonist had attacked the wrong person. Does MC really think that's it? Demons enveloped Mirai's body. A powerful stream of energy tore the opponents apart and blood gushed towards Yokuya. The sage thought that his role was complete. He only hoped that MC would follow the right path, unlike that student. Yokuya, overcome with fear, knelt down on one knee and screamed. He quickly pressed the buttons and yelled, "Is there really no more left?" Yokuya ordered the protagonist to stay back and asked why MC had done this to him. What had he done wrong? Was it all because he had played with people? Is that why the protagonist had done this to him? After all, they had played with him too. They locked Yokuya in a cage and laughed at him, calling him poor. After all, they were the ones who started all this. But why can't Yokuya do the same? He simply returned to people what they did to him. But why does he have to die? Mirai put his hand to his opponent's forehead and replied that it wasn't that, simply because the opponent was Yokuya. The opponent froze and began to cry. The protagonist immediately tore Yokuya's head off. Neria laughed and said that, unfortunately, she wouldn't mention Yokuya's death even in the comments. In 2-3 weeks, he would completely disappear. She asked him not to be sad, because there is always room for unknown tragedies in the world, and Yokuya is just one of such passing tragedies. Neria wished him a safe journey. Mirai asked if he could go kill Arlo now. Neria agreed and exclaimed that she needed to repay the insult, but she didn't even know where he was now. Maybe Arlo was still where they first saw him? After a while, Hyung reacted to the sound and asked, "Is that the sound of crying?" She quickly ran into the darkness and yelled that she was going. Maybe it was a lost child. The sage raised his hand and ordered the disciple to stop. Hyung froze in surprise when she heard Arlo asking for a strawberry. He opened his mouth in front of her face and noticed that there was a strawberry. Arlo put his hand on her shoulder and brought his mouth to her head. Hyung closed her eyes in fear, and the sage asked her to be calm. It's okay. She should stay in the same position as now. Jiho dared to assume that the enemy had no bad intentions now. Arlo instantly raised his head and began to cry. He removed his hand from Hyung's shoulder and instantly jumped up. Hyung fell to the ground and sighed. The sage asked, "Is she okay?" Hyung looked at the sage in fear and asked, "Did Arlo suddenly appear? Did that mean Neria's plan hadn't worked?" Jiho, kneeling, replied that he felt that wasn't true. However, for some reason, it seemed as if something had happened. If Hyung followed the river's current, she would come to a waterfall. There was a cave there. She could hide in it. Hyung screamed. Where was the sage going? Jiho replied that they needed to go to Hyunjin. At the same time, Arlo landed on the ground with a powerful blow, cutting through the air. He placed his hand on the lava and said he couldn't take it anymore. After a while, the guard screamed, "What's this? Why are all the guards on the 50th floor dead? Number 9 is the next managerial candidate. Didn't he hear anything?" The guard shouted, "Is number 9 listening to him? What even happened here?" Number 9 turned his head to the side in fear and screamed, "Mr. Yokuya is dead. Arlo will soon go berserk." The building shook violently. Arlo screamed with tears streaming down his face. Lava erupted from the volcano at incredible speed. At the same time, the protagonist noticed this. Number 9 pushed the guard away and ordered him to leave him alone. The guard yelled, "Did number 9 really just tell the truth?" He asked number 9 to wait for him and said that they would go together. Neria noticed that Arlo seemed to have arrived and suggested they go to him. Hyung called out to her friend, and Neria asked when she had given her the phone. At the same time, Hyung, running at full speed, yelled, "What kind of volcanic eruption was that? Are they fighting Arlo now?" Neria disagreed and replied that they didn't even understand what was happening yet. Hyung exclaimed that she had just seen Arlo and wondered if he had gone to them. Neria asked where he had gone. Hyung didn't answer, and Neria said that everything was fine. They would go look for him, and that was it. Hyung asked her friend to wait and yelled, "But there's nothing she can do to help? Because of the volcano, people could be in danger." Neria replied that she understood her friend's feelings, but she had already told her. What's the point of saving just a couple of people? They will do everything on their own, and Hyung must hide well. Hyung asked Neria to wait. Neria turned off the phone and, quickly flying upward, asked the protagonist to go. MC noticed Hyunjin lying on the floor and asked, "Comrade is dead, right?" He quickly jumped up, pushing off from the chimera. Hyung, holding the phone with trembling hands, clarified, "Really only a couple of people?" She called Neria an idiot and screamed that she was also one of that couple of people whom Mirai saved. And Aunt Jiseon, and Hemi, and Yulha, everyone is one of that couple of people. Neria cannot appreciate the significance of all people. Hyung threw the phone on the ground and said that she will also do what she can. She exclaimed with fury that Neria is not smart at all. Hyung quickly ran deep into the forest. Sometime later, on the outskirts of Jeju-do Island, in the security line of zombies, they ran away quickly, screaming and asking, "Where are they supposed to run?" The guard looked at them and asked, "Where are they going? But what about guarding?" He irritably crossed his arms and asked, "What's going on with these idiots? It's already hard because of the volcano." The comrade put his hand to his mouth and asked, "Is that the problem?" The zombie asked, "What is it?" The comrade exclaimed, "At Arlo. They say that when Arlo doesn't eat strawberries, he goes berserk." The zombie asked the comrade not to say such a strange thing. Surely Mr. Yokuya couldn't have refused to give Arlo some strawberries. Arlo quickly jumped away from the volcano and landed in front of the guards. They screamed in fear. "It was Arlo. The zombie told you about it." The guard ran quickly and exclaimed, "They say that when Arlo goes berserk, he kills everyone indiscriminately, even zombies." Arlo threw his head back and screamed. He ran past the zombies, dealing multiple attacks. The guards asked for help, but Arlo instantly killed them. Arlo quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He asked for food. Arlo, unable to contain himself, spewed a stream of lava from his mouth. Neria said there was food here. The protagonist delivered a powerful kick to Arlo's head. Neria wished the enemy bon appetit. Arlo fell to the ground, shattering it with his body. Neria noted how much time had passed. Maybe a week and a couple more days? They were happy to meet Arlo. A powerful explosion thundered through the trees and dark smoke rose into the air. Arlo jumped towards the enemy. Mireille struck Arlo and the enemy quickly flew down. The protagonist calmly flew towards the enemy, cutting through the air. Arlo tucked his legs and breathed heavily. He opened his mouth and spewed a stream of lava. The protagonist's head caught fire. MC spat black blood from his mouth towards the enemy, and Arlo grunted. Neria laughed and remarked that this was a very funny fight. Arlo punched the protagonist, but MC dodged the attack. Mirai slammed his hand into the opponent's head. Arlo grunted and, with a punch, exploded the protagonist's head. MC's head instantly regenerated, and he attacked the opponent. Arlo's cheeks puffed out, and he tensed up. Neria asked, "Isn't this very unpleasant?" She apologized, and said that from now on, everything would be different. MC returned to himself. Arlo put his hands to his cheeks and screamed. Mirai let out a mocking cry, and Neria laughed. After a while, the protagonist spun in the air and kicked the opponent with great force. He raised a bone with the intention of attacking. MC slammed the bone into the opponent, and Arlo flew to the side. The opponent fell and quickly slid across the grass. Arlo, breathing heavily, turned his attention to the strawberries lying on the ground. He laughed with great effort. Arlo reached out towards the strawberries and remembered the past. He was sitting at the table and asked why Mom liked strawberries so much. Mom, smiling and sitting in front of a plate of strawberries, asked, maybe it was because their grandmother loved them? When she eats strawberries, she feels as if her grandmother is right next to her. That's why Mom wants more and more. The answer to Arlo's frequently asked question was something he couldn't understand at the time, but understanding soon came. Arlo changed his appearance, becoming a zombie, and looked at his mother's bloody body. He cried with great horror, and putting his hands to his face, asked, what did he just do? Having turned into a mutant, Arlo ate his mother. Full of disappointment, he tried to suppress his hunger on his own, but in the end, everything didn't turn out the way he wanted, just for a single moment, and it was at that moment that it seemed as if he were with his mother. Arlo felt as if his mistakes were understood, and that he had tried hard. This was his only support. He came out of the memories, and the protagonist crushed a strawberry with his foot. Arlo, shaking, asked what was wrong with the protagonist. He was trying so hard. No matter how much he missed her, he could handle it. Arlo tried to keep from making a mistake. Arlo ran quickly, hugging MC, and clarified that he was asking what was wrong with the protagonist. He broke the trees in front of him while running quickly. MC calmly slammed his hand into the opponent's body. He looked at his broken fingers and thought that it was getting more difficult. Mirai, having torn his body apart, flew up. He quickly aimed the bones towards the opponent, but they hit Arlo's body and broke into pieces. Arlo screamed and jumped up. The protagonist raised his hand and prepared to attack. He spewed a stream of blood from his elbow and, flying past the opponent, cut Arlo's body in half. MC calmly landed on the ground. He turned his head to the side, hearing a grunt. Arlo's body parts began to grow, and he stood up in two. Neria noticed that the enemy had split in two. The opponents quickly launched attacks at the protagonist, and MC's body broke into two. Neria said that this ability, similar to the one Planaria has, will be a problem. It is impossible to know which of them has the heart. In addition, the physical abilities of both individuals are identical. If anything, the density is even increasing. If, however, both of them are not real, they can continue to multiply. If MC wins this fight, he will be able to fight Arlo, who will be 100 times stronger. Mireille, lying on the ground, asked, will he not die then? Neria disagreed and replied that she didn't think he would. If the protagonist doesn't die, then an error like MC will need to be observed, since she has never seen anything like this before. Mirai said that then it is decided. In fact, the protagonist understood Arlo's sadness well. Arlo's manner of speech and facial expression were similar to MC's. That's why Mirai knew exactly how this wait would end. The protagonist raised his hand, asking the enemy to be patient a little longer, and said that Arlo would feel right at home very soon. Neria exclaimed in amazement that Mirai had split in two. Arlo quickly struck the protagonist's copy and it disappeared. Neria sadly said that it was just a blood cell with an imitation of a silhouette. The protagonist's alter ego has practically no physical strength. There is no point in such an imitation. MC sadly closed his eyes, and Neria laughed and noted that he looked sad. But it was a good try. It is not possible to attack using several doubles at the same time. But even so, one can resort to optical illusion. The opponents attacked the copies of the protagonist. MC struck the enemy with his fist, tearing his body in two. He confidently raised his hand, and the veins constricted Arlo's body. The veins returned to MC's fingers, exploding the enemy's body. Neria said that in any case, the main problem won't be solved in the end. Numerous Arlo copies looked at Mirai. Neria clarified that she thought all the objects except one could be considered fake, but that turned out to be wrong. Each of them has a heart. That is, they are all real Arlo, and the skin layer becomes twice as strong with each new influx of individuals. If this continues, the current level of attack will no longer work. Until then, will they be able to find a way to kill Arlo? After some time, dark smoke rises into the sky from the crater of the volcano. The bodies of people float in bright lava. Yusong floated by and wondered, what is this? She fell into a memory. Hyosung happily showed the doll and asked, Didn't it turn out well? She worked hard to create it for a whole week. Little Hyunjin laughed and replied that he thought it didn't turn out very well. His mother, offended, asked for praise. Her son pointed at the doll and asked to look here, because everything had fallen off. Hyo-seong asked him to just compliment her. Hyunjin asked, "So what is this?" His mother noted that he had scolded her first, and then asked so innocently, "It's a traditional tribal doll. She got the same one from her grandmother. If mom or dad were to die in this world, the soul inside the doll would be able to help them. Therefore, it must be carefully preserved." Hyo-seong emerged from her memories and, pushing the stone with her son lying on it, thought that even though she had become a doll, she still protected Hyunjin. The stone hit the shore. The sage asked if the brainwashing had stopped now that Yokuya was dead. He thanked Hyo-seong for saving Hyunjin. Hyo-seong, smiling, began to dissolve in the lava. She looked at the sage and drowned. Jiho asked her not to worry, because at the right time he would find her, and they would talk. At this time, he will take care of Hyunjin. The sage stood on a stone and, placing his hand on the student's body, clarified that he needed to get up. People need their help. Hyunjin clenched the doll in his hand. After some time, the protagonist directed a stream of blood from his hand. He instantly cut down the opponents. Arlo's hand emerged from the ground and grabbed MC by the leg. The second opponent instantly kicked Mirai in the stomach. The protagonist calmly slid across the grass. Neria said that, besides Arlo's immeasurable ability to reproduce life, she could not have imagined anything like this. It is as if the entire Jeju-do is made entirely of Arlo. Or maybe Arlo was not assigned to Jeju Island. It is quite possible that he was sent here in exile. It would certainly be difficult for Terra to contain the ever-growing population, even impossible. Even with a great desire to win, the protagonist cannot analyze the enemy. Right now, MC cannot defeat Arlo. It seems that the protagonist is having a hard time. Mirai replied that he couldn't figure out what to do. Neria pointed out that that wasn't necessary. She would do the thinking, and the protagonist could simply act. That's exactly why she came with him. Right, Mirai can't win without her. She looked up at Neria. She asked if they could clearly see the location and number of Arlo copies. The protagonist in glasses agreed. Neria explained that, according to the analysis, the hearts of all individuals beat identically. None of the doppelgangers were dependent on each other. They were organically connected. What would be required to kill Arlo was to aim for all the hearts of the copies simultaneously. Is the protagonist capable of that? MC, leaning his hand on the ground, agreed. He ran across the grass at incredible speed, leaving a stream of air behind him. Currently, the number of all Arlo copies is 1,300,205,000. Within the boundaries of their possible reality, destroying all objects at once is impossible. Neria clarified that Mirai would 100% meet his death here, though he might possess an ability beyond anyone's imagination. MC jumped over the last Arlo copy. Neria said that Mirai truly had abilities that were unimaginable. The protagonist, having destroyed 1,325,000 Arlos, landed on the ground. He calmly noted that this was not the first time. The ground began to split. Neria noted with fear that Jeju Island was collapsing. It seemed that this was because the Arlo copies that held the island afloat were beginning to disappear. Since it was all over, they should go try to find Hayoung. The protagonist noticed something and turned his head to the side. MC wondered if he could hear crying. He ran across the crumbling ground. Mirai stopped and wondered if that could be a heart. After a while, Do-hyun, holding a stick in his hand, shouted decisively, "Number 9 still wants to go this route." Even after Lee Jikin's appearance, he ordered him to think twice. Survival is a priority now. Simple unity is not enough. What's wrong with zombies? Number 9 barked that he was acting this way precisely because Jikin had arrived. Do-hyun thinks that anything will change with his help. There's chaos outside. What kind of survival can there be? Death is everywhere. Number 9 ran quickly and shouted that if that's the case, he will eat them without any regrets and they will die a good death. Do-hyun raised a stick and shouted. Hayoung decisively hit the zombie on the head. Number 9 stopped, grabbed his head with his hands and shouted, "What is this?" Hayoung held out her hand and asked to give it to her. Do-hyun handed her a hot dog and Hayoung clarified that it wasn't a hot dog, but that stick. Number 9 asked furiously, "Didn't she bring people here?" He called her a fool and clarified that so that's who had been following him everywhere without his knowledge. Hayoung jumped towards him with the intention of attacking. She thought that she too had been observing the training course for months. Not very well, but looking back, she had learned something. Hayoung is not so weak as to be unnoticed. Number 9 instantly smashed her head with his hand. The people covered their eyes with their hands in great horror. Number 9 asked, "What's going on?" She attacked so ferociously. He already thought that she was capable of something. But nothing special happened. Hayoung hit the enemy's legs with a stick and ordered him to leave. Number 9 looked at her in bewilderment and wondered what this was. Hadn't he just killed her? The zombie grabbed her head with his hand and exclaimed that, after all, on the threshold of death, one can go crazy. Number 9 tore her body apart and said that this time he would definitely kill her. Hayoung appeared behind him and, raising her stick, screamed. Didn't he leave yet? Number 9 turned his head to the side in fear and wondered what the hell was going on. He was sure he'd killed her this time. He threw her aside in rage and screamed, "What the hell is this?" Number 9 thought hard. Have he gone crazy? How could this happen? The people asked in surprise. Didn't he just kill her? But why was she okay? As if nothing had happened. Had they imagined it? That's right. In such an emergency, you can see even more amazing things. Do-hyun asked what just happened. So, she was supernatural too? Hayoung asked, confused, what he was talking about. Do-hyun replied that he hadn't and exclaimed that he simply misunderstood. The ground began to rapidly collapse. Number 9 looked in fear at the ground that had cracked under his feet. He fell into the lava and asked for help. Number 9 quickly sank into the lava, and people screamed that the ground had disappeared. They said it was safe here. They ordered everyone to leave and screamed that it was dangerous here too. People quickly ran past Hayoung, and she noticed something. Hyunjin raised his hands to block the people's path, and they asked in confusion, "What is this?" He ordered the people to stay inside and said that he would protect them. After a while, a stream of light directed upward. Hayoung looked at him in amazement and asked, "Is that really the teacher?" At the same time, Jiho, hovering in the air, looked at the falling stones engulfed in flames. He raised his hands and, using the highest magic of Usami, created a shield in front of the stones. The guard, running quickly, pointed to the side and screamed that number 9 had gone this way. He thinks it's safe here. Hyunjin turned his attention to the zombies and, looking at the doll, thought that his mother's sacrifice would not be in vain. He decisively raised his hands and ordered the opponents to stop. They can't get here. After a while, Arlo's voice came from the heart, and he said that he would not die. He didn't want to die. Mirai raised his hand and thought that he needed to finish off the enemy quickly. Arlo asked to save him and said that he didn't want to see his mother. The protagonist froze and asked why. He squatted down in front of the heart and asked why the enemy didn't want to meet. Arlo asked who was there. MC sadly asked if meeting his mother wasn't a positive event. Arlo thought for a while and disagreed. He replied that he had treated his mother very badly. She wouldn't be happy to see him, no matter what Arlo said. Mirai interrupted the enemy and didn't agree and plunged the bone into the enemy's heart. He said that his mother would surely greet Arlo generously. Therefore, if the enemy sees his mother, he should just smile. Lava quickly broke through the heart. The protagonist looked down sadly. Neria noted that MC has a way of saying something sentimental. Is that what the protagonist's precious aunt said? Mirai, without answering, flew into the air with the help of blood. Neria screamed, "What is this? Why is the protagonist ignoring her?" After a while, the sage thought that this cave was located farthest from the volcano. As long as the zombies were so stupid, they would surely all reach this cave soon. Hyunjin wouldn't be able to cope with so many zombies. Also, they don't know exactly when the destruction of Jeju Island will end. If so, they need to leave the island. Du-hun lifted part of the island with a cave into the air with magic. He looked at the student and ordered him not to let the people escape. The sage would send them to safety. Hyunjin prepared for battle and asked him to wait because there were still quite a lot of zombies. As long as the shaking continued, he couldn't fight. The sage replied that everything was fine. He would be back soon. The protagonist, with numerous clones, quickly flew past his comrades. Hyunjin asked in amazement, "What is that he sees now?" Hayoung joyfully covered her mouth with her hands and clarified, "Really a whole bunch of Mirai?" The sage turned to the protagonist, and the MC and numerous clones simultaneously answered. Jiho asked who was answering now. There were still a significant number of zombies left on Jeju Island. He asked the MC to make sure Mirai finished them off here before they reached the continent. The protagonist and his clones quickly jumped toward the zombies. The volcano violently erupted with lava from its crater. The lava spread across the ground and quickly rose upward. The comrades watched as rocks and magma exploded in the air. Hyunjin was stunned and remembered his past with his parents on Jeju Island. He noticed an object flying through the air. The protagonist's head fell into his hands, and the MC thanked his comrade. Hyunjin smiled, looking at his comrade. A day after the explosion of Jeju Island, the people who survived built a new house not far away. In honor of those who contributed to the island's creation, it was named Mirai Island and its distinguished army. Hyunjin remarked that the name was too long. Comrade, he thought, doesn't he think so too? Du-hun smiled and exclaimed that they should have named it Hot Dog Island. His voice couldn't be considered the majority's. Hyunjin, surprised, asked, "Who is that?" Du-hyun yelled. Can't Hyunjin remember him? He extended his hand and formally introduced himself. Hyunjin asked why Hot Dog was there. Du-hyun replied that Hyunjin didn't understand. Hayoung, running quickly, yelled that the teacher was asking him to come. Hyunjin smiled, noticing her, and asked why. After a while, Hayoung asked, "The sage says we should teach Mirai martial arts, but then why does the protagonist fight Hyunjin instead of the teacher?" Jiho laughed and replied that now he's just an ordinary old man. In their tribe, you can only use power once in a lifetime, so now he has no magic. In any case, to test his martial arts, they should turn to Hyunjin, not him. Hayoung was surprised and clarified that the teacher had used all his energy to advance the island. In his place, she wouldn't have known when exactly to use such valuable magic. The teacher is really cool. Jiho said he was just trying to see something more in Mirai. Who knows, maybe the protagonist is capable of making a selfish choice for him. Walking the path that only one person considers right isn't as easy as he thought. Hyunjin, fighting MC, asked if once their martial arts were well honed, their paths would diverge, right? Mirai agreed, and Hyunjin sadly replied that everything was clear. Hyunjin said that he was grateful to the protagonist for many things. MC appeared and helped at the most necessary moment. He too will train here even harder to continue the tribe's creed of protecting people. In that case, they must meet again someday. And then Hyunjin wants to help Mirai. The protagonist thought calmly and agreed. At that moment, when the small fire began to grow and brighten everything around it, it seemed as if the whole world had stopped, but it had come to a new beginning. 6 months later, Garam put her finger to her ear and exclaimed that she would be there soon. Half a year had already passed since the operation to capture Changwon City. The result of this advance was the continuous establishment of small-scale camps. During this time, they captured most of the city, which belonged to the zombies. A key branch of the Red Cross, they reached the outskirts of Busan, but all the routes leading to Busan had been blocked for some time by a single zombie. The location was named Nuri, as the border of Hongyimun. There were a total of 3 shields on the border of Hongyimun. Apparently, each time one of the barriers was overcome, more and more power was absorbed. Until now, breaking through the second protective barrier had been easy, but no one had yet been found who could get through the third barrier. Difficulties arose every time, of course, until now. I would like to thank the expedition members who had to grow up so quickly. They managed to break through the third level, protecting the Hongyimun border until Mirai returns. They need to investigate a single zombie. Rishuru sternly said that when this operation is over, he will send this zombie to the teacher. He ran around saying that he will do it. Garam replied that she understood this and asked him to get ready. Rishuru ominously yelled that he had promised and given his word. Garam irritably remarked that this was too much. Spetter smirked, sitting on the ground. She wondered how good the chances of catching Spetter were now. She thought she should try this time. After all, Rishuru was also on the team. The mission leader was the same. Maybe something will work out. Spetter smiled and remarked that this was very good. Otherwise, she was already dying of boredom. By the way, she didn't expect Garam to come with Rishuru. Had he really become a slave to humans? Rishuru didn't answer. He turned his head to the side and asked what was wrong with her. Why was the enemy pretending to know him? Garam replied that they might have crossed paths a couple of times while traveling to different places. She tensed up and thought, what did she even expect? This is all happening now because of Rishuru. He was tortured with electricity so often that he lost his memory. Instead of getting the information he needed from him, Rishuru simply turned into a stupid zombie. Rishuru screamed in rage. He realized that she also wanted to get his teacher, but still, his love for Mirai remains the same. Garam put her hand to the ground and thought that there was no need to think about unnecessary things. Until the protagonist arrives, they won't be able to do anything special. The priority now is to gather information for future attacks. They quickly rushed into battle. At the same time, a pencil was lying on the table. Nuri, looking at the sheets, thought that even if she wrote down just a little, it could help him. Now she needs to see how things are outside. She went outside and asked how Garam was doing. The man noticed her and said they were finally finished. Nuri asked, with what? The man replied, with the capture of Spetter. After a while, Nuri crossed her arms and clarified, so Spetter died immediately from one blow from Rishuru? He confirmed this and said that, to be precise, she was ground into dust. Yulha asked irritably, why is Rishuru so proud of himself? Hemi agreed and asked to see his face. Rishuru sternly addressed the commander and noted that now she could show him to the teacher. Nuri agreed and said that he had done a good job. The protagonist had stepped away for a while, so Rishuru could rest for now. Rishuru angrily ordered her to show him to the teacher. After all, he tried so hard. Nuri disagreed and exclaimed that she understood, but she'd said MC had left. Mirai wasn't around right now, so who should she show him to? Rishuru got angry and ordered her to show him to the teacher quickly. Nuri asked to get him out of here. His comrades grabbed Rishuru, and she yelled that only the teacher could touch him. Nuri sighed in irritation and said that next time she should come only with Kyuho. She asked if Spetter had any last words. Garam exclaimed that they had. Right before Rishuru's attack, Spetter said that as soon as Terrat attacked, a war would immediately begin. It would be humans who would start this war. Nuri clarified, and after Spetter disappeared, this doll fell in her place. Garam agreed and added that, moreover, the Hongyiman border still doesn't seem to be disappearing. She doesn't think it's about Spetter's murder. Nuri replied that she thought so too. Who knows, maybe Spetter just wanted to shift the blame onto someone. They don't know what their intentions were. The first thing they'll do is return to Zhongwan and gather with the others, and the faces that are nice to see again have returned. Sometime later in Zhongwan, in the #1 branch of the deadly government, Nuri asked in confusion, what kind of pit is that? The assistant replied that the landing had gone a little wrong. Nuri got angry and raised her fists, yelling, do they even know how hard it was for her to rebuild Zhongwan? The assistant asked her to tell him what needed to be done. Nuri raised her hands and shouted, why does she have to clean up after everyone all the time? Garam turned her head to the side, noticing something. The protagonist, standing in the crowd, noticed her and lowered his head. Garam smiled and thought that they hadn't seen each other for so long. She was even glad to meet. Hayoung approached Kyuho and asked if Jiseon was okay. Kyuho replied with a smile that there was no need to worry. It hadn't been long since they left, and her health had recovered. Now she had gone to another camp to volunteer. Hayoung happily exclaimed that this was good. Kyuho remarked that if he had known about their arrival, he would have sent Jiseon a letter. He lifted the pot of dreadful liquid and asked, Jiseon made the curry before leaving. Do they want to eat? Hayoung tensed and replied, he'd better keep it for himself. Kyuho remarked that if he tried it, it wasn't so bad. What about the protagonist? MC doesn't want to try it? Mirai replied that he didn't want to eat. Kyuho happily exclaimed that if they were upset later, it wouldn't be his fault. The man remarked that he didn't think anyone but Kyuho would be upset. Hemi sadly agreed and asked where Naria was. Hayoung sadly replied that Naria had suddenly disappeared about 3 months ago. By that time, Mirai had already secured an interim result. They wanted to redistribute their forces in another direction. Hayoung diligently sent inquiries, but never received a concrete answer. Kyuho asked if by another direction she meant the captain. Nuri crossed her arms and said that she thought so. She thought that they shouldn't relax about Neria, but she wouldn't turn her back on them in such a situation. Nuri clarified that it is important to discuss these toys now. That was the most important thing. They would talk about Neria later. Nuri leaned her hands on the table and explained that the Hongyumun border was still standing, and the spatters were mentioning war. The Red Cross had been inactive for 6 months now. Judging by the available facts, she believed this was a declaration of war. Now the Red Cross had the ability to attack people. She feels like they are trying to artificially create an ethical justification. But Nuri doesn't know why they've suddenly become so kind. Perhaps these dolls contain some kind of clues about future attacks. For example, information about the targets to hit. There was a loud knock on the door, and Kyuho turned his head in that direction. Rishuru, wrapped in chains, furiously yelled that he could hear them all. Kyuho shouted that Rishuru was tied up. Rishuru burst into the room and asked, "They said this doll would curse the teacher?" They yelled. "What is a comrade saying?" Garam quickly got up from her chair and asked where the remote was. Rishuru, enraged, tore the doll in half and exclaimed that you just need to tear it apart. That's all. The doll fell to the floor, and his comrades screamed. Nuri barked furiously. "What is he doing? This is too important." Rishuru replied that the teacher is most important to him. Spheres of mana enveloped the torn parts of the doll. The sphere announced the start of the game. Nuri asked in confusion, "What does that mean?" The sphere grew in size, and hanging over the table, ordered them to play as much as they wanted. Nuri asked in fear, "What is that?" A bright light from the sphere illuminated the room. Suddenly, it grew in size and enveloped the building, illuminating the street. After a while, the sphere disappeared, and her comrades asked, "Did nothing really happen?" Jen called out to the commander through the earpiece, and Nuri asked, "What is it?" Meanwhile, in War II, the deadly government, Jin said that right now they received a message from the transmitters of all the camps, and they all reported the appearance of a red light. They see dead participants in front of them. Nuri asked if there was anything else special. Jian replied that in some camps, not only participants, but also other figures appeared. Nuri tiredly put her hand to her face and noted that it was because of Rishuru. She paused and said that in any case, everything had already happened, and they needed to think positively. Nuri ordered Kyuho to send Yulha and Hemi to the Eastern Division. Kyuho was surprised and agreed with her. Nuri turned to Rishuru and said that he would go to the northern camp. If he returned safely, she would allow him to talk to Mirai. Rishuru yelled with great embarrassment, "Really talk to the teacher?" Nuri ordered Garam to go to the Southern Division. After Garam restored order there, the commander asked her to join them in Jungwon. Garam confidently accepted the task. Nuri sternly noted that not much time had passed since the protagonist's arrival. Things looked very difficult, but he had to go to the western camp. Jiseon was working there as a volunteer, so that wouldn't cause any inconvenience to the MC, right? Mirai calmly agreed. Nuri took off her glasses and, lowering her head, said that she was counting on them. The comrades quickly jumped down from the window. Nuri, tapping her finger on the table with tension, thought that given the size of the garrisons in each camp, in any case, they would have little time to spare before their comrades arrived. Ha-young rose from her chair and, turning to the commander, noted that she knew she was being impudent. Wasn't there a camp where she could help too? Nuri noted that she understood Ha-young's feelings. Such a task would be too difficult for Ha-young now. She didn't doubt her comrade's potential, but the time had not yet come. Ha-young sadly lowered her head and agreed. Kyuho inquired if it would be wise to send all the key personnel to the camps. What if they used this as an opportunity to attack Jungwon? Nuri tossed her pistol and replied that they would block the way. Right now, the priority was to limit the damage in each camp. She wondered if the calm could mean readiness for an attack or a different plan. Be that as it may, there is some good news. A defensive fight will serve as good experience for the workers. After a while, Rishuru laughed joyfully. The boy raised his hands in fear, looking at the huge opponent made of threads, and screamed. Rishuru instantly struck the opponent. He smiled and laughed maliciously. Rishuru noted that several months had passed since their last conversation with the teacher. His heart was simply fluttering. Rishuru had accumulated so many stories for the teacher. He threw his head back and looked at the shadow of himself, asking, "What is this? Why does the shadow look so much like him?" The shadow quickly struck, but Rishuru raised his hands and blocked the attack. Rishuru calmly asked, "Does the opponent also need a teacher?" He quickly lifted the opponent into the air and, laughing, exclaimed that this is a fight for the teacher. The winner will take all the love. At the same time, Garam thought that it was a turn to the left and a diagonal to the right. A stream of mana passed her hand, and Garam grunted tensely. Paladin's shadow slid back, and Garam thought she could see where the blows were coming from and knew how to dodge them. She remembered the past. Garam fell to the ground and screamed, "It's Paladin! He is a member of the Red Cross. The protagonist shouldn't even think about it. They need to run." Garam came out of her memories and felt her body refuse to obey her. She decisively wiped the sweat from her chin with her fist. Garam put her hand to the earpiece and said she was there. She met Paladin in the southern camp. Fortunately, he hadn't managed to inflict much damage yet. Nuri remarked that it was good work and asked how he was doing. Garam replied that Paladin didn't seem quite himself right now. She thought he could be perceived as some kind of scarecrow created by the spatters. Nuri disagreed and clarified that she wasn't talking about Paladin but about her comrade's condition. Garam could win, right? If difficulties arose, it would be in another camp. Garam interrupted the commander and replied that everything was fine, she could do it. Garam lowered her cap and thought that now she could feel it. The horror and pressure the captain felt, as well as the responsibility. Garam quickly leaped above the enemy and created a manosphere in her hands. Garam thought she didn't have the luxury of fear. the captain's empty seat would be hers. After a while, the protagonist, running at full speed, wondered where she was. A thread monster loomed over the girl, and she screamed in fear. A bone instantly pierced the enemy's head. The girl joyfully exclaimed that the protagonist had come to the rescue. He had saved her life. MC thought it wasn't her. He asked if she knew where her aunt was. The girl clarified, "Isn't he talking about Jiseon? Auntie recently went to the eastern camp. Jiseon said she would return to Changwon." Mirai thanked her and headed off. The girl grabbed his hand and screamed, "Will he really go there? Won't the protagonist help them?" MC looked at the many enemies. The girl exclaimed that if he left, it was unlikely that anyone here would survive. She burst into tears and asked Mirai for help. The protagonist sadly lowered his head. Yer clarified, "He seems to be looking for someone else. Everything is fine. The protagonist can go. They will be under her protection here." The girl's mouth fell open in great surprise. Yer asked why he was looking at her so strangely. She'd already told him they existed beyond ordinary life. Yer smiled and asked if her friend had really forgotten so quickly. The girl, looking frightened, said that it was Yer. He should drive her away from here. He calmly pointed his finger at her and asked questioningly, "Is she Yadil?" She was very indignant about this, said her name loudly, and said that they were not alike at all. He said that it was a thing. He was checking if it was really her. She, looking a little displeased, said that there was something reasonable in this. She jumped off her sword and said that in any case, it seemed to her that the person he was looking for was elsewhere, so he could go. She would deal with Spetter and the dolls that remained here. The girl, looking frightened, called Mirai and said that there was no way he could leave. What if these were all empty words? When he leaves, she was sure that she would kill them all. She was still a zombie. She couldn't be trusted. She, looking a little displeased, looked the other way and said that she didn't ask him to trust her. She just wanted to help. He approached her and said that he believed her because they were friends. He jumped very high and said that he was counting on her. The girl called his name loudly in a very worried voice. She stood nearby, smiled at his words, and said that she should not be afraid because she was not going to do anything stupid. She set her sword on fire and with a serious expression said that from now on, she was joining the human side. At the same time, Rishuru hit his clone, laughed loudly and asked what he was doing. He could not believe that he was using such a technique. He could only mock him. Nuri contacted him, called him by name, and asked how the situation was there. He laughed loudly, and she asked why he was laughing like crazy there. How was the situation with him? He dealt a very strong blow to his clone and told the commander that she should not worry. His opponent is very weak. It's only a copy of the outer shell, there's absolutely nothing inside. Also, the doll that's in the heart is their weakness. If you attack the doll, he won't be able to do anything. Hoyoung came to him, called him by name, and said that if he's finished, he should go and help over there. He turned to him, agreed, and said that he'll be there now. He should wait a little. Okay, he'll finish here quickly. Although, wait, why is he so close to people? After that, Nuri contacted the eastern camp and asked if they heard the information on the radio just now. Hemi looked at her opponent, the Natefi clone, with a slightly confused look, agreed and said that they heard it. But now the situation is such that they don't have access. How can they target the doll? Yulha asked with a displeased look. Will she continue to waste her power? He said he would take care of it, right? She should stay away from him. She said with a calm expression that all this time he hadn't done anything good. She looked up, noticed the protagonist flying above them and asked, "Is that the teacher?" She started waving at him and called him here. Nuri asked, by teacher she meant him? She agreed and said that she had just seen him. He was in a great hurry somewhere. He continued flying, looked down, noticed Jisun and landed on a large tree branch. She walked up to the children and said that they should just go forward. She would cover them from behind, so they should just run. Somehow, but she would definitely help them. Seeing this, he immediately went on, and she felt it and turned around, but didn't see him. At the same time, Hemi and Yulha were fighting against the devices she created from her energy. He called out loudly to her and warned her about the danger from the side, but she didn't have time to react and missed the attack. She was thrown to the side and he asked loudly, "Can't she even dodge this?" The monster continued to attack from a long distance and he asked loudly, "Will she continue to fight like a coward?" She can continue to attack. He has the whole day free. At that moment, MC broke all the devices she created with very fast blows. He stopped behind the monster and she saw him and loudly called him teacher. The monster turned around and he immediately began to release a very powerful aura. Looking at this clone, they watched what was happening from the side and asked in surprise, "What is this feeling? Is it her imagination, or has the air become heavier?" Right now, Natefi doesn't have a soul as such. It's just a scarecrow that was molded from DNA and it doesn't have any thoughts either. However, it was shaking so much, this state was insanely strong. More precisely, her neurons were shaking. Most likely, she didn't even think about fear, but her senses remember what it is. As a result, her senses found the most rational way to free herself from this fear. She immediately pulled the doll out of her body and threw it on the ground. They looked at him after that and asked, "What just happened? What did he do that made this monster suddenly do this?" once. Mirai was confused by what happened and thought that he hadn't even done anything. At the same time, Nuri was walking down the corridor and asked why he suddenly appeared in the eastern camp. Gyuho walked next to her and said that it was good anyway. The teacher had arrived, so everything would work out for the best. This caught her attention and she asked, did he call him teacher? He said with a smile that no matter how you look at it, for other people, it would be a difficult task. She thought about it, nodded, and said that it was true. Does he remember how they came up with a secret password a long time ago? He asked why she suddenly mentioned the password. She said that Rishuru had split into two now. They didn't know which one would show up, so they needed to be prepared for anything. He laughed and said that, however, it had been a long time ago. He didn't remember it well. Could she remind him again? She said that he couldn't have forgotten that easily. She would tell him again. He should listen carefully. First, he never called him teacher. She thought he should be more careful. He was surprised by this, and she took out a gun and said that, second, he doesn't call the workers that way like this. Lastly, third, they never had a secret word. Who is he? At the same time, Hemi called the commander and said that the situation with the eastern camp was settled. They were currently cleaning up. There was no serious damage, but there were a few minor problems. By the way, why did the teacher suddenly arrive at the eastern camp? She only heard strange sounds and asked what it was. She interrupted the commander and Yulha asked, is this radio broken? The protagonist approached him and asked, in which direction is Changwon? He looked at him with a calm expression and asked, is he now pretending that they are close just because they saw each other a few times? He should ask someone else. He looked away and said that everyone else looked busy, but he seemed to be free. He got angry because of this and asked, isn't it too rude? He wasn't here having fun, he was observing. He pointed his finger and asked, do you see that building sticking out from behind the mountain? That is Changwon. He thanked him for this and was about to leave, but he asked with a displeased expression why he speaks to him informally. He speaks respectfully with other people. He turned to him and asked how old he was. He said with a displeased expression that he was 19. How old is he for him to address him informally? MC silently looked away, and he said that it was written all over his face that he was younger. He continued to look away and quietly said that it was annoying. This made Yulha even more irritated, and he loudly said that he actually hears everything. He started to leave, ignoring him, and he said with a displeased look that he should not talk to him anymore and not catch his eye. He left, and he was still looking at him with displeasure and said that he was very annoying. Hemi looked at him and asked why he hated the teacher so much. He asked since when has she been here? He's just so strong and cool. This makes him jealous and irritated. She was a little surprised by this and said that his answer was more honest than she expected. Nothing can be done about jealousy, but at least he shouldn't make such a fuss if he doesn't like someone. It's impolite. He himself heard that the teacher didn't get his power for nothing. Besides, at least he still had a family. He remained silent and she started to leave, saying that he should stop slacking off and go help them with their work. Yulha threw the baseball at the tree again and asked if he really did have a family, but so what if he didn't have the power to protect them? Mirai then flew to where he needed to go, but a rock flew next to him, and someone loudly called his name. He landed because of it, and wondered what that was. Jiseon came up to him, squeezed his face and asked with a displeased look if he was really going to walk past her like that. He didn't even say hello to her. He was about to say something, and she asked why he wasn't answering. He was just going to walk past her, right? What does he want to say? She was surprised because he said that he didn't know what to say. She let go of his head and asked if everything went well on Jeju Island. Since he was there for quite a long time, he must have had a lot of things to do there. Can he tell her what happened there? He asked why he should do that. She sat down on the ground and asked if he can't even say hello to her now. Then how is he going to tell his mother anything when he meets her later? They should try to talk. He remained silent and she asked if he was hurt and how he liked Jeju Island. He sat down next to her and said that he arrived on Jeju Island and met Arlo. Eventually, they started talking to each other about everything that happened. A little earlier, Nuri started shooting at the monster that was pretending to be Juho, and he quickly ran away from her and dodged her shots. She said loudly that he should stop immediately. How much longer is he going to run away? Does he want to play tag? She ran down the corridor after the monster, breathing heavily from fatigue, and asked where he went. She should at least do a little exercise. If she had the strength, she would have caught him already. She closed her eyes and thought that she should try to catch him, like an office worker. She needed to think about where he could have gone. She remembered the doll's words and thought that she had definitely said that this was a game. When this creature first showed its true form, she was convinced that it was not him and shot, but it ran away without any counterattack. It keeps a distance between them, but it is not clear why. Could this be a game of tag? Then his disappearance could be interpreted as a notice of the end of the game, and simultaneously as a notification of the loss of meaning in this place where the leader was chosen. This means that she needs to leave this playground. She went up to the roof and said that here they were at a place where they could get down to business. She pointed a gun at him and said that, to be honest, she came to the roof after remembering Spetter's peculiarities. She didn't know that was the right answer. He shouldn't do anything stupid. He had nowhere to run now. What is he, Spetter? And where is the real Juho? He stood on the edge and said that he hated sunsets, because when the sun sets, it seems like everything is coming to an end. He jumped down, and she ran to the edge of the roof with a worried look and asked loudly why he just jumped. She was surprised when she noticed that he pointed at her and said that she should look back. Unexpectedly for her, the second monster grabbed her, jumped from the roof, and asked what happened to her face. They had played well, so she should smile. Now, it was time for them to go home. She was falling down, screaming in fear, looking around and wondering what to do. If she fell, she would die. She remembered how Jian had called her commander earlier and asked if she wanted her to help her. They had technology that was stored in a research institute. She still didn't know how it worked, but if she had a device compatible with it, she would be able to use it. She did have the communicator that Neria had given her, didn't she? Remembering this, she started looking for the communicator in her pockets and wondered where it was. It was definitely in her pocket. She found it and thought that now she just needed to make it work. The monster who had pushed her grabbed her legs and looked at her with a wide smile. She started kicking him and loudly told him to let go of her. She started shooting at him with a gun so that he would let go of her and sharply turned down. They both fell to the ground. The monster crashed, and she managed to activate the device at the last moment, but broke one leg and began screaming in pain. The monster that jumped from the roof first approached her, looked, and then began to walk away from her. She lay on the ground and asked where he was going. At that moment, Hemi contacted her and told her about the situation with the eastern camp. With the last of her strength, she grabbed the radio, breathing heavily from the pain and thinking that someone should come here faster. At the same time, Garam dodged the monster's attacks and thought that during this time she realized one thing. By acquiring knowledge, she can acquire several pieces of knowledge at once. In other words, she can combine Taekwondo and the attack wave, so that even the simplest techniques have a powerful effect. She kicked the monster's head and thought that the destructive power increases several times. Although the monster was thrown back, it quickly recovered, and they both ran towards each other at the same time. She very quickly delivered several strong blows to the monster's head using energy. She put a large amount of energy into her uppercut and threw the monster up. She looked at this with a serious expression and released a powerful beam of energy. She walked towards the monster after it fell to the ground and thought that now everything is not as it was before. She has become stronger. She raised her hand and told Paladin that he is not as problematic as she thought. People were watching this from the window and asked how the situation was. It seems she is winning, as expected from his daughter. It seems they can leave quietly now. 2 more people are not there, right? That is, the people living in this area have not arrived. Paladin appeared near the school, which serves as their refuge. However, the school where Garam is located is clearly safer. After all, those strange red dolls are walking around everywhere outside. He gave such a good briefing. With such talent, he should have become a firefighter. What did he say his name was? He said his name was Oh Hachuel. He joined Hayoung on Oryukdo. He was planning to leave earlier and had no idea that he would stay in the squad of inevitable death for so long. Junwung asked if since he was planning to leave, does that mean he has someone he is looking for? He said that he has a younger brother who went to study in Japan before the zombie disaster. He said that he understood it. He must be really worried. He refused and said that he was quite brave. He promised to treat him when he returns to Korea. He must definitely survive. He had a calm expression on his face and said that they should stop there. If he continues talking about such things, then according to the laws of the genre, something bad will happen. It's good that he didn't become a firefighter. It seems like he would have died right away. At the same time, she looked at the lying monster and said that it should get up. It's a pity that this is already the end. She thought that she wanted to check something else. I wonder what level she was at now. He suddenly stood up, ran very quickly towards her, and she thought that he was attacking. She dodged the monster's attack and thought that Paladin's patterns were simpler than she thought. In that case, she should use techniques. The monster missed her with its attacks, and she thought that he would throw blades. Wait. Where was he even aiming? She turned around and thought that he hadn't just been aiming at her. She was very surprised when she saw Hacheol and her father being attacked by the monster. She ran towards them and thought with a worried look that she thought that he definitely didn't have self-awareness, so she never expected that he would make such a decision. Why did those two come out at this time? It's not too late. She can repel the attack. If she runs at top speed, she can save one. However, who should she save? She won't be able to get to both of them in time. Everyone has a moment in life that they regret and want to go back to. For Garam, that moment was today. Chun pointed at the guy, which is why she immediately decided to save him. However, because of this, she didn't have time to help her father. He was badly injured and fell to the ground, and she immediately turned to him. She ran up to him very quickly and asked loudly, "Is he okay?" She asks him to open his eyes. She started crying with a very dissatisfied look and thought that her body instinctively reacted to what he said, not giving her time to think. She said that if he was going to say something like that, he should have dodged. Hachul turned to the monster, noticed that he was running away, and warned her about it. She looked at him with a very angry expression on her face and ran towards him very quickly. She jumped up and dealt a very strong blow to the body of this monster, and that was all her fault. She directed energy into her hand and wondered why she tried to test herself in battle. If only she had not acted so arrogantly. She released a large amount of energy at the monster and thought that then nothing would have happened. She started crying again after she killed the monster, but suddenly he called her loudly and said that she should come here. He was standing next to her father and said loudly that his wound was not as serious as it seemed. They need to take him to the hospital in Changwon as soon as possible. She must help him quickly. He will provide first aid. At the same time, Nuri came to her senses and asked if she really lost consciousness. How long long had she been unconscious, and where had that freak gone? She looked around and noticed thin veins leading into the distance. She looked at it and said that, judging by the way it was positioned, it seemed like he wanted her to follow the trail. She crawled to the gun, took it, and said that they would see who would have the last laugh. She began to follow the tracks left with difficulty, and thought that she would follow him to the very depths of hell. She reached a monster similar to Gyuho, who had killed many people in an alley. She looked around and with a dissatisfied look thought that it was too late. She became very angry about this, pointed the gun at him, and asked what he even wanted from her and why he was doing this. He must answer her immediately. He called out to the commander and asked, "Is it her?" His hands began to shake. He dropped the weapon and said he didn't remember anything. The last thing he saw was a flash of light coming from the doll. After that, it felt like something had taken possession of him, and he was wandering around the street all this time. She ordered him to stay put, and he looked at her with a frightened look, started crying and asked if it was really him who did all this. She called his name with a confused look, and he was about to say something, but at that moment, a dart hit him in the neck. Jin came up to her and asked if she was okay. What even happened here? She rushed over as soon as she decoded her message in Morse code. However, why are there so many corpses here? And why did she point a gun at him? Nuri fell to the ground, clutched her head and said that she didn't know what was even going on. Sometime later in the hospital, Yulha asked, so there would be an imposter posing as Gyuho? Hemi said that judging by the commander's words, that's how it was. She said that during the meeting, the doll emitted a flash of blinding light, and there is a high probability that the imposter switched places with him then. He asked, "Is this some kind of ability for Spetter? How did the commander know that he is an imposter?" She said with a calm expression that obviously only he could copy Gyuho's appearance and behavior. She must have realized it herself since this person did not have his memories. He asked, "By the way, how are her clothes?" She said that she asked those in charge of creating the clothes to make something that would be easier to move in during battle. He said that it will not save her from losses. She said that she is not wearing these clothes for him, so he should watch himself. He asked, by the way, how is he? Is he alright? She said that, of course, he is not. He is a doctor who just killed someone. He said that, however, he was being controlled. She said that none of this matters. He is the kind of person who constantly blames himself for everything. He should think before he says anything. MC was standing nearby and started to leave, and he asked if she was going to go to the meeting. She refused, and he continued walking down the hallway, thinking about something. Garam was standing in the hallway and asked if something was wrong. If he was looking for the conference room, then he should go in the opposite direction. She was going to say something else, but he refused and said that he heard about what happened. She should hold on. She was surprised by this, smiled, and said that she didn't think she would live to see the day when he would come to comfort her. He shouldn't worry, she's okay. Luckily, the wound isn't deep, so he just needs some time to recover. She was told that there was no need to worry. She is grateful that he came to support her. She's okay, so he can go to the conference room. He moved on, and she thought that maybe she was wrong about him. Maybe he's actually a nicer person than she thought. I wonder why the commander forbade her to show up at the meeting. She only heard briefly about what happened, since she was always with her father, but she needed to meet with her after. After that, the people gathered in the conference room, and Nuri said that now they had to summarize. They managed to eliminate all the leaders and dolls that appeared in the camps. Just in case, they also burned their corpses. However, for some reason, those invitations that were left from the corpses didn't burn. There's a high probability that those invitations indicate the location where Spetter is now, so there's no choice but to go there and catch her, even if it means danger. Also, thanks to her shamanic abilities or something, she managed not to turn into one of those dolls, right? Your Yere said that this ability is called Dokaibi. To be honest, she herself doesn't know how it happened. She just opened her eyes and realized she was alive and well. She looked at her with a calm expression and said that whatever happened, she was in direct contact with Spetter. It was assumed that this could play into their hands. She should tell the others why she decided to cooperate with them. She said that it was because she felt guilty. No matter how much she justified herself, the truth is that she killed many people. She knows that her past sins will not be forgiven just because she wants to help them now, but she would still like to atone for her guilt with her actions. She understands that she is no longer welcome in this society, but she cannot turn a blind eye to her close friend and his debt. Still, she is surprised that they accepted her so easily. She thought they would be less accommodating. Nuri said that she is not the first one like this. Come to think of it, why hasn't he returned yet? Although it doesn't matter, she still has so much to say, so they will deal with him later. She looked at her and wondered who she was talking about. She said that since they had brought it up, after this meeting she should try to stay out of sight. It seemed she herself understood that there were people who hated her so much that they were ready to kill her. Garam approached the conference room, heard her name, immediately went inside, and immediately raised her fists to attack. Mirai stood in her way and stopped her punch. He looked at her with a calm expression and asked what she was doing. She said with a serious expression that she wanted to ask him, who was he protecting now? He knows who she is, right? He agreed, said her name, and she asked, then why was he stopping her if he knew everything? She killed Minsung. He was a little surprised by this and asked what she said. She said with a displeased look that she killed everyone they tried so hard to protect, after which she declared war on them over the radio. That's who he was protecting now. He said he didn't know about it. Yer came up to him, put her hand on his shoulder and said that everything is fine. She wants to talk to her. She was going to start with an apology, But Garam didn't listen and immediately grabbed her by the throat. She asked with a serious expression on her face she wants to apologize? How noble of her. What will she gain from this apology? It won't bring Min-sun back. She looked at her and said that she was absolutely right. If hitting her will make her feel better, then she can hit as much as she wants. She squeezed her throat harder and asked loudly, did she say she would feel better? Does she think she's doing this just to make herself feel better? She remembered what she promised the villagers, and with a very serious expression on her face, said that she will never understand how much those people meant to her. Nuri loudly called her name and said that she has to stop. How much longer will she behave like a child? It was because of her that there were no casualties in the Western camp. Thanks to her, their medical team returned safely. Come to think of it, her father was able to receive treatment only because of her contribution. She understands her feelings, but she should at least try to be a little more reasonable. They really need her help now. There is no use in arguing. She listened to this, let her go, and said that she understands it. She kicked Yer away with a very strong kick, broke the wall, and said that in that case, she just wants to let off some steam. Nuri was surprised by what happened and loudly called Garam's name. Jen looked through the hole in the wall and asked how she used her abilities, even without the books on her. She came closer and said that she must have a summary hidden in her pocket. She told her that she only needed the annotations of the books she had already read. What should she do with this? At the same time, she jumped down onto the street and asked why she didn't move. She could have easily dodged her punch. Or did she think she shouldn't have even done that? Yer agreed and said that it really shouldn't have. She got angry about it, ran to her, and said that this was more like her. Fake apologies don't suit her. She punched her in the face and said that she was selfish, arrogant, and treated people like cattle. She kicked her in the head and said that she knew that's how she really was. She grabbed her by the collar of her jacket and asked loudly, isn't she right? She continued to punch her and asked loudly, does she still think it's not worth dodging? How much longer will this go on? Is she trying to say that she'd rather be beaten half to death than lose face? She needs to answer already. She knelt down and said that she wasn't worthy of dodging her punches. She could do with her whatever she wanted, if it meant she could atone for her actions even a little. Garam became even more angry about this, directed energy into her hand, and said loudly that this was not what she wanted at all. She had to stand up and fight against her. The protagonist walked up to them and said that it was enough. She had to stop this. She asked loudly why he was still trying to protect her. Who was she to him anyway? Was she really that important to him? He said with a calm expression that it wasn't about that. She didn't look like a person who really believed in what she was saying. She is a very kind person, boosting her self-esteem by being kind to others and developing self-esteem through her behavior. She is selfish, but a kind person. Therefore, she understood that her fury, despite the fact that she did not know Min-sun that well, was not connected with the expression of sadness over her death. On the contrary, it was a way to boost her self-esteem through revenge and release pent-up frustration. She also knew that her actions at that moment were no different from youthful maximalism. She stopped concentrating the energy in her hand and covered her face. Yer knelt before her and said that she asked to be heard. She will do everything possible to help her catch Spetter, even if she dies in the end. Therefore, she asks to be allowed to help. Garam said that she heard about the invitations and also wanted to take part in this mission. She did not want to be another victim. Nuri came to them and agreed to it. She started to leave, but looked at her, called her name, and said that she better do everything in her power. She sat calmly in the same place and said that this is exactly how it would be. Thus, Garam became the leader of the team that was tasked with finding the one who sent those invitations. This team immediately went to search for Spetter's base of operations. Meanwhile, in the strange building, Terat asked what this meant. Why did she send them these meaningless invitations? He didn't send her to idle around like this. She turned to him and asked, when he arrived, what kind of hobby is he? Spying on people. He was walking towards her and said that she shouldn't even think that he would take it lightly. He put up with all her nonsense in the past, so she should go and kill them now if she valued her life. She said that she had already kept her promise. She made up an excuse to attack them, saying they were suddenly ambushed by humans. From now on, she would do whatever she wanted. More importantly though, did he really send her to keep an eye on them or something? He should stop already. This was starting to tire her. His appearance changed, and the zombie asked if it had really been that obvious. He thought he was doing a pretty good job of imitating him. It was nice to finally meet her. He had heard that she liked to laze around, but she turned out to be more touchy than he thought. He walked closer to her and said that she should let him introduce himself properly. His name is Heron. Why doesn't she stop lounging around and go kill those humans? This was starting to tire him. She raised her hands and asked if she should tell him the secret. He needed to have pity on wild tiger cubs. They are not as strong as their mother, and often die tragically by challenging the wrong opponent simply because they believe they are as strong as full-grown tigers. He needs to stop sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong and get out of here. If he wants to earn Teratit's favor, he needs to go and wag his tail at him. He laughed a little before delivering a very hard punch that shattered the floor. He tried to look friendly and said that there was no point in being arrogant just because she was the boss. High-ranking zombies should know that all executives, with the exception of Terat, exists simply to maintain zombie society. He started to leave and said that she should enjoy her crumbling throne while she still can. He would deal with these people himself. Spetter looked at him with a smirk and said that he was so pathetic. Did he come here just to throw a tantrum? Was he really that upset about the fact that he didn't get the mask? He stopped and said that she should be grateful for this mask. It's the only reason she's still alive. Toothless tigers need to enjoy the remaining years of their lives. They'll take care of everything. After some time, Garam blew on the leaflet. Earlier, Nuri said that she found out that the invitation reacts if you blow on it. This should help their investigation. For example, if you blow directly on the invitation, it will fly in a different direction. She was surprised by what she saw and said that it really does fly in the other direction. Maybe that's the direction they should go. Currently, the invitation fell to the ground and she asked, didn't she blow hard enough? It fell to the floor immediately. Yuryar looked at her with a worried look, apologized and asked if she could give her a chance to apologize again. Last time, she didn't manage to fully apologize. Garam turned to her and asked, seriously, is she trying to apologize again? She has already apologized more than 5,000 times since they left Chunwon. She's had enough. Everything is fine. She was happy to hear this and asked if this meant that she had forgiven her. She calmed down a little and said that it was not exactly like that. She just should stop. She called the MC and asked if he by any chance knew how to control the wind. He refused, and she happily said that she should ask her. She can. She directed a stream of air with her finger at the invitation and said that in the end, wind and flame are closely related. They can leave it to her. She will show the way. However, the invitation fell to the ground, and Garam said that it turned out not much better than when she just blew on it. Yuryar said that, to be honest, she is not very good at controlling the wind. She asked with a slightly dissatisfied look, then why did she act so confident a minute ago? She, with a confused look, said that she does not have a mask and sword now, so she's many times weaker than usual. She apologizes. This caught her attention, and she asked if the mask made her stronger. She said that Terat gave her the mask, so it has the ability to increase her strength. However, he can track it, so everything is not so good. She is truly sorry. She calmly said that she understands everything. Does this mean that she is unable to help them with anything now? They all started blowing on the invitations together and said that they should try to continue. She is sure that if they keep blowing, they will come to something. 3 hours later, they continued blowing on the invitations, and she said with a tired look that her cheeks are about to fall off. She can't even blow anymore. The invitations started flying in different directions, and she said that she thinks they need to split up. They shouldn't stray too far from each other, so they should scout for a while and then regroup to discuss what they discovered. She will report on the radio when the sun sets, so they should return to the forest as soon as she contacts them. So the three of them split up and each went their own way. Yuryar blew on the invitation and thought that she needed to atone for her sins. No matter what, she needed to find Spetter first. Garam was also going for her invitation and thought that, after all, it seemed too easy. Mirai was also going for the invitation and thought that it was somehow quiet here, even too quiet. When he was alone, it was much quieter around. This had not happened for so long that he had forgotten this feeling. After some time, they met and she said that he was finally there. She contacted him quite a long time ago. Why did it take him so long to get there, and did he find anything interesting? They found nothing. He sat down next to her, which surprised her, and she was about to ask something, but he got ahead of her and asked if something was wrong. She asked why he sat so close. Did he see a ghost or something? He refused, and she asked, then what was the matter? He asked with a calm expression on his face. What was she even talking about? Yuryar asked. Perhaps it was none of her business. But what were they planning to do tomorrow? She was a little nervous and thought that, frankly, she didn't know. She didn't think they would find anything if they continued to walk in different directions without result, like today. She stood up and said that they would talk about it tomorrow. But for now, they both needed to rest. She wanted to take a little walk. She came to the sea, sat down by the cliff, took off her cap and looked down with a sad expression, remembering the past. Then, Kyuho called the commander with a worried voice and said that she urgently needed to return. There was a child. She said loudly that they should leave her alone. Do they think she will trust them just because they are people? They must leave immediately. One more step, and she will kill them. He said that they will not harm her. She should calm down. Dongho called him and said that he could just use his ability. He agreed, but Kyun came to them and stopped him, putting her hand on his shoulder. She said that in these terrible times, not all people are good, but this does not mean that they are all bad. At least, there is no need to fear them. She sat down next to her, extended her hand, gave her name, and said that she is the commander of the squad of inevitable death. What is her name? Garam looked at her in surprise and thought that it was so strange. For some unknown reason, hearing her voice, she felt relieved and believed that she could protect her. She took her hand and told her name. She gave her her cap and said that if she stays here, she will catch a cold. She should get up and go with them. For now, she continued to sit on the cliff and asked if she was doing everything right. Would she be able to fill this void? She turned around abruptly when she heard an unfamiliar voice that apologized to get attention and asked if she could tell him the way. Heron looked at her and asked, "What is this? A human?" He came closer and said that he was so glad that he ran into her. He needed to ask the human something. She looked at him and wondered who this zombie was and how long he had been standing here. He said that he is looking for people who received invitations from Spetter. Does she happen to know them? She wondered with a surprised expression. Was it she who sent him here? However, it seems that he has not yet realized that he is looking for her. What should she do? Should she fight? She can't do this. She doesn't need to fight him to understand that he's clearly not simple. She definitely can't fight him alone. She needs to somehow get out of this situation. He put his sword sword to her head and said that it was written all over her face that she was the kind of person he was looking for. Anyone would have realized that she had one of the invitations. It's good that he didn't have to look for her for long. He calmly told her not to worry. He wasn't going to kill her. On the contrary, he would even help a little. After that, she returned to the squad members and said that apparently the invitations were useless. He said that the invitations had nothing to do with Spetter, and that they were just tricks she used to buy time to achieve her goal. Did her goal have anything to do with what she was going to do in Changwon? Ye said that it sounded pretty convincing, especially considering how they spent today. However, it was also easy not to believe it. Why would he tell them such things? She told him that Haran had told her that she was terribly rude. Even though he had only met her once, that was his first impression. She looked at him and asked if he was helping her only because of that. He laughed and said that of course not. He had his reasons. It would be a shame if they were caught up in her plans and ended up dying in vain. They all had a big role to play. Thanks to this, he would have another chance. Yer looked at her and asked if that was all he said before leaving. She didn't understand what he meant at all. Garam asked if she knew who he was. She asked if she had said he was wearing a black mask and wielding twin swords. She apologized, but she didn't know who it could be. Such signs weren't particularly memorable. However, would they abandon the investigation into the source of these invitations? She refused and said that she didn't trust him at all. Instead of worrying about whether he was telling the truth, she would rather see for herself. She said that in that case, it was probably better to stick to the original plan than worry about information from a dubious source. They would resume their investigation tomorrow at sunrise. The next day, they went their separate ways again. Haran stood nearby, sighed, and asked, "What kind of gathering of idiots is this?" He had told them everything outright, but as it turned out, he had only wasted his time. Or was he? Spetter must already know that he had talked to that girl. But then, why hadn't she done anything yet? He started to walk into the forest and said that who cares? Who knows what's going on in her head? At the same time, Hyung came to the hospital door, knocked, and asked if he was there. Receiving no answer, she said that she would leave food at the door. She asks him to eat it and get better quickly. Many patients are waiting for his return. After that, she came to the prison, and the employee said that she was very grateful for everything she does. She asked if she could go in now. She agreed and said that, however, she should be careful just in case. She came to the zombie, handed him a can of tuna, and was very scared when he started screaming loudly. She said loudly in a very scared voice that she brought what he asked for. "That's enough, right?" He calmed down, took it, and happily said that he missed it very much. She was happy with his reaction and asked if this is what he asked for, right? She was already thinking that she had confused it with something else. He thanked her for it and started eating, and she said that he shouldn't rush or his stomach would hurt. Still, it's curious that he doesn't need to eat human flesh, despite the fact that he became a zombie. He asked if that's really cool, right? In fact, he feels much healthier now. She asked how he feels here. It must be pretty tough here. He refused and said that everything was fine. It is natural for people to be afraid of zombies. After all, he was also human once, so he understands why they treat him like that. Compared to Rishuru, he is in a pretty stable position, so everything is fine. How is Garam doing? She was about to answer this question, but she noticed something and looked away. He looked at her and asked if something was wrong. She said that everything was fine. It seemed like someone was here. Rishuru was standing around the corner and listening to their conversation with a serious expression. At the same time, Yulha was doing push-ups with a serious expression on his face, after which he suddenly stood up and loudly said that he had done 1,000 push-ups. Nuri, with a calm expression on her face, said that this is great. Now they should run a couple of laps. He loudly agreed, started running and loudly said that he was getting strong and would get even stronger. Hemi ran after him and said that he should remain silent while running. She sat to the side with a thoughtful expression and thought that she knew that her training method was not so effective. It was impressive that he managed to keep up with it. She said that he was doing great, she would be back soon. She left and thought that she needed to concentrate on resolving the threat of human imposters. She looked at the documents and said that they could copy the appearance and manner of movement. She needed to find out as soon as possible if there were other imposters among them. Her attention was drawn to Rishuru, who was standing nearby and said, "Cola without whiskey, a bun without a sausage, an airplane without a wing." She was very surprised when she realized what had happened. Called his name and asked where he had been for so long. Did he even understand how long she had been looking for him? He walked towards her and said that he was also without a teacher. He stopped in front of her and asked what these facts had in common. She asked him with a blank expression. What was he talking about? She looked at his expression with a surprised look and wondered why he returned to his original form without her permission. He swung his sword and said that he only stayed because he wanted to fight Mireille again. Then why is he here if he is not here? She was very scared because of this and looked at him silently with her mouth wide open. He folded the sword into a heart shape and said that it seemed like she was having trouble finding the answer, so she should let him tell her himself. It was all because he loved her. He couldn't stop thinking about why he had been getting along so well with people lately. It turned out that the answer was surprisingly simple. Maybe deep down, he already knew it. The teacher loves people, that's why he loves them too. This is how he expresses his devotion to him. He knelt down in front of her and said that this is the highest form of love. He created a small ring and said that he loves them, insignificant humans. Nuri looked at him and thought that she thought he had finally come to his senses, but now it seemed he was completely hopeless. Now she could only feel sorry for him. She pushed his hands with the ring away and said that she understood him. In that case, could he do her a favor? He immediately agreed and said that he would do anything for her. After that, they came to the training ground together and said that they should let her introduce him. This was Rishuru, the preacher of love, who would be in charge of their training from now on. Hemi asked with a calm expression what she just said. A preacher of love? Nuri said that they shouldn't even ask about it. He just wants to be called that. In any case, compared to her, he has more experience and can advise them on how to fight zombies. He is, of course, a bit strange, but they should try to learn everything from him. Yulha said that he would do anything if it would help him become stronger. She refused and said that she didn't like it. She would rather die than learn from this idiot. He leaned towards her and asked, "So, does she mean to say that she doesn't like him?" She was very scared because of this, tried to hit him and loudly said that he should leave her alone. He easily dodged and said that she shouldn't worry. Very soon she won't be able to get enough of his love. He looked at him in surprise and thought that to repeat such a thing, very powerful muscles were needed. He tried to get into the same stance, and Nuri looked at them and thought, they will be okay, right? But this is the best she can do now. Her attention was caught by the fact that someone called her. She saw the Garam squad and said that they had already returned. She said that they were told that she was here. Something happened while they were gone. Yer noticed Rishuru, called his name and said that she thought he was dead. What is he doing here? He also noticed her and said that this can't be. He ran towards her with a wide smile and loudly said that there are zombies here. They need to kill her. Who does she think she is, and how dare she set foot on this land? He was about to say something else, but the protagonist punched him in the face. Later, the reconnaissance team shared what they discovered. Nuri, with a thoughtful expression, said that they received this information from a mysterious zombie, but decided to ignore it and stick to the original plan, which was to continue investigating the invitations. That's when they came across these bracelets, right? Garam agreed and said that the others had them too. The invitations led them to a small crater in the middle of the mountains, where they found 3 bracelets. It automatically attached itself to their wrists. They can't tear it off or cut it off. So far, they haven't noticed anything else special. Apparently, the zombie they encountered could be telling the truth. It seems she gave them these invitations to buy them time. She asked, "Does she mean to attack Changwon?" She calmly said that it was probably for that. She looked at her bracelet with a serious expression and said that she believed everything would happen within a month. However, she wouldn't be surprised if she continued her game tomorrow. From now on, the main branch of the government of inevitable destruction must be prepared for anything. To prepare for the blow that could fall at any moment, the commander began to strengthen the entire army. For a certain period of time, all members of the inevitable death squad trained intensively. At the same time, MC came to the house with Yer, and she said in a worried voice that he should wait. She said she was fine. He ignored her words and said that her name was Yami. She was indignant and said that he should stop pretending. What if they really believed it? Ji-seon and Hayoung laughed with smiles and said that they were glad to see her. She refused, said her real name, and said that they should remember her name and stop bullying her. They entered her house. She put food on the table and said that they should eat. She prepared several dishes because she heard that he returned. She leaned towards him with a worried look and asked, what was that in the middle, and was it even edible? He agreed, but she didn't believe him and asked, is he really sure about that? She looked at them from the side and thought that she had heard that she was the leader of the Crimson Squad. She could easily be mistaken for a child about the same age as him. Although humans and zombies have different plans for the future, in general they can move in similar directions together. Well, zombies used to be humans after all. She kindly handed her the pot and said that now she should not be shy and try her dish. She probably hadn't tasted normal food for a long time. Yer, looking worried, said that she wasn't very hungry. Ji-seon started to cry and asked with a very sad look, do you also think her curry looks just awful? She put her heart and soul into these dishes. She worriedly said that it wasn't so. That's not the point. Mirai, with a calm expression on his face, sat next to her and said that some people actually like it. She won't know until she tries it. She said that it wasn't the taste that put her off. It was just that she hadn't had dinner with anyone for so long. She finally pulled herself together, took a deep breath, and agreed to try it. She held out a spoon to the pot and said she'd just try a little. She looked at it with a sad expression and thought, dinner, huh? And with other people too. She started bringing the spoon with food to her mouth and remembered how everyone refused to spend time with her. However, when she tried it, she remembered how her father was cooking something, called her over, and asked, he's doing everything right? She asked with a happy expression. He doesn't mean to tell you that he can't even fry eggs, does he? Why did he separate the whites from the yolks? He said that he thought that was how it should be. Currently, she started crying when she tried the food and looked at it with a sad expression. Ji-seon became worried about this and asked, what happened to her? Hayoung was also worried and asked, is it really that bad? She became even more worried about it and asked, is it so bad that it makes her want to cry? At the same time, Spetter looked at several flying cubes made of string with a smile and said that everyone seemed to be having a great time. She channeled energy into these cubes and said that, however, it was time to return to cruel reality. At the same moment, Yere apologized and was about to say something, but stopped because an earthquake began. The commander was called over one of the radios and asked if she saw it. Nuri asked what happened there. She was told that a large number of Spetter dolls were currently approaching the outer wall near the main entrance. She thought with a serious expression, which meant that she had finally arrived. She said loudly that all units should listen carefully. They were now at war. They must prepare for defense. The perimeter security should move in their assigned formations, just like they trained. She needs squad leaders in each zone to allow zombies in. They must make sure they give clear instructions to each member of their team. What's the situation on the front lines? The guy with the binoculars watched what was happening and said with a confused look that they were just standing there. She looked surprised by this, and he said that they were all lined up in a row and just laughing. Spetter walked along the energy cubes and said that she didn't know who warned them or how, but they had prepared quite thoroughly, so it pained her to say that they got it all wrong. She was achieving something completely different. Suddenly, some people's faces, underneath which were dolls, began to burst. She said that keeping out intruders was certainly important, but they should also pay more attention to their loved ones. An employee called the commander over the radio and said that they kept finding dolls dressed as people all over Changwon. At that moment, many other employees also started calling her and reporting similar problems. Nuri, with a serious expression, wrote down the number and said that a total of 82 dolls had been discovered. They had to stick to the plan. The employees began killing the dolls that were inside. These dolls could only copy their appearance and behavior. They were incapable of independent thought. With this information, it was not difficult to recognize the dolls hiding among them, especially since she had memorized where each member of the death squad was assigned. If she loved games so much, then she would have to play along. At the same time, the bald man hit a doll with a police shield, then took out a walkie-talkie, called the commander, and said that they had done everything as she requested. There were two hypotheses that needed to be tested for her to carry out her plan. First, she needed to make sure that the dolls would focus on chasing the marked targets. Nuri started to leave the office, thinking that the invitations she'd given them were meant to weed out the strongest among them. Team members assigned to reconnaissance missions were usually strong enough to fend for themselves, so the bracelets had marked them as targets to be eliminated. Secondly, she needed to ensure the dolls would only attack marked people. Apparently, she thought that wasn't the case. She assumes that they were told to track their targets and engage them, but only at a certain distance and under certain conditions. They just need to avoid getting too close to them. Marked squad members can lure these dolls away, while the others deal with them from a safe distance. This way, they can reduce the number of casualties and effectively defend themselves against any surprise attacks. They will deal with all the dolls outside their walls at once with the supercluster cannon. Spetter is too overconfident. She saw through all this. She called Jen and told her that she should start preparing. She was already moving. At the same time, she sat on her cube, counted to 82, laughed and said that that's not all. She appreciates their efforts, but in fact, she has prepared 83 dolls. At that moment, Nuri met her doll, who was holding a knife in her hand. The monster struck, and she was very surprised by this and thought, it seems Rishuru said that she needed a strand of hair for the doll, right? Did she really get a sample of it that time? Her predictive analysis and tactics are impressive. But there was one fatal mistake in all of this: her belief that she was prepared for everything. A worried employee called the commander and asked what they should do now. A member of another squad ran into him and asked what they were doing. They were supposed to take a different route. He said that, however, he had not received any orders. A monster ran up to them and bit one of them on the shoulder, and he screamed loudly in pain. The other employees were also attacked by dolls. They screamed loudly in pain and called for help. Garam, looking worried, called the commander and said that their squads were encountering each other on the same routes. She saw the monster running towards the employee and asked why she suddenly stopped responding. It seems something happened to the commander. She kicked the monster and said that they needed to help everyone immediately. Yulha said with a wide smile that it sounded great. It was already getting tiring to deal with them one by one. Yera ran down the corridor with a serious expression on her face and said that she was already on her way too. We need to save people, right? Spetter pulled out some cubes from the strings and asked if they thought she would allow this. She dropped them on the base and they all encountered large monsters along the way. She was surprised when she saw it and asked what the hell that was. Garam dodged the monster's attack and screamed loudly in surprise. She contacted the others and said that some strange doll had just fallen from the sky. It seemed that she would be busy for a while. He said loudly that it was the same here. They can't leave here. She called out to Yere and asked what was going on with her. She attacked the monster with fire and said that she had the same problem. She didn't think she could handle it quickly. She looked at the monster standing in front of her and thought that this was bad. If things continued like this, there would be many casualties. Spetter played a fictional game against Nuri and said with a smile that it was such a shame. She didn't want to say that she was confident in herself because of something like that, did she? She was very badly wounded after being stabbed by the monster, but she managed to reach out and take the radio. She thought that nothing could be done now. She hoped that it wouldn't come to this, but she would have to use her last card. She threw a fictional Joker card and thought that she would count on Mirai. She had previously told him that he would not participate in the upcoming mission. On the contrary, he would only act if they were losing. He asked why she said that, and what if it cost them casualties. She said that it was not like him to worry about other people. He had changed a lot too. He should let her ask the question. Does he think that their squad members are weak-willed? He refused and said that they may be weak, but they are not weak-willed. She smiled and said that then everything is fine. He should just follow her instructions. She has a plan. Only he must not forget. He needs to become their greatest hope when it is needed most. Currently, he flew very high, and this attracted the attention of the staff who were fighting against the monsters. They looked at him and asked, is he not going to help them? Is he really going to abandon them? Nuri gathered her strength, managed to get up and said that all squads should listen carefully. Everyone was surprised when they heard her voice and she said loudly that he would not help them. She ordered him to hunt down and destroy Spetter. They were surprised because of this and asked loudly, however, what will happen to them then? Will she leave them, ordinary soldiers, to die? They need help too, she asked. They all believe in him, right? He believes in each of them too. Are they really that helpless without him? Do they really think so? They have all come this far, risking their lives. He will have his own battle, and they have another battle. Today, they will not rely on him to achieve victory. Today, they will declare their own victory. The staff ran to the attack and loudly said that they cannot give up. They must win. They must capture them. They must fight at any cost. Because their lives depend on it. They will do whatever it takes to win. She thought that right. That should be enough. He is not a weapon. Instead, he should become their ray of hope. The contingency plan she prepared in case everything failed helped fill the void she left behind. She lay on the floor with a smile and asked, how does this feel? It seems she already thought that victory was in the pocket. She's sorry that she's spoiling her happiness, but her death won't lead to collapse. It's time to begin the second round. Yulha, looking happy, called out loud to Garam and asked, did you hear that? It seemed like the others were also inspired now. They can concentrate on their battles, right? She agreed and said that they should do everything as she said. They should concentrate on destroying the enemy standing in front of them. He asked with a wide smile. He can finally relax, right? He swung the baseball, called out to the monster, and said that it should be ready for his very fast pitch. He threw the ball very hard, but the monster was able to dodge this attack. Hemi hit the ball, wounded this monster in the shoulder, and said that it was useless to try to dodge, he would just get hit from behind. He caught this ball and said that they spent several days developing their new technique. From now on, he better take the fight seriously. They will not hold back anymore. He started laughing loudly, and Garam ran and thought with a dissatisfied look, is it really that hard to turn off the radio? This is very annoying. She needs to end this as quickly as possible and move on. She can't shake the feeling of unease. She jumped towards the monster and thought that she needed to urgently help the others. At the same time, the monster hit Yera hard and threw her several meters away. She remained on her feet and thought that she knew that she promised not to use this technique to convince them that she would not betray them. But fighting without her sword was extremely difficult. She tried to make a good impression to join the people. However, at this rate, she would just become a burden. For now, she can't do anything about it. She just needs to give it her all. Rishuru stood in front of her, took the monster's attack on himself, and said that such thoughts were no good. She was surprised by this, and he said with a smile that he apologized for being late. He was immersed in memories of the time the teacher hit him in the face. It was hard to forget the surge of strength he received then. Was she the weakest zombie that the commander was talking about? She looked at him with a confused look and asked if he really didn't remember her. He asked, so who was she? She said that he could forget about it. In any case, she wanted to go to him as quickly as possible. He punched the monster and said that then she should stop messing around and help him settle everything here. He would leave her here if she was slow. She agreed and said that it reminded her of old times. At the same time, Spetter said that if he didn't play, he would lose. She played rock, paper, scissors with MC, won and hit him in the face with her palm. She continued to punch him in the face and asked with a wide smile why he continued to play along with her. How could he be so unlucky in such a game? He calmly continued to receive punches in the face and said that he would kill her anyway and none of it mattered. She laughed loudly and asked, he's just full of confidence, right? This is him, right? The man Terat is so interested in. She wanted to meet him for a long time. That's why she sent those invitations. She lost this game and said so. He started to warm up his hand before the punch, and she said that it looks like he managed to win after all. He really wants this, right? It seems those slaps affected him more than she expected. She kept wanting to know, is it true that he is so strong and cannot die? Then he must be the Black Knight she was looking for. At the last moment, she dodged his punch, laughed out loud, and said how she liked the expression on his face. She didn't say that he couldn't dodge. It was his own fault for standing there and letting her hit him. She kicked him really hard and said that perhaps enough childish games. She wants to check if all the rumors about him are true. What about him? Doesn't he want to get to know her better? She waved her hands, created a rift in space, and said that for this they should get some privacy. She remembered her past, when on the school rooftop, her classmates said that he hated sunsets. It's because of the feeling that everything will end as soon as the sun sets. He turned to her, smirked, and asked, is something wrong? She was covered in paint. There were cuts on her body. She was crying, and he asked why she was looking at him like that. She should be smiling. It was fun, and now it's time to go home. Currently, Spetter continued to increase the rift in space. He looked around and wondered what was going on. He turned around, saw the student who was bullying her, and he pushed Mirai down really hard. He ended up in a strange space and wondered where he was. She asked. He knows about the barrier they call the Hongam Gate, right? The purpose of this is not to prevent him from entering Busan. She put it there to keep Terry out because she wanted to meet him first. The student tried to attack him, but he easily dodged the attack. Immediately after that, he struck back and broke the threads from which he was created, but his body recovered very quickly and squeezed his hand. He thought that this doll was very annoying. She watched what was happening from the side with a smile and thought that it was too early to lose patience because he would stay here until the end of days. At the same time, Jin asked in a worried voice, what was going on, and what was this anyway? She thought that the commander was not responding. She didn't know exactly what happened, but she could still activate the supercluster cannon on her own. But he was gone. She said that Changwon had completely disappeared. She couldn't find his coordinates using satellite. How is this even possible? People in different places began to notice rifts in space. Yer looked at it and wondered, what the hell was that? She felt a strong pain, fell to the ground and thought that she felt something spreading throughout her body. Are these Spetter's orders? Is it really because she was created with her threads? She started running away with a serious expression. Rishuru noticed this and asked loudly, where was she going? She didn't answer, continued running, and thought that the dolls surrounding the outer walls of the city, as well as the ones that attack only people, and not the city itself, everything is clear. She should have guessed earlier. She pressed the button on her earphone and said loudly that Spetter did not intend to attack Changwon. From the very beginning, her goal was to absorb people's life force. They should look at the sky. They did so, and noticed a huge ball of threads, and she asked, do they see this enormous power? She is fighting Mirai inside it. She's trying to turn this sphere into something dangerous and is going to use people to charge it. Garam, with a surprised expression on her face, said that she thought her ability to control dolls. Yer continued running and said that she thought so too. But there was a possibility that she had two abilities. She understood this from the orders she had given her, so she didn't know the details. She dug her hand into the ground, pulled out a device, and said that she had found a generator. She thought with a serious expression that it seemed she had installed about 100 of these things all over Changwon. It seemed that she was still preparing, but as soon as she activated the generators, they would immediately start sucking out people's life force. She destroyed it with her fire and thought that it needed to be destroyed before the activation began. She probably used the dolls that had infiltrated the city to install generators everywhere. It's quite clever, but by bringing her into play, her plan was doomed to failure. Nothing will go according to her plan. At that moment, Spetter sensed what had happened, looked away, and said with a smile that she had completely forgotten about her. At the same time, the medical workers loudly asked, is anyone free? He could use every free hand right now. The commander is in critical condition. Everyone needs to come here. They need help. Does anyone know where she got this injury from? The bald man said with a worried look that he didn't know. She was already in this condition when he found her. Hayoung, clearly worried, asked, will she be okay? The doctor said that given how deep her wound was, there was little he could do now. She said there was at least something they could do. They couldn't just leave her to die. He said there was one way. Juho had recently managed to develop a new treatment method to save Jiseon. They could use this method to save not only the commander, but the other patients as well. The problem was that no one except him knew how this treatment was carried out. He asked for his help, but he refused to leave the room. He didn't have time to finish because Hayoung ran out of the room and loudly said that she would try to talk to him herself. She quickly ran to the room where he was sitting, started knocking and loudly asked, he's here, right? They have a lot of seriously injured patients. She's asking for help. He covered his ears with his hands and asked her to leave and said that he couldn't help. She said loudly that the commander was in serious condition. He was surprised by this and asked, what did she just say? She continued knocking and said that most likely there would soon be even more injured patients here. She was asking him to come out and help. They need him. He continued to refuse to do so and loudly said that he had killed people. He didn't have that right. He couldn't save anyone. She asked, so that's why he'd been sitting here locked up all this time? She loudly asked, since when did he need the right to save people? He didn't have the strength to save anyone, so he locked himself in here, unable to do anything. So even though he has the opportunity to save people, he's going to stay there and argue about whether he has the right to do so? His duty as a doctor is to save people's lives, and he should stop complaining. He should hurry up and help them. She let out a disgruntled cry, started running away, and said that she wouldn't ask anymore. Juho sat there, looking very confused, and thought that the reason he decided to become a doctor was quite simple. He wanted to save lives and wanted to earn the right to save them. However, he was deprived of that opportunity as soon as the zombies appeared. He never stopped trying to save people. It was because he thought that one day he would earn the right to do so. He ran out of the room, ran down the hallway, and wondered why he was acting so pathetic. Hayoung was right. He didn't need the right to save people. When did that ever play such a role? He ran into the room, asked everyone to get ready, and thought that he would just continue doing what he'd been doing all this time. After all, He always saved lives, no matter what. He said he apologized for being late. They could begin the surgery immediately. The doctor asked, so the secret of their new treatment is using Mirai's blood along with his ability? He means that his blood will heal any injury if he can convince it to do so. Is he serious? Juho agreed and said that he knew it sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. The treatment his blood provides is superior to any other treatment, but it chooses who to help. The doctor asked, does that mean his blood has its own will? He agreed and said that ultimately, that's the point. His job is to convince his blood to help them. That's why he didn't tell anyone about this treatment. There's no guarantee it will work every time. He's finished his preparations, but he needs something else. The patient receiving the blood transfusion must overcome the effect of dopamine. It's ironic that a patient must endure 100% of the pain they've suffered from their injuries to fully recover. It's all very well, but it's quite a challenging process. Hyung called the doctor and said they were done with the preparations. He turned to her and said it was time to continue. They ran to another room, and the doctor thought he'd said it was all very well. But creating a new treatment method isn't easy. His dedication to saving lives is truly impressive. He looked at Juho and thought he could say for sure that no one deserves to be a doctor more than him. At the same time, Yulha caught his baseball and said that this freak just doesn't give up. Hemi was also exhausted, stood behind him and said that they had already done enough, so they needed to go destroy the generators. Let Rishiru deal with him. In the worst case, they could ask the teacher to deal with the monster. They just had to stick to what they could do for now. He had to stop wasting time and move. He began to stretch his arms and said that she should go forward. She said that he had to stop being stubborn. More importantly, how was he going to fight with his arm in such a state? The monster screamed loudly and ran towards them, and she said that he understood, so they had to run from here. He looked at it with a serious expression and said that if he ran away now, he would never get stronger. She said loudly that now really wasn't the time for him to be stubborn. He surprised her by asking if she remembered the day of the funeral. He started tossing the ball and said that after Mom and Dad were killed, he remembered only one thought in his mind. The next time he had to wear that bandage would be at her funeral. He thought he would finally feel relieved at the thought of not having to listen to her complaints anymore. But the thought of attending her funeral was actually quite depressing. He asked to be allowed to tell her one good thing about life in this damned apocalypse. The strong can choose how they want to live. He would become stronger and do whatever he wanted with his life. He apologized for disappointing her, but she would never have a funeral. He would boss her around forever. He started to throw the ball with incredible force, causing his skin to tear, but he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He threw the ball really hard, aiming for the monster's head, but it noticed and jumped to the side. Yulha was very surprised by this and wondered how he dodged that attack. It was his best throw. He was surprised because Hemi said there was one more good thing. She teleported behind that monster, swung her weapon and said that there was no life in the apocalypse. She hit the ball really hard, hit the monster's head, and killed it. She looked at him tiredly and said that he should quit smoking, because school children shouldn't do that. He said with a smile that she always acts like a coward, but she can prove herself when it matters. He fell to the ground, called her a loser, and said that she did a good job. She sat down next to him and said that she swears he will be her doom with his useless stubbornness. He has to get up because they need to go and destroy the generators. He said she should let him rest. Could she let him rest for at least 10 seconds? He was about to say something else, but noticed that the monster was still moving and said loudly that she should look at it. She became very worried about it and said that he should get up quickly. He was worried about her and said that she just had to run away from here. She ran to him and, looking worried, said that she could still use her abilities and would get them out of here. He loudly warned her about the danger. She turned around and was very surprised when she saw a monster running towards her. He became even more worried about it, loudly called her name, and said that she had to run away from here immediately. She closed her eyes in fear, but at the last moment, Rishiru jumped on the monster and asked what that smell was. He folded his hands in the shape of a heart with a wide smile, and said that he knew it smelled like love. They were happy that he saved them, and said that he came just in time. He knew that he would save them. He continued to smile, and said that he was very happy that his students were finally starting to get used to him. They were surprised when they realized this, and asked who told him that he could approach them like this. He shouldn't pretend that they were close. It's so disgusting. He began to wipe away tears of happiness, and said that anyway, he saw everything. He was so proud of their growth, they made him cry. They both did a good job, and now they should take his hand. They will go together. Even though it seems incredible, he sincerely said every word. Before he realized it, he overcame mutant emotions and began to feel human emotions. Hemi looked at him with a little displeasure and said that she was grateful to him for saving them, but they should not forget who he was. She got a little carried away earlier, but he is still a mutant. They will just temporarily team up with him. He thought it was clear, so he is still a mutant after all. It is impossible to get close to them. Yulha asked, anyway, how did he defeat the other doll and get here so quickly? He noticed the monster running after him and asked, did he not finish his business before coming here? He said with a calm expression that, to be honest, that is not entirely true. The mutant who was fighting next to him suddenly ran away, and he followed her in anger. Then he got lost and stumbled upon them. The monster threw him up, and he said that as a result, however, he was able to see the growth of his students. He asked loudly how he could still move. It was his fault that they had to fight both monsters at once. They were already having a hard time dealing with one of them. Rishuru, with a calm expression, said that they don't need to worry. He had received hits from both monsters and said that he knows how unpleasant it is to fight them. They can recover from small wounds, and they are fierce. They are definitely not weak. They looked at him in surprise and asked how he could pose while receiving such blows. He attacked the monsters very strongly and said with a wide smile that, however, that didn't make them a challenge either. Yulha was surprised by this and asked, did he just destroy them both with one attack? He laughed and said there was no need to be so surprised. That's why previous experience is so valuable when facing enemies he has already met. It's a waste of energy to rush in and attack them without thinking. They shouldn't be upset. He's not saying that the two of them are weak, he's just a little smarter than them. That's all. She got angry because of this, but they noticed something behind him, called his name and warned him of danger. Rishuru calmly looked at them and asked, what is it? Did she send more of those boring dolls after him? At the same time, Yeryere felt a strange pain and wondered what this feeling was. Could this be it? She was wrong. It was impossible. Right now, she should be busy fighting Mirai. However, at that very moment, Spetter stood behind him and he looked at her.